Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Millions of Americans are now crowding our highways, pushing and impatient to get the most out of this weekend. The hundreds of highway deaths and thousands of highway injuries can be avoided, provided that every single motorist does his bit. That bit means driving safely and sanely all the time. There's positively no excuse for excess speed. By observing all speed limits, you'll get to your destination almost as soon, whereas if you speed, you may never get there. Just as important is the necessity of paying strict attention to traffic signs and those white lines on the highway. They were put there for your protection. Never pass unless you're absolutely certain it's safe, that the road is clear ahead. Never pull out of line, slow up, stop, or turn without first looking in your mirror, then signaling clearly well ahead. And don't be afraid to give the other fellow the right of way. If you let him go, you won't crash into him. At all times, drive with caution and courtesy. You'll live longer.
It had been a long, hard ride to Fort Larned, and as it turned out, a useless one. The prisoner Colonel Matthews had been holding for me died before I could get there, so I spent the night at the fort and then started back for Dodge the next morning. The trip back was more pleasant. A breeze from the Rockies swept across the high plains, and it was cool for the first time in weeks. And now, camped for the night, just a day's ride out of Dodge, I was looking forward to a bath and a shave at Mr. Teeter's. I must have been asleep for some time when a sound awakened me. Somebody was standing just outside the circle of light cast from the dying fire. All right, hold it. Now, you raise your hands and you walk in here slow. Keep coming. Right up to the fire. Now just stand it. Is there anybody with you?
No, I'm alone. Please, mister, I didn't mean any harm.
What are you doing here?
I was hungry. Thought maybe I could get some food.
Well, I might have shot you.
I'm awful hungry, mister. I've been sitting out there watching your fire. I thought you were asleep.
Well, there's some side meat in that fry pan. It's cold, but you can have it if you want.
Thank you, mister.
You really were hungry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
What did you eat last?
This morning, just before I ran away.
Ran away?
That's right. I ran away from home.
I see. What's your name?
Trudy. Trudy Trent.
Well, where is it, Trudy? Your home.
About 40 miles from here. What's your name?
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal in Dodge.
Dodge. That's right where I'm headed.
Now, look, Trudy, Dodge is a long way from here, a whole day's ride. Don't you think you better ride back home tomorrow and think about this a little? Your parents are going to be a little worried.
That's just me and Pa, Marshal. And I sure ain't going back to him.
He's probably out looking for you right now.
Pa? He gets drunk almost every night. Ain't likely he's out riding around on the prairie.
I see.
He's about the most terrible man ever lived, Marshal. I could tell you things he done to me you wouldn't believe. You want to hear?
Look, Trudy, a lot of kids don't always get along with their pa.
I'm not a kid, Marshal. I'm old enough. I've been old enough a long time.
Look, you're going back home in the morning, and I'm going to ride with you to make sure you get there.
Don't you like me, Marshal?
Sure I like you, Trudy, but you're still going home.
Don't make me go back there. Please. I'll do anything you want. But please don't make me go back.
I got a blanket for you. You can sleep with the fire.
Marshal, please.
Look, Trudy, whether you think so or not, you're still just a kid, and I'm taking you home in the morning. In the morning, I awakened to a clear, warm day, but the blanket I'd given to Trudy lay crumpled and empty on the ground. For a minute, I thought she'd run off. Then I heard splashing from the other side of the willows. She was taking a swim. A few minutes later, she was out, dressed, and we were breaking camp.
It was wonderful, Marshal. You should have tried it.
You ready to ride?
You're mad at me.
Trudy, you had something to eat, you got some sleep, you had your swim, and now you're going home.
I changed my mind.
What?
I changed my mind. I'm not going home. I'm going to Dodge with you.
Now, look,
Can
Trudy.
you think of one good reason for not taking me to Dodge?
Now, Dodge is no place for a girl like you.
You still think I'm too young? Well, you just wait till you see me all dressed up. You won't think I'm too young then.
You belong at home, Trudy. Now, let's get mounted.
Marshal.
What?
If you want, you can marry me. You want to marry me?
It's not going to work, Trudy. I told you. You belong at home with your pa, and that's where you're going.
And you keep talking about how Dodge is no place for a decent girl.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Well, there it is, Marshal. You can see we don't make out too good.
This is hard land, Trudy.
Any land's hard for Pa. He had a pretty good farm once, but he left it.
Why?
He had to. The neighbors run him off for stealing stock. He told me about it one night when he was drunk. He laughed fit to kill. Marshal, will you stay the night and think about taking me away with you?
We'll see.
Come on. Let's go in and get this over with. Pa? Hey, Pa.
Hey, where'd you run off to, girl?
I guess you was worried some, huh?
You sass me and I'll fetch you a clout.
This is
On the
Marshal
head.
Dillon, Pa, from Dodge.
What you bringing the law out here for?
He brought me home, Pa.
You what?
I run away yesterday morning. Marshal brought me home.
I ought to tell you good, girl. Running off that way.
Worried about who'd do the chores, weren't you, Pa?
Now, don't you talk like that, girl. 'Cause I missed you. I missed you something fierce.
I'll bet you did.
I worried so much that I didn't hardly eat nothing.
But you sure been drinking enough, though.
Hey, Marshal, don't you pay her no mind. She's my little girl, and I care a whole heap for her.
Listen to him. Don't it make you sick, Marshal?
I'll spend the night like you asked, Trudy. Now I better take care of the horses.
What's this? This about spending the night?
I asked him to, Pa.
Well, where? We don't need him around here.
And I'll tell you something else. Tomorrow I'm riding to Dodge with him to stay.
You're what?
I'm leaving you, Pa, for good and all.
No, not hardly you ain't.
Don't you hit me,
Now
Pa.
look, Mr. Trench.
Marshal, I'll tell you true. You take her away, I'll come to Dodge. I'll tell people what you done. Young girl like that.
Why don't we wait and talk about all this later, huh? When you're sober?
Well, I don't know as I aim to get sober. But I know one thing for sure. You ain't taking Trudy away.
Never mind him, Marshal. You go take care of the horses. I'll find something for supper.
Drunk or sober, I'll say just one thing. Just don't mess with me and my Trudy. Just don't mess.
Don't be be a forest firebug. Remember, a careless match, cigarette butt, or campfire left to spread can do more than destroy valuable timber acreage. It can lay waste to private property, wipe out homes, animal life, and human life as well. One cigarette butt thrown from the window of your car, if the wind is right, can lay waste to what nature took hundreds of years to build. CBS Radio and its affiliated stations offer this reminder. When fire saps America's natural wealth by one forest's potential value, our nation is worth that much less in the marketplace of the world. Don't burn out our great heritage. Take every precaution in or near the woods.
The Trent farm wasn't much of a place, inside or out. The front room where we ate was just a broken stove, a couple of bunks, and burlap hung over the two unglass windows. Supper was some boiled greens and sheep herder's bread, which Asa used to sop up his plate.
You eat like a hog, Pa.
She's got a real sharp tongue, ain't she, Marshal?
Yeah, she can talk all right.
Oh, yeah, she can do everything.
Sure. Cook, clean, fetch,
Yeah.
carry, feed the stock.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I taught her them things. Yeah, and a lot more.
I'll bet, and it's cheaper than hiring somebody. Huh?
Even cheaper than getting married, ain't it, Pa? Because if you married, you'd have another mouth to feed, huh?
Ah, don't talk like that. No, you're my little girl. Hey, we have good times together, don't we?
It's a palace of joy, Pa.
Now, Trudy, girl.
You know how we celebrated Christmas, Marshal? Pa got drunk and set me on fire. I had to run out and roll in the snow or I'd have burned up. And he wouldn't let me back in. I near froze to death.
Well, I'm going to go out to the barn, get me another jug of whiskey. The one under the bed's empty. And get myself a...
Well, Marshal, what do you think now? Still think I shouldn't go into Dodge with you?
Is he always like that?
Not always. Right now, he's kind of on good behavior on account of you being here.
I see.
Dodge couldn't be worse than this, could it?
No, I guess not.
Then will you take me, please?
Yeah, I'll take you.
Honest?
Yeah, but your pa's going to make a fuss. There's going to be trouble.
You afraid of him?
No, it's not that. I just don't want anybody hurt.
Well, ain't I worth fighting for? Just a little?
Now, Trudy, I want you to get something straight. I'd do the same for anybody. Now, look, the first thing in the morning...
Pa, how long you been standing there?
Marshal, you can sleep in the barn.
Fine.
Yeah, you'll find a good spot right at the edge of the loft. You'll like it fine there. You'll sleep good, too. The
barn was warm and filled with a smell of sweet hay. As I drifted off to sleep, the figures of Trudy and her father turned and twisted in my mind. Then suddenly I was awake again, wide awake, because somebody was moving toward me across the barn floor. For a moment I thought it was Trudy, and then I saw the rifle in his hand.
All the Trents die, blast you.
Asa? Asa?
Pa? Where are you, Pa? Marshal?
In the barn, Trudy.
What happened? Did he shoot you?
No.
I heard him get up and go out, and I followed as soon as I could. Is he dead?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have tried it.
Trudy, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He had it coming.
You go on back to the house. It'll be dawn in an hour. I got some work to do here.
I ain't going to stay on this rotten farm now, Marshal. That's for sure.
You get your things together, Trudy. We'll leave for Dodge as soon as it's light. Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, Trudy and I rode away from her father's ranch for the last time. She never once looked back, but I did. The roof sagging at one end, the boarded windows, the unwatered patch of corn, the makeshift barn. A small cross now stood over a stone-covered grave. It wasn't a hard place to leave. In Dodge, I told Kitty about the whole affair, and she promised to give the girl a hand. So she put Trudy to work on the Long Branch, so she could keep an eye on her that way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, you're doing quite a business.
Yeah. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, how's Trudy working out?
Oh, fine, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess?
It's a little soon to know yet. That girl's got a mind of her own.
Any trouble?
With her? No trouble. She's over there at the bar now, talking with Gar Klein.
Gar Klein?
Yeah, that nice-looking kid there.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know too much about him. Never used to come in here too much. I think maybe he's in love with Trudy.
In love?
What's the matter? You jealous?
I don't start that, Kitty.
Well, I know one thing. The girl's got quite a case on you.
She's just a kid. It won't last.
I don't know about that. A U.S. Marshal's a good catch for a girl.
She meets a lot of men here. Maybe she'll forget about it.
From what I can see, Gar doesn't let her meet many men. He's so jealous he won't let her out of his sight.
Yeah, I guess they're both pretty young.
Don't underestimate young love, Matt. Besides, this has been going on for 3 days now.
I saw you come in, Marshal.
How are you, Trudy?
Gar says he never met you.
Hello.
Marshal?
You new in town, Gar?
Gar hasn't been here much longer than I have, Marshal. But he's staying on. Ain't you, Gar?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good.
I've been promised a job of work out at Emmett Bauer's place. Then when I'm able, I'm getting Trudy out of here.
Well, the Long Branch isn't that bad. I keep an eye on her when you're not around, Gar.
I thank you for that, Miss Kitty. But just the same, a girl like Trudy, she shouldn't have come here in the first place. She's not used to being around a saloon.
I guess you're right.
Like I say, it wasn't fitting to bring her here at all.
Now, don't talk like that. Marshal knew what he was doing. He wanted to bring me here. Didn't you, Marshal?
Well, I don't know as I had much choice.
But you did bring me. And now you're responsible for me.
No, he ain't. There's not any such thing. I'm the one who's responsible for you and me only. Now, you keep away from her, Marshal. You keep away from now on. Come on, Trudy.
Well, you see what I mean?
All I came in here for was a quiet drink. You know, the next time you better have Sam bring a bucket of beer down to my office.
It's not that bad, Matt. I'll tell you what. This time it's on the house, huh?
I guess I'm getting old, Kitty, but somehow it rubs the wrong way to be warned off by a youngster who's not dry behind the ears yet.
Yeah, he's just showing off, Matt.
And I hope you're right. Well, how about that drink, huh?
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Evening, Marshal.
Trudy, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came to see you.
Well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I asked Kitty for a few hours off. Said I was sick.
I see.
You haven't been to Long Branch all night.
Well, I've been busy.
You don't seem very glad to see me.
Now, look, Trudy. Let's get this straight.
Marshall, I came here to tell you something.
What?
I just thought you ought to know now. I'm going to get married.
Well, that's fine.
To you.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were talking about Gar Klein.
God, where I am.
Because he's in love with you. He got himself a job at Emmett Bowers so he could save enough money to marry you, get you a place.
Gar's just a fence-riding cowboy, and that's all he's ever going to be. I'm not going to marry a man like that. Like I said, I'm going to marry you.
Trudy, you're a foolish, romantic little girl, and I'm sure not about to get married to you or anybody else, not now or any time. Now, have you got that straight?
Little girl, am I?
You asked for
I'll
it.
teach you how to talk to a woman.
Stop it. Stop that. Take it. I said stop it. Now, you just calm down. You feeling better now?
I'll tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell everybody in Dodge you killed my pa, and then you ran off with me. How my pa tried to stop you, and you shot him dead and forced me to come with you.
Trudy, you listen to me. You don't really care about me at all. Now, you be honest with yourself. You just want to be a U.S. Marshal's wife. Isn't that right? Trudy, wait a minute. You try and do good for somebody, and this is what happens.
Matt, you look kind of tired.
What?
I say you look tired.
Oh.
Well, just like I've always told you, Chester, you can't burn the candle at both ends and not have it show.
Oh, she must be a handful, all right, huh, Doc?
Well, she's got Matt going all right. It's a sure sign something's in the wind when they won't even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it even happened to me one time, Doc.
Yeah?
Back in Texas it was. Oh. And this little old gal, bless her heart, just wouldn't give me a minute's peace.
She must have been a ridge-running beauty.
Well, now, she wasn't too bad, Mr. John.
Say, you better get married, Matt. It's a whole lot easier on a man than all this court.
I just hate to do this to you, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave. Don't forget my check when you leave, huh? Steak, eggs, and coffee. Thank you.
Matt, John, Matt.
Marshal,
Huh? Oh, Gar.
I've been looking for you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I heard all about it.
All about what?
Trudy told me last night. She told me everything.
You been drinking?
Last night I was, but not now.
I see.
Last night, Trudy told me how you shot her paw so she could run off with her.
Now, wait a minute, Gar.
Now you got her here in Dodge, and you don't want her no more.
Gar, will you listen to me? Trudy's lying to you. You're a fool to believe all that talk.
I love her, Marshal, and she loves me. And I ain't gonna have you make sport of her.
I'm not trying to hurt her. I haven't said anything against her. Can't you see this is what she wants? She's trying to make you jealous, trying to get back at me for turning her down.
I'm gonna kill you,
Now, you
Marshal.
better just go along, son. We can talk about this later.
Not
Will
hardly,
you do that?
Marshal.
Gar, don't be a fool.
This is for Trudy and what you done to her.
Gar,
Why don't you finish me off? Why don't you?
you're not hurt bad, son. You're going to be all right.
What in the world happened, Mr. John? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Doc, see to this boy here, huh? And then Chester can take him over to the jail till he cools off.
Where are you going?
Down to the Long Branch. I'm going to have a talk with Trudy Trent.
I heard the shooting, Matt. What was it?
Gar Klein, but I'll tell you later. Right now, where can I find Trudy?
Well, it won't be too easy, I'm afraid.
Well, easy or not, I'm going to find her, and I'm going to run her out of town. Trudy's caused all the trouble she's going to around here.
She's already gone, Matt.
What?
What happened to Gar? Did you shoot him?
Yeah, but he'll be all right. What's this about Trudy?
Well, last night Gar was in here with Trudy, and she got him pretty drunk. From what I could tell, they were talking about you. Later, Gar passed out, and I had Sam put him in the back room to sleep it off. And that's when Trudy met the gambler.
Gambler?
Yeah, from St. Louis. He came in last night late, real late, on his way to San Francisco. Judy was at loose ends, and she got to talking with him, and they left together just half an hour ago on the morning stage.
I see. I guess maybe he was a better catch than Gar Klein.
Well, he looked like he was pretty rich. Fancy clothes and all. So I suppose she figured he was. Better than you, too, since she finally figured out she'd never get you.
It's too bad about Gar. But I guess he was trying to do the right thing, at least the way he saw it.
Yeah.
Trouble is, she never really cared for him at all. He was fighting for just a lot of shadows.
Well, maybe that's better than not fighting for anything at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kitty. I guess you're right.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
We'll offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman Macdonald with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester.
Bissell's in the barber shop, Mr. Dillon. There's 3 of his boys waiting outside and a couple more in with him.
All right.
You think we might better take care of them separate than all together, Mr. Dillon?
Can't take care of them at all, Chester, unless they do something. I'd as soon not wait for it to happen. Have they seen you?
No, sir, I don't think so. I've been mostly around the corner here, out of sight.
That's good. All right, keep me covered, will you?
Now, here, you ain't going in there alone.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do that. They take one look at your badge and they'll draw.
I don't think there'll be any shooting, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I started across the street to Stapley's barber shop, and I saw 3 gunmen lounging outside. They didn't directly look at me, but they knew I was coming over because their hands slipped down and hung an easy distance from their guns. One of them I recognized as Buffalo Mason, a cowboy who found more money working for Frank Bissell as a gunman than driving cattle up from Texas. The other two I'd never seen, but I knew the kind. By the time I'd crossed the street, they'd moved. Stood on either side of the door.
You want something, Marshal?
I hear your friend Frank Bissell's inside.
He might be.
Seems to me I told you weren't to show your nose around here again, Mason. You remember?
Not rightly, Marshal. Did you say that?
Yeah, I said that. Get away from the door. I got a word or two to say to Bissell.
Well, how's about you tell me the word, Marshal? I'll pass it along. Frank is kind of busy right now.
If I wanted to tell you, I wouldn't be needing to tell him, would I?
Well, that's so, Marshal.
How come you to take all this talk, Buffalo? Why don't you just kick him out in the street?
What's your name?
Hey, man! Joe.
All right, you two. Take your pal over to the water barrel there and cool him off. Move.
Get his shoulder, Buffalo.
Howdy, Marshal Dillon. Be with you in just a few minutes. Have a chair.
Thanks, Mr. Stapley.
Yes, sir. I tell you, friend, styles is changing. I seen in a New York magazine a center parting that'd knock your eye out. Sister of mine sent the picture out to me. Now, you sure you wouldn't like me to try it?
Just cut it like I told you.
Yes, sir. You're the customer.
Tom,
Yes, Frank?
tell Mr. Dillon to step around here where I can see him.
You hear what Frank says, mister?
I heard him.
Take it easy, Barber. You're pulling my hair in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You know what I can see in the mirror, Mr. Dillon?
A lot of things, I guess.
I can see outside the door. I saw a friend of mine out there a minute ago, and I saw a fella whip him on the head with his 6-gun.
That's funny. I saw the same thing.
My friends don't like being buffaloed.
Well, they should have done something about it.
They should. Maybe they will.
Maybe. Now, I got something to say, Bissell.
Bissell? Frank Bissell?
Keep on cutting, Barber.
I ain't cut no killer's hair. No, sir. If I'd known who you was, I never...
You heard him. Finish.
It's all right, Mr. Stapley. You go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I know your reputation, Bissell, but right now I got no cause to arrest you. So far as I know, you're clean in this territory.
Yeah?
But you're not staying here. As soon as you're through in that chair, you and your pals are getting out of Dodge.
Well, we just got here, Mr. Dillon. We thought we'd put over for a spell. Here you got mighty fine entertainment here.
It doesn't start till after nightfall. And you're going to be gone by then.
Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I've heard a lot of talk about you. Buffalo Mason says he had a run-in with you a few months back. I thought you were a different man to what I see.
So?
So, you're not much. Kind of windy, but not much. Tom, give the marshal a $5 piece and show him the door. That's for your duty, Mr. Dillon.
Are you all through with him, Mr. Stapley?
Yes, sir. I'm all through.
Okay. Now get up out of that chair, Bissell. I knew what they meant about Frank Bissell when I saw him smile as he got out of his chair. It was the smile of a man who says one thing with his lips and another with his eyes. He reached down to his holster and then around to his pocket, pulled out a bill and passed it to the barber. He'd made his move like he wanted to get me to draw. And when I didn't bite, he pulled his hat off the peg and came over to me. The two boys with him went past us and waited by the door.
It's like I say, Mr. Dillon, my boys and I are here for some resting and playing. Now, if you want a private little war, you can start gunning for us any time you want. But you'll have to start it.
You've got until sundown to leave town, Bissell.
Marshal, you didn't hear what I said at all.
Sundown. If you're still around after that, you'll all go to jail.
We don't want any trouble. We want to take it nice and easy. You take it easy, too, huh? I'll be seeing you.
That was him, wasn't it, Marshal? That was Frank Bissell. The Frank Bissell. Oh, Mr. Dillon, if you shot him in here, I could have put up a sign. Yes, sir. I sure could. Frank Bissell, shot and killed here by
I'm
Marshal...
sorry I couldn't oblige you, Mr. Stapling. Good day.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
They're getting out, huh? I didn't think it'd be as easy
It
as
isn't.
that. Yes, sir, but look, they're riding right
I gave
on
him
out.
until sundown.
Oh, that's about 2 hours. Hey, you know, Mr. Dillon, in 2 hours, them boys can do an awful lot of trouble.
They try, and there's going to be trouble.
Yes, sir. You want me to follow her and see where they go?
No. Now, we'll wait back at the office. On the way back, I stopped at the saloons and told the boys to send out word if Bissell and his gang came in after sundown. I told them I'd be waiting in the office. When I got to the Texas Trail, Kitty was leaning against the bar, singing. A half a dozen cowboys were standing around, drinking, but listening quietly. It was a kind of a sad song.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Hi, Matt. Chester.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Kitty? Well, never heard that song before.
Well, I haven't either. Fellow was in a while back, brought it by. He wrote out the words for me. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Say, Kitty, there might be a little trouble tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, Frank Bissell and his boys are in town.
I heard. It's all over town.
I know. Let me know if they come in, will you?
Sure, Matt.
Okay. I'll see you. So long.
So long.
Heard a discouraging word. Mighty tuneful, Mr. Dillon.
You feel like stopping by Delmonico's for supper, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm kind of low this week. You see, I sent east for one of them new suits Mr. Hightower was telling about. You know, the ones that's got the vest and all? The thing cut away here and then fine and tight up here.
I'm sure you'll look fine in it, Chester. Come on, let's get supper. I got money. It was about sundown when we got through supper. I'd gone in Delmonico's mostly with the idea that Bissell would head there himself. That way I could get the thing over before it got really started. But he didn't oblige. Not until Chester and I were getting up from the table.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon. I feel swole up like an overfed puppy dog.
You look like one.
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming in.
Yeah, I see him. All right, let's go.
Man, I'm hungry. I could eat me one of...
Well, hello, Mr. Dillon. Say, how's the food in here?
It's sundown, Mr. Bissell.
Yeah, it's late for me to be eating. The boys, too. We're hungry.
Come outside.
Mr. Dillon, we just came in for a nice, quiet meal.
You don't want trouble with all these people in here, Mr. Bissell. Now, you do as I say. Outside, come on, huh?
You want to start trouble, Marshal?
Buffalo, where's your manners? There's women folk in here that might get hurt if shooting started.
Frank, you heard...
You heard what I said. Besides, Mr. Dillon isn't going to do anything. He's just got to make noise like he does. So people will think he's doing his job. Well, Mr. Dillon, I sure would like to stay and talk, but...
All right. All right, go ahead and eat, Bissell. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Sure. You do that, Mr. Dillon. You wait for me outside.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, America's best-dressed woman wears the uniform of a nurse. This uniform is a symbol of service to humanity and of an honored and respected profession. The nurse's uniform is an open sesame to many fascinating fields aiding the medical profession: research, rehabilitation, work with the men in service, to name only a few. Young woman, if you are a high school graduate, you can enroll now as a student nurse at your nearest hospital. Consult the Nurses Registry Desk or Collegiate School of Nursing. You can become one of America's best-dressed women and wear the uniform of a nurse. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I knew there'd be a lot of talk in Dodge. Some would say that I should have drawn on Frank Bissell and his gang right then in Delmonico's. Well, I had my own opinion about that. Chester and I waited outside for Bissell to get through and come out. By that time, the word was out, and it sounded like every cowboy, bullwhacker, and buffalo hunter in Dodge was hanging around waiting to see the fun. It was dark then, and the moon was rising.
A lot of them boys has come up from the other side of the tracks, Mr. Dillon.
I know. You got any tobacco on you, Chester?
Yes, sir, right here in my... You want I should tell them to get on back? Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Now, I tell you, Chester, most of those men have come to a show. They want to see some shooting, some blood and killing. Well, seeing how long that's what they came for, I don't figure they'll want to be any part of that show.
Yes, sir. What are you aiming to do when Bissell comes out?
Arrest him, fine Bissell $100 and the others $25 apiece. Then lock him up for the night.
Yes, sir.
The crowd got bigger, and it got quieter, too. Standing on both sides of the street with a respectable distance between themselves and the entrance to Delmonico's, where Chester and I waited. It was going on 8:30 when the door opened, and Frank Bissell stepped out, his boys following after him.
You still waiting, Mr. Dillon? I thought you'd be somewhere rolling drunk by now.
You're under arrest, Bissell. And all of you.
What have we done? We're real peaceful, you can see that.
Come on, Frank. Let's get down to the Opera House.
Hand over your guns.
Mr. Dillon, I never done that yet. I don't expect I'm going to do it now for you.
We're calling your bluff, Dillon. 6 of us. Go ahead and start it. Go ahead.
I don't want any killing, Bissell. Now you come in quietly.
No, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made up my mind even before he answered because I knew he wouldn't back down. And the crowd was watching. And in that same second, through the window of the restaurant, I saw the figures of 2 women and a child making for the door. They were right in line with any shooting I might do. Bissell and the others were directly in front of them. And now they had their guns drawn. And mine was still in its holster.
Oh, now, I've heard you're pretty fast, Marshal.
With talk, Frank. Lots of talk, that's all.
Sure. Now, you be a good fellow and go about your business. We're going down to the Opera House. Don't come looking around because next time we might have to be real painful with you.
Hey, look at that! You better get out of town, Marshal Dillon. You're through!
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made 2 mistakes. First going to Delmonico's and figuring I could bluff him out of town without any shooting. And then not getting Bissell away from the restaurant door before calling him. And it wasn't good. A lot of drifters in Dodge were going to take advantage of the situation before the night was out. Law officers don't live long when they make mistakes. Chester and I headed for the Texas Trail.
You going to let them get away with that, Mr. Dillon?
For a while.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, they spit right in your eye, every one of them. You ain't going to take it, are you?
I made a mistake, Chester. Now I got to make it right.
Yes, sir, I know, but this will be all over town. Mr. Dillon, will you tell me why you didn't draw and get it done?
I had my reasons, Chester.
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Matt, I heard you were waiting for Bissell over at Delmonico's. I was worried.
Everything's fine, Kitty.
No, it ain't fine, Miss Kitty. That Frank Bissell drawed on Mr. Dillon and...
And what, Chester?
You said you had your reasons, Mr. Dillon.
Join us for a beer, Kitty?
Sure, Matt. You didn't get him out of town?
No, not yet.
Oh. They liked the song. Did you hear?
We sat in the Texas Trail. Chester nervous and looking to the door every minute or so. And as a cowboy drifted in, and then another, and a couple more, I could tell that news of what had happened outside Delmonico's had spread. That's the trouble with a reputation. You build it or you get it built for you. It's like a trap. You gotta stay a step ahead of it. If you don't, there's always the question. Even with the people you think you know real well. Like Chester and Kitty. And I knew they were wondering why I'd backed down. I let a half hour go by, which I calculated was enough time for Dodge to make a hero out of Bissell. Then it was time to go.
Where are we going, Mr. Dillon?
The Opera House.
The Opera House. That's where they've gone, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, good.
I want you to stay out of this, Chester.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon...
You heard what I said.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Now remember what I said, Chester. Keep out of it until you're told.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I will.
It was between shows at the Opera House, and most all the customers were in the saloon next door. Bissell was at the bar, and his pals were around him. And a dozen or more newfound friends standing him drinks. Yeah, the news had got around all right. And the gunman was a hero. He'd made the law back down.
Hey, let's just have another drink.
Look who's here, boys. Hey, Frank. Looky.
Marshal Dillon. Didn't I get through telling you a while back?
Are you drunk, Bissell?
I never get drunk, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right, you other men, get away from the bar, quick. You six stay where you are. I'm telling you. Now, anybody who wants to stay with Bissell and his gang's going to get hurt. Now, you move.
He sure is tough, Frank.
Okay. Mr. Bissell. Draw.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you don't want me to do that.
Yeah, leave me do it, Frank. I need the practice.
No. No, wait a minute. No, I think he means it. Sure, Mr. Dillon. I guess I have been riding you pretty hard. Sure. Anytime you...
Well, when are you going to draw, mister? I'm going to tell you something. I could have hit you in the belly as easy as making a hole in the wall. But I don't like killing. Now, you're under arrest, all of you. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Keep them with their arms up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you. Take off your guns, Bissell. I said take off your guns and do it now. All right, put them on the bar. Now, I'm putting my gun on the table here. If I'm not on my feet to get it when you and I are finished, it's yours. And I'm through as marshal here.
Yeah. Oh! Here! Hold that. Come on, Frank. Get him. Get him. Stop. Hit him, Frank.
Mason, you pick him up. You help him. We're all going down to the jail. Carry him with you. So I made a show for the town. And a lot of big words to go with it, and they swallowed it. And Bissell and his gang lost everything, including their conceit. We put them in jail overnight, and the next morning each man was fined $25, Bissell $100. And they rode out of Dodge. I'd be a liar if I didn't admit I did a little more than my job when I threw my gun away and worked Bissell over with my fists. He was a hard man, and I might have lost. Except that I had my reputation to think about.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, and Howard McNear. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Lou Gehrig, wife of baseball's immortal, joins Lionel Barrymore on the Hall of Fame Playhouse. As a tribute to the great national pastime, your Hall of Fame Playhouse dramatizes the story of Henry Chadwick, the father of baseball. Learn about the origin of baseball. Hear of a man's vision that blossomed forth as America's most popular sport. Tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents Lionel Barrymore's Hall of Fame Playhouse. George Walsh speaking. And remember, every Sunday evening, the Theater of Stars invite you to the best in drama with your favorite stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Builders with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, Matt. I'll just see. Oh, the girls, they grow so tall in Kansas. The girls, they grow so tall in Kansas. The girls, they grow so tall, and the boys, oh, they love them all. What's this? Oh, wow. And they marry them all in the fall in Kansas.
Now, that's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
Oh, well, what's a poor way to start the day, Matt?
Why, getting up in the morning.
Getting up the way you do, maybe it is, Marshal Dillon. But not out on the prairie, where all the little birds are.
What started you off being a happy little bird this morning, anyway?
Oh, where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
Well, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
Yeah, he took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
He did? Oh, say, if I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him, Matt.
Well, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes, but delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
Yeah, I know what you were thinking about.
Morning, Mr.
Hello, Chester.
Sorry, Doc. How was Wichita, Chester?
Oh, see, that's a big town, Doc. Real big.
Isn't it?
Yeah, but I wasn't there long. The Santa Fe going east got there at noon, and the next one back here left at 2 o'clock.
Oh, you could have stayed another day.
Heavens, yeah. Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell Mr. Dillon.
Some news?
Yes, sir, it's about the Carp brothers. They've been hanging around Wichita the past month, and then they left. The sheriff said he heard they're headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
Well, that's what the sheriff said, but they must have got drove out. Anyway, he said they was awful broke and hungry looking, but as long as they didn't try nothing there, he left them alone.
Bank robbers, aren't they, man?
Yeah, so I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught them at it yet.
Well, we'll catch them if they come to Dodge.
Yeah, maybe. But they could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd have been a little faster, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. I didn't think to ask him.
I think I'll go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Hey, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
You're up early this morning.
I went to bed early last night.
Where were you headed?
Delmonico's. Heard they got some fresh eggs in last month.
You're spoiled. But I'll go with you if you like.
I'd like it fine, Matt.
I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. This place looks deserted. We must be the only people up in Dodge, except for the cashier there. Maybe I ought to wait till after breakfast and that.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about, everyone's changing to.
Columnist Dorothy Kilgallen told us there's nothing like L&M's filter. Gives you more flavor, too.
David Wayne wrote, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Diana Lynn says, I had no idea a filter cigarette could taste so good as L&M's. They're light and mild and full of flavor.
Yes, L&M's are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. Notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes,
this is it. L&M filters. This is it. Something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it. L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
so join the trend to L&M.
King size, regular, both at the same low price.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Well, neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Karp brothers?
Why, no, Marshal. I don't believe I have.
Oh, they never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
Well, why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard that they're headed for Dodge, and I've heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers? Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but if you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them or so loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expansion. What's that? That's them now. Where's my gun?
Don't shoot, or we'd kill the woman.
I got Kitty. We're not shooting.
They'd kill the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack.
Yeah.
All right, lady. You walk in front of me. Either one of you tries something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool. Kitty's in the way. Besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank. Shut up. And I'll shoot him. Kitty's on you.
My hands are up, mister. He was going to shoot.
Now, that was smart of you. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself. Well, I will have as soon as I get his gun. Don't move now.
I'm not moving.
This is the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Karp.
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Karp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
Is that your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Karp. Take it, and I'll ride out with you, and nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Oh, I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
Then take me with you, as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her, Kitty.
Don't do it, Karp.
Of course I'll do it. And first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I'd hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right. Forget it.
Sure.
Whiskey.
You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready. We're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Nobody seems to heard me kill the cashier. So don't you run out and tell nobody, Marshal.
No, I won't.
Yeah, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
Yeah?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what, Chester?
you think they'll give her any breakfast?
No.
No. People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all. Well, I know that, Doc, but Miss Kitty just ain't used to it. It's water people need, and they'll have water. They will if they took any with them. It's mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year. But it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later. Sure, if he follows a buffalo herd long enough, about a week, maybe. There's other ways, Chester. Like what? Ever hear of a divining rod? Oh, for land's sake. What's outlaws doing with divining rods? I wasn't talking about outlaws. Well, what was you? Well, I wasn't talking. Can't a man talk
Chester.
about it? Yes, sir.
I guess we waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now.
Yes, sir.
Is everything ready?
Well, everything I could think of, Mr.
All
Dillon.
right, let's get going then.
Good luck, Matt.
Thanks, Doc. Keep an eye on things. It may be a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Karp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started off in the same direction. On the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay way behind them and out of sight. Although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it. Forcing ourselves to hold back, go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Yeah. Chester, look up ahead there on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, let's see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon, some cowboy.
He's been shot. Bring your water back. Yes, sir. Well, he's still breathing. Yeah, pour a little water on him, huh?
Yes.
Hey, fella. You want a drink?
Oh.
Hey, you thirsty?
Well, some water.
Here.
Who are you?
Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened, huh?
Them two men and that girl, it was... Hold my head up, Marshal.
Is that better?
Yeah, full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
Blaine is my name, Blaine.
Well, what happened?
Well, them two men, Marshal, and I knowed that girl oughtn't to be with him. I could tell the way she looked at me. You're after him, ain't you?
I'm after him.
Well, I seen him, and I rode up, and I asked them who they was. They didn't like that, Marshal.
No.
I knowed something was wrong with that girl and all, but I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle. Both of them to once.
We'll get him, Blaine. If that's any help to you.
Well, it don't matter now. That girl hadn't ought to be with him.
Could you hear him? Did they say anything?
Yeah. Something about a cabin, but I don't know where.
Yeah. Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure will. I'll take care of you, Blaine.
Oh,
thanks, but it won't do no good. You better go off and help catch them fellas.
I'll handle them. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here.
Yes, sir.
You'll, be fine, Blaine. So long.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters with the miracle tip.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Effective filtration.
Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Buy L&M king size.
Buy L&M regular.
Buy L&M's by the carton. King size, regular, both at the same low price. L&M, light and mild.
I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours. Then I saw a dust cloud behind me. I stopped and waited. It was Chester. He rode up and looked at me for a moment. Then, without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark.
and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away. And got down and waited. We waited all night. Dawn came, and then the sun, hot as ever.
Ain't they never coming out of that cabin, Mr. Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look, they got a fire going now. Smoke's coming out of the chimney. Breakfast. I'm so hungry.
Why don't you chew on some of that slippery elm bark of yours?
Slippery elm don't fill your belly.
Well, a man can get along without food, Chester. Like Doc said.
At least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Well, right now there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're here.
I know, but I ain't thinking about it.
Now, you better get back down now. I'll stay up here and know where I can watch.
Yeah, but they could see you, Mr. Dillon.
Now, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me here. It's enough.
Yes, sir. Getting hot.
Keep your voice low, Chester.
Okay. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
It's a rattlesnake. He's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 feet back of your head.
Whatever you do, don't move, Chester. Don't even breathe if you can help it.
He's looking at me now, Mr. Dillon.
How long is he? I can't see him.
He's a big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Huh. I can't see you either. How far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils, moves up.
Well, just keep very still. They go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Or did you move?
With my hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
Which way?
Toward you.
Steady.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
Look, if that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you in the cabin. Just start thinking about it now. If he strikes you, just close your eyes and stop breathing. You hear me?
Well, I'll try.
You'll do it. You understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You must have moved, Chester. You must have.
But I got my rifle aimed at him.
Now, you stop it. You get your finger off that trigger now.
Well, I can't sit here and watch that rattler strike him.
If you shoot, Kitty'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't. He's looking at you now.
Well, let him look.
I got to do something. I can't sit here and watch this.
Wait a minute. Listen to me. I got an idea.
What?
Are you chewing?
Huh?
Are you chewing?
Oh, no, not right now, but I got a fairly fresh squid of slippery elm in the shirt pocket.
Okay. We'll chance it. You get that quid into your mouth, but you do it slow. Slow and as steady as you can manage it. And once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay, sure. What for?
Well, I'll tell you when you get it in your mouth. You doing it?
Yeah, I already got my finger in my pocket. There it is.
Oh, slow and steady now.
I'm trying. It's in the mouth now.
Oh, juice it up, Chester. Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right. Now, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Maybe.
Well, okay. Do it.
Well, I only got one shot. I can't make it. I can't do it.
Wait a minute. You got a mouthful. Well, have you?
Yes, sir.
All right, swallow some of it. Just a little bit. Now, go on, swallow.
I did.
Now let it sit a minute. How's it feel?
Like whiskey. Raw whiskey.
All right. Now take your time. Make a move. Make him look at you. And then splatter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake. Hey, Snake. Look. I got him. Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. It worked. They can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
My, I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Now the door's open.
They coming out?
Get your rifle. Easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. It's Joe Carp behind her. Now there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
We're going to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot him down from here, cold-blooded?
How would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All right, then take the one on your side. That's the brother. I'll take Joe.
Kitty's standing awful close to it.
Yeah, she is. Now, when I say hold your breath, you do it. And then count to yourself. 1, 2, 3. And then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, let's go, Chester. Get back inside, Kitty.
Joe Carp's still alive, Mr. Dillon. He's reaching for his gun.
What?
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. You all right?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
You all right, I said?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt.
Well, for pity's sake, she done fainted, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's a good thing you caught her.
Here, I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job and a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M's king size as I do. But either size, I know you'll like them, and I know you'll stick with them. L&M's. Try them.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Joe Duvall. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The makers of L&M filters also present for your television pleasure the new Stu Irwin Show. It's a happy half hour with June and Stu Irwin, which begins October 20th in most cities. Please check your local television listings for time and channel for L&M's Stu Irwin Show. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network. And in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, a monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Chester.
Well, I was just this minute coming over to the office, Mr. Dillon, and I had me a little glass of beer.
Oh? Well, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'll have one with you. Can I have a beer, please?
Sure, Marshal.
What's the matter with Kitty over there? Isn't she speaking to us this evening?
Well, she ain't speaking to nobody, hardly. Here you are.
Ah, thanks.
She's been sitting there with her nose in that book ever since I come in here.
A book? Kitty? We'll have to look into this. Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Matt. Chester.
Miss Kitty?
Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see you come in.
Oh, you were too wrapped up in that thing there.
It's not a thing. It's a book of poetry.
Poetry?
Sure. That young Boston fellow that came through last week left it here.
Oh?
It's poems by Tennyson. I never knew words could be so beautiful, Matt. Here, listen to this. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep. And in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs and sleeps.
That sounds so nice, Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
That's quite a place he's describing, Kitty, wherever it is.
Well, it's sure enough God's city.
Well, you could leave, you know, and find some place like that poem's about.
Oh, no, I won't. You know that. I don't even try anymore.
Yeah.
Marshal Sam Lackett's whopping his wife again. Something awful. They're right out here.
All right. I'll be back with that beer in a minute, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
I'm just beat some sense into you if I have to break every bone in your body.
All right, Lackett, that's enough.
You just stay out of this, Marshal. What's between a man and his woman ain't nothing for the law to poke into.
Marshal,
She'd stay home like she ought to do. She wouldn't have no complaints.
I don't aim to have you lose all the egg money on gambling and drink.
Shut up, or I belt your teeth out of your head.
Don't hit her again.
I've already told you, Marshal. It ain't none of the law's business.
Well, a few days in jail might change your mind about that.
Jail? You jail a man just for keeping order in his own household?
I'll jail any man for beating a woman.
You can't jail me.
I can if she signs a complaint.
Oh, no, Marshal. I wouldn't do nothing like that.
You just let me catch you signing a complaint.
Miss Lackett, this isn't the first time he's hit you, and it's more than likely won't be the last unless he learns that he can't get away with it.
Oh, no. I wouldn't want to sign no complaint.
6 months ago, when Doc set those broken fingers for you, didn't Sam do that?
She's a liar if she says so.
No, it was the gate on the corral. One of the calves was trying to get out.
Oh? Well, you told Doc you dropped a piece of stove wood on it.
Well, I don't remember.
Well, what you better remember is where you left the wagon. Go get it. Get back out to the place. I'll have more to say to you later.
All right, Sam. I'll go.
Miss Lackett, you know you don't have to put up with any more of this. Now, if you want to sign a complaint, I'll see that you're protected.
No, Marshal, it's all right. I'll go.
Yeah. Maybe that'll learn you not to butt into a man's personal affairs more.
I'll butt in if you hit her again. I'm warning you.
I was hoping you'd flatten him, Matt.
I was too, Mr. Jones.
Give me a glass of rye, bartender.
Yeah, sure, Marshal.
Poor little gal. Matt, you remember Hester when she first came here from the east?
Yeah?
Some of the girls helped me, and we made her a wedding dress out of some linen tablecloths, all white. She's pretty as a picture.
Well, she sure ain't very pretty now, after the way he treated her and all.
Well, Sam's had a lot of bad luck, Chester. 2 years of crop failures. Lost most of his herd from blackwater fever.
Is that her fault?
No. But it makes a man kind of short-tempered.
Those two are heading for something bad, Matt. I'll give you odds. How about it?
No, Kitty. I won't take that bet. Like this, huh?
More. Deeper. All right, now. Breathe out. Slow. That's fine. Now, once more. That's good. Now, breathe out. Fine. Well, you can put your shirt back on now, Matt.
All right, Doc. You mean to tell me that you can really tell something about a man's health just by listening to him through that, whatever you call it?
That is called a stethoscope. Of course I can tell. Why else would I be doing it?
Just to impress people, maybe. I wouldn't put it past you.
Oh, impress who? An ignorant lout that's got no better sense than to go out and get a bullet through his lung?
I didn't do it on purpose, Doc. Besides, it's all healed up, isn't it?
Healed up. In that rawhide carcass of yours, of course it's healed up.
Oh, that's good.
You know, man, until I came to Dodge City, I had no conception of what the human body could endure. Like during the war, I've seen men die with wounds that you wouldn't even go to bed with.
And I always figure they can't bury you as long as you're on your feet, Doc.
Doc?
What? Why, Mrs. Lackett.
Doc,
Doc, she's been beaten half to death.
nose is broken and that one rib, and her eye is injured. I just don't know.
I see. You feel like telling me what happened, ma'am?
I don't know, Marshal. Nothing, I guess.
Miss Lackett, I wouldn't call it nothing when you were hurt so bad that you could hardly crawl up those stairs.
It don't matter. Nothing does anymore.
Now, how did it happen?
I don't remember, Marshal. I just don't remember.
It was Sam, wasn't it?
No. No, I fell off the wagon.
All this didn't happen from a fall. You may as well tell me, Miss Lackett. I'm going to find out one way or the other. Now, was it Sam?
He'd kill me for telling me. He said he would.
He won't hurt you. I'll see to that.
I thought he was going to tonight. Seems like he just keeps getting more mean and cruel. Tonight I know he'd really have killed me if I hadn't gotten away.
He's not going to kill anybody. Look, you just sign the complaint and I'll take care of him.
It's just all so different when we got married. Him and the way the world looked. Everything is different.
Miss Laird, maybe that's enough talking for now.
I used to think back on it lots of times, laying awake at night, listening to the coyotes across the prairie. I don't do that much no more, but I used to. Like when we were first married. He was so kind and gentle. He'd tell me I was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen in his whole life.
Now, Miss Lackett,
He'd want me to put on my good dress, and when we'd sit in the porch in the evenings and wear my brooch with the pearls, he'd pin it on me himself and would always laugh because he was so clumsy and he couldn't. That's what it was about tonight, Marshal. He wanted that brooch to bring into town and sell, but I wouldn't tell him where it was. What is it? Changes people that start out good and breaks them and turns them bad.
I don't know, man. It's time, maybe, or maybe it's a prairie.
A prairie. I hate it.
Will you sign the complaint, Miss Lackett?
Yes. Yes, I will, Marshal.
All right, everybody, quiet down. Course in session. I don't have much time. I rode in yesterday, ride out again tonight, so it don't matter whether you got business with this court or if you just come in off the street to loaf. Long as you're here, you got to show proper respect so we can get on with the cases. And let's see now. Here's the first thing you got here is a case of wife beating Sam Lackett. Preliminary hearing is Sam in court.
Yes, sir, he is, Your Honor. I just brought him over from the jail.
I ain't done nothing, Judge.
Sam, you'll get your chance to speak your piece. From what I hear about you, you're overdoing court anyhow. Is Marshal Dillon here? Chester, where's Matt?
Well, I don't know, sir. I figured he'd be here, but now...
Sure, we can't start this without him.
Well, see, him and Doc was going to bring Miss Lackett, providing she felt up to it. According to Doc, she's have to lose a sight in one of her eyes.
Oh, it's a lie. She's just putting on, trying to make it hard on me.
Sam, I'll tell you right now, I don't like wife beaters. You get me mad, I'll find some legal loophole to hang you.
I ain't done nothing.
I'm sorry to be late, Your Honor.
That's all right, Matt.
Doc wasn't even too sure Miss Lackett was in any condition to come here, but she insisted that she was.
Well, she ought to be in bed.
He's going to tell you a bunch of lies.
All right, let's get on with it then. I'll read the complaint here, and then we'll see what we got to go on. Now, there's a complaint charging...
Your Honor, sir. Please, sir. Could I say something?
Well, it ain't quite in order, but I guess it's all right. What is it, Miss Lackett?
Well, it's about that complaint, Your Honor. I want to take it back. I don't know what I was thinking when I signed it. There ain't no truth in it, Judge. I fell. That's how I got hurt.
Yeah. I told you that complaint was a pack of lies, didn't I?
Well, Marshal?
She's afraid of him, Your Honor.
She's scared to go through with it.
You're sure this is what you want to do, Miss Lackett?
Yes, sir. I'm sure.
It seems a shame to let a white-beaten scoundrel like him get off scot-free just by intimidating a witness. Now, if there was only some other charge, like resisting arrest or shooting off firearms...
He did resist arrest, Your Honor. Mr. Dillon had to slap him flat.
Well, in that case, Sam, $50 or 50 days.
I ain't got $50, and you know it. And that's a dirty, crooked way of running things.
He's your prisoner, Matt.
All right, Your Honor. All right, come on, Sam. I got a big stack of firewood over at the jail just waiting to be cut. It's not locked. Come on in.
Morning, Marshal.
Oh, how are you, Miss Lackett? Here, you take this chair, huh?
Thank you kindly. Good morning, Chester.
How you feeling, ma'am?
Well, kind of old somehow, Chester.
Old? Must be all of 25, I guess.
Well, it ain't the years that make you old, Marshal. I didn't come to talk about that, though.
You shouldn't be here at all, Miss Lackett. Doc told you to stay in bed for another week at least, didn't he?
Well, I just couldn't get used to it, Marshal. It didn't seem proper.
Well, you want to talk to Sam, huh?
How's he taken to it, Marshal?
Mean? Maybe we can work some of that out of him by the time his 50 days are up.
Well, now, the way I recollect it, the judge said $50 or 50 days.
Yeah, that's right.
And that if the fine was to be paid up, you'd turn him loose.
Well, yeah. $41 as it stands now. He's been here 9 days, but I doubt anybody's going to pay me more.
I want to pay his fine, Marshal.
What?
I got the money. I sold my brooch to one of the girls at the lawn branch. Here, see?
Yes, I see.
But Miss Lackett, he pretty near killed you a couple of weeks ago. Next time he might just do it.
No, Chester, he won't. There you are, Marshal. $41.
Well, all right, go get him, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. But...
Miss Lackett, why are you doing this? First withdrawing your complaint in court and now paying his fine and getting him out. Why?
I don't know exactly. At least not how to put it in words. I've been trying to think things out for the last 2 weeks. My life and how it's wasted and what's become of me and all.
Well, you'll get over this in time.
No, Martha. You get beat just so many times and you get over it. Then there's one finally you don't get over. Because there ain't nothing left of you.
Esther, what do you think you're doing here? Come around the gloat, did you?
No, Sam.
You just paid your fine, Sam. You're being released.
Wow. So you finally come to your senses.
That's right, Sam.
And you, Marshal, maybe this will learn you not to interfere between a man and his wife from now on.
I don't call a wife beater a man.
Ain't you done no thinking, Sam? Ain't you even sorry at all for what you done to me?
You better keep your mouth shut if you know it's good for you. What I done ain't nothing to what'll happen to you if you try lawing against me again.
You'd beat me. Is that what you're saying?
I'll beat you a plenty you don't stand lying. I might just throw you clean off the place. I can't see no reason keeping somebody as ugly and broken up as you.
Then it's still the same. And it'll go on being. You ain't changed one bit.
You really think you would, Miss Lackett?
I just hoped that was all, Marshal. The last little piece of hope I had. Sam, come over here by the window. I brought you a present. I got it wrapped up in here.
What'd you do? Finally sell that brooch of yours?
I let you off in court, Sam. But I guess you're kind of back in court now. Charged with killing a woman. Your wife. How do you plead, Sam?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How do you plead?
I'll plead you when I get you out to the place.
No, you won't. And if you won't answer the charge, or even say you're sorry or promise to do better, then the court's going to decide for you. He's got a gun!
That's like it. Don't do it.
You're guilty, Sam. That's the way the court decides. Guilty. Here's the gun, Marshal. I reckon you'll want it for evidence.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McGear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield king size at the new low price. Chesterfield regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
It was a hard 2-day ride back from Fort Wallace, or I'd gone on government business. And I was pretty saddle-weary when I reached Dodge late the second night. So I went straight to bed without seeing anybody. I'd been gone a couple of weeks, but I'd wired Chester a few days before when to expect me back. And he wasn't surprised when I walked into the office next morning.
I figured you'd rode in last night sometime, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, bother me? Why? Was there trouble last night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, but everybody was sort of expecting you.
Oh.
Where was you yesterday, anyway? I mean, where'd you ride from?
Pawnee Creek. I camped at Rocky Bend up there.
Oh, Rocky Bend's a good camp. I remember it. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Dillon, they hung up a new sign at the Texas Trail across the street there. Come on over here to the window and you can see it.
Well, I'll look later, Chester. I'd like to go through my mail now.
Yes, sir. Well, now who's that?
What?
About 4 men just pulled up in a wagon right out in front there. They're getting down. Hey, they're heading this way. I don't believe I know any of them.
Well, let them in anyway, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
Where's Marshal Dillon?
He's just sitting right there at his desk, mister.
Marshal? I'm Red Samples.
Hello?
These other men here work for me, except him. Huggins, come up here. This is Jim Huggins, Marshal.
Huggins?
Hello, Marshal.
There's another man laying in the back of the wagon out there, Marshal. He's been shot.
Did you say shot?
That's what I said.
Oh, then I better run upstairs and get Doc Adams. I'll be back, Mr. Dillon.
Doc Adams ain't going to do him any good.
No?
That man's dead, Marshal. He's been dead since yesterday morning.
Who is he?
Lou Price.
Lou Price?
That's right. Same man you ran out of town about a month ago. You were pretty mad at him the way I heard it.
Yeah, I was. He tried to put a knife into me.
Nobody saw him try.
How do you know that?
He told me. Lou Price was a sort of partner of mine, Marshal.
Oh?
Buying up cattle, Marshal, all over Kansas. Buying lots of them. Gonna have me a big ranch when I'm through up on Pawnee Creek.
Well, that's fine.
You were camped on Pawnee Creek night before last, weren't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I was.
At Rocky Bend.
That's right.
Hear that, men? The only reason I asked Marshal was that Jim Huggins happened to see you there.
Oh, is that so? I don't remember seeing him.
Doesn't matter. As long as he saw you. Tell him, Huggins.
It was him, all right.
That's where Lou Price was shot, Marshal, at Rocky Bend. Poor Lou, he never had a chance. He wasn't even armed.
Happened yesterday morning. I seen the whole thing.
Huggins, tell us who killed Lou.
He did.
What?
You did, Marshal. You're the man I saw. You shot him.
All right, what's your game, Samples?
I've got no game. My partner was murdered. You had a grudge against him. You just admitted before witnesses you were at Rocky Bend. Jim Huggins has identified you as the man he saw kill Lou. It's good enough evidence for any court of law. You'll hang for it, Marshal.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
We're going down right now and swear it out legal on paper. Then I'm going to send it to the governor. Don't you try to get away, Marshal. We'll run you down, sure.
Yeah, I expect you would, Samples. Your men look like professional gunmen. Except for Huggins there.
I never saw Huggins till he run into us yesterday.
I don't bear you no grudge, Marshal. I'm only trying to do what's right.
Sure. Sure you are.
All right, let's get going, men. The sooner I get this to the governor, the sooner we'll see justice done. Remember what I said, Marshal. Don't you try to run.
What a pair.
What a buy.
They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made, and it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price. Or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
I'll say one thing for Red Samples. He had about as good a case against me as I'd ever heard of against any man. And there was nothing I could do about it but wait and see what happened next. Meantime, he spread the word around Dodge, and people began looking at me like I was a white buffalo. I guess it wasn't often they had a U.S. Marshal walking around with a murder charge against him. But finally, one night, a couple of weeks later, something did happen. I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd at the Texas Trail.
I'll fetch you a drink, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty.
You're expecting trouble of some kind, aren't you?
Seems to me I got enough trouble already.
I know. Matt, I hate to say it, but I think half the people in Dodge believe you're guilty.
Yeah, sure. And the other half just doesn't care one way or the other.
Well, I don't think you are.
Don't you?
Of course I don't.
Then why don't we talk about something else?
You're edgy.
Sure, I'm edgy. I stay that way to keep from falling asleep all the time.
Now, don't get all riled up. I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I guess this business is getting on my nerves after all.
Well, I should think it would. Why don't you go and get good and drunk? Forget the whole thing that way.
Kitty, if I ever got drunk, I could name you 10 men right here in Dodge who'd cut cards for the honor of shooting me down.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester. Sit down.
Thank you. I've been down to the telegraph office, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any news?
Yes, sir, but you won't like it. Here it is, sir. A telegraph from Washington, D.C.
How do you know I won't like it?
Well, you see, I was standing there when he was writing it out, and I couldn't help watching him work and all that.
I don't want to read it, Chester. You tell me what it says, huh?
Well, it's from the War Department, and it says they heard from the governor, and, well, you'd better read it, Mr. Dillon.
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Well, you're suspended.
What?
You're suspended from U.S. Marshal, Mr. Dillon. And to make it legal and formal like, they're sending somebody to arrest you and take you up to Hayes City for trial.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, Miss Kitty, but that's what it says. It's the only way they see how to clear this up proper.
Evening, Dillon. Miss Kitty. Oh, I see Chester beat me back with the news.
What? How'd you know about this, Samples?
I'm just as interested in this business as you are, Chester, so I sort of talked the clerk into giving me a copy of that telegram after you'd left.
Well, you got no doubt
It's okay, Chester. It doesn't matter.
Dillon, Dodge is going to breathe a lot easier now that you're suspended. You won't be around as marshal.
I'm still around, Samples.
But you're not marshal anymore. You won't be around for long, anyway.
Tell me something, Samples.
Sure.
With me out of office, are you going to be breathing easier, too?
I'll tell you, Dillon. There are two reasons I'll be glad to see you hang. One is for murdering my partner.
And the other?
Well, I always heard you were too strict here, and I like to do a little gambling now and then.
Oh?
In fact, I'm thinking of running a few tables myself.
I see.
It's more fun without some hard-nosed lawman looking over your shoulder all the time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'll see you at the trial. I hope I'm around when they come to arrest you, Dillon.
You probably will be.
So long.
What's he talking about, Mr. Dillon? You're being too strict. Why, there's plenty of gambling going on in Dodge right now.
Not his kind of gambling, Chester.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me he's buying up cattle and getting himself a big ranch. But he's probably going to finance it from his gambling. And that takes a lot of money. Sure, steady money.
Oh.
And I've always run crooked gamblers out of Dodge.
Matt, what are you going to do?
I don't know, Kitty. I'd sure like to have a talk with that witness of theirs, Jim Huggins.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I can't find him. I got him hid out someplace.
Matt, is there something I can do?
No, nothing, Kitty. Thanks anyway.
Well, there she comes, Mr. Dillon, right on time.
There are not many people at the depot this morning, are there?
No, sir, but anyway, I'm glad I talked you into walking down here with me. There is just nothing pleasures me more than watching a train come in.
At least it doesn't cost anything.
My, I'd like to drive one of them. Wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
No, they're too noisy for me, Chester.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Maybe if I talked to the Santa Fe people, they'd let me try it sometime, you think?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Over there, just getting off, the man with the long hair.
Well, I'll be... It's Wild Bill Hickok.
It sure is. Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
How are you, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Hickok, just fine.
Hey, that's quite a surprise. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I didn't know myself till just before I left Abilene.
Huh? Well, how is Abilene these days?
Well, I'm still sheriff there. Guess I will be till somebody gets around to shooting me.
Oh, nobody's going to shoot you, Mr. Hickok.
They keep trying, Chester.
They keep missing, too, don't they, Bill?
Well, so far. Maybe that's just because nobody's tried to shoot me in the back yet.
Yeah, you've always worried about that, haven't you?
I'll tell you something, Matt.
What?
I don't think I'd mind so much if I was to be shot by a man like you.
By me?
You might take it in mind to try it. I never could tell which way he was going to jump next. Like right now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You came here to arrest me, didn't you?
That's what I come for.
Yeah, sure. I might have known they wouldn't send a tin horn.
Guess they figured you might not take easy, Matt. I tried to tell them they could lose a good lawman this way. We're a pretty fair match, you and me.
Yeah? Yeah, we are.
Well?
It's your play, Bill.
Oh, I guess that can wait a while.
Okay.
I'm still on salary, man.
So?
Let's go have ourselves a drink.
Good.
You too, Chester?
Thank you. I'd be right proud to, Mr. Hickok.
I figure if I get a couple of drinks in you, Matt, I might worm your side of this business out of you.
Why, Bill? Don't you believe their side?
Well, I've seen you pretty mean and ornery, but even if I was to watch you judged and hung for it, I still wouldn't believe Matt Dillon killed an unarmed man.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, that girl headed this way. Ain't that Kitty?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Matt, I've been looking everywhere for you. Well, it's Bill Hickok.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. What are you doing in Dodge?
Well, I sort of come on business.
You said you were looking for me, Kitty?
Matt, I know where he is.
Where who is?
The witness they've been hiding, Jim Huggins.
What? Well, where is he?
Red Samples was in the Texas Trail drinking last night, and the bartender heard him tell one of his gunmen to take some food out to the loft at the OK stable.
Bill.
Yeah?
While you're buying me a drink, I think I'd kind of like to buy Kitty one. Later on, back at my office, I explained the situation to Bill Hickok, and we talked it over. And then we sat around the rest of the day talking about old times and people and horses and guns. And along about evening, we went up and laid out our plan to Doc Adams. As soon as it got dark, we went over to the OK stable and took Jim Huggins out of the loft and got him across the street and up to Doc's office before he was real sure what was happening.
Put him on the couch there, gentlemen. We want him to be comfortable.
What are you doing with me?
Move, Huggins. Do what Doc says.
That's it. Just over here. Yeah, that's fine, Huggins. Now then, you just relax.
When's Chester going to get here?
He'll be along, Bill.
Bill, huh? Who are you? I never seen you before.
Mister, you're going to see me double before the night's out.
What?
Hey, never mind, Huggins. You'll find out. Now then, now you tell me. Have you ever had any heart trouble?
Heart trouble?
Yes. You ever have dizzy spells, faint, and have to lie down suddenly, or anything like that?
Well, a horse kicked me in the head once. Made me awful dizzy.
I'm asking about your heart, not your brains. I don't want anybody to die here. The business is bad enough as it is.
What are you going to do with me? What's this all about?
Oh, over here, Chester.
I got it. I got plenty.
That's good. Just put them on the table here, Chester. Let's... 3 quarts? Well, this is a man we're working on, not an elephant, Chester.
Well, I wanted to be sure there was enough, Doc.
Open one up in Chester. There's a glass there.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's nothing but good whiskey, Huggins. And for once in your life, you're going to drink all of it you want. Maybe a little more. Here.
Oh, no, I don't want to drink all that whiskey, Marshal. I couldn't hold all that.
Oh, you can drink it slow, Huggins. But you're going to drink it. Now, go on. Go on. Get started.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
They've got the taste and they've got mildness, millions all agree.
They're low in nicotine and they're the highest quality. 30 years research went into this great cigarette.
So here is all you say to get the finest smoking yet.
Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Remember, friends, Chesterfield is tested and approved by 30 years of scientific tobacco research. For the taste and mildness you want, next time say Chesterfield's for me. Buy a carton of king-size Chesterfield at the new low price, or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They're best for you.
You sure you got it all, Bill?
Just about, Matt. There she is. Want to read it over?
No, you heard everything I did.
Well, gentlemen, your friend Huggins has got one of the biggest hangovers coming up any man will have to endure.
Is he still out, Doc?
Yes. It won't hurt him any, though. I sent Chester out for some coffee.
I could use a little coffee myself, Doc.
There'll be enough. Oh, say, wasn't it something how that Huggins talked once he got started? I told you, you get enough whiskey in the man and he'd start bragging.
Well, you were sure right, Doc.
He's not going to feel so big and smart when he wakes up.
I don't know. The man was awful drunk. He may not even remember what he said.
He'll remember when we tell him we even know where he hid the money Red Sample was paid him.
Yeah, that's Samples. Imagine him shooting his own partner.
Well, he's smart, Doc. You shoot your partner, you get his half, don't you?
That's a fine way for a lawman to be talking.
You mean an ex-lawman, don't you?
You know, Bill, I'm just starting to get mad about all this. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, Matt, you calm down a spell. We got to get Huggins to sign all I got wrote down here first. Doc, how long it'll be before he'll know what he's doing?
Oh, maybe 5, 6 hours.
Look, Bill, you do what you like, but I'm going after Samples before he finds out his witness is missing.
It don't seem quite legal till we get Huggins' signature.
Maybe not, but my arresting Samples isn't going to be quite legal anyway.
I'll arrest him.
No, you won't, Bill. He's mine.
All right, Matt. But I'm coming along.
Okay. But you stay out of it.
Matt, once you get your tail up and your stinger out, you're the hardest man to stop I ever saw. Matt, I've been thinking. Supposing we hadn't got Huggins to talk, what had you done then?
You mean would I have fought you when you tried to arrest me?
It's been on my mind, son.
I wouldn't have fought you.
Because we're a good match for each other?
I'll fight any man alive if I think I'm in the right.
Of course. I don't know you ever been afraid of anything.
I've been afraid lots of times, Bill. And so have you.
Well, maybe.
I guess I've worked on the side of the law too long to go against it just because I'm the one that's caught. Well, here's the Oliver Ganza. They'll be in here.
Which one's Samples, Matt?
The end of the bar, the one in the middle. The other two are his gunmen. Come on. Samples? Samples, I'm taking you to jail.
You gone crazy, Dillon? You're the one that's going to jail.
It's no use, Samples. Jim Huggins has confessed the whole deal.
What?
You killed Lou Price, and you paid Huggins to testify that I did it. You paid him $500 and promised him another $500 after the trial.
He's lying. Who's going to believe that?
I believe it. And don't look at your hired help. They're not going to get you out of this.
You can't throw anybody in jail, Dillon. You ain't a marshal anymore.
No, that's not stopping me.
It ain't legal.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. It's true Matt Dillon ain't a marshal right now, but I'm making this arrest, and I'm deputizing him to help me.
Who are you?
Sheriff, up at Abilene. Samples, I want them two hound dogs of yours to move a little to one side where I can keep an eye on them easier.
Forgetting it's 3 against 2.
That's fair enough odds for us. Start shooting.
No, Bill. There's no need for killing. I want these men alive.
You ain't taking me alive, Dillon. You, nor Hickok, nor anybody else. I ain't gonna hang.
Drop your gun belt, Samples.
Why? We just might be lucky enough to kill you. Take Dillon first, men, and then go for Hickok.
Wait, Samples!
Now!
All right. What about you two?
They never moved a finger, Matt. They're too scared.
All right, you gunmen. Pick up Samples and carry him out of here.
Ain't you going to take their guns first, Matt?
You don't hobble a horse with a busted leg, Bill. Let them keep their guns. Later, Hickok and I decided to run Jim Huggins and Samples' 2 gunmen out of town. And the way they took off, we figured they reached California before they stopped to breathe. The next day, Bill went back to Abilene and took Huggins' confession with him. And a week later, I had a wire of apology from the governor. Washington took a little longer. They just sent me my regular paycheck with the time of my suspension carefully deducted, which left me almost enough money to pay for the liquor I'd poured into Jim Huggins.
star, William Conrad.
I'd just like to repeat what George Fenneman told you earlier. The Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. I hope you'll try them. Regular or king size, I'm sure you'll find Chesterfield is best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters. The light and mild smoke.
Without your letters, your friend in the service feels out of touch, lonely, and it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows a letter always makes a fellow feel better. Mail from you brings the warmth of home and friends to him wherever he is. So, write today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. Next week at the same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Now, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. It's easy to do your whole tribe a big favor, Mother. Just pour every big and little Indian in your camp a breakfast bowl full of Post Toasties. Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. They're the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Fresh as fresh can be. Say, Post Toasties are cracklin' crisp. Sweet kernel corn flavor, toasted. That's Post Toasties. Post Toasties are packed with nourishment, too. A bowl of Post Toasties with sugar and milk helps your big braves and little Indians start the day right. Get Post Toasties soon. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
stranger in Dodge, Marshal.
Well, I've only been gone a week, Sam. Hey, you got any rye left?
Kitty over there has got the last bottle, Marshal.
Oh?
I'll have some tomorrow when Santa Fe gets in.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can talk Kitty out of a drink.
Sure.
I heard you were back, Matt. How are you?
Hey, you been saving that bottle for me, Kitty?
You know, I never drink rye.
Thanks. Well, it's the closest I've been to civilization in a week.
Did you find what you're after?
Yeah, I found him. Yeah. What's that stuff you're drinking?
This? Here. Keep the bottle on the floor. Looks better.
Now, let me see that. Professor Bone's Wonder Medicine. Celebrated vegetable pulmonic detergent. Well, I hope it tastes better than it reads, Kitty.
Tastes fine, Matt. Makes you feel fine, too.
Essential oil of worm seed, a new and valuable curative. Professor Bone, Ph.D. in Pulmist, Professor of Practical and Medical Botany, Natural and Civil History. Well, that makes sense. Where the world you get a hold of this?
Well, everybody's taking it, Matt. Oh, I forgot you were away when Professor Bone arrived.
What? You mean he's here in Dodge?
Sure. Came last Thursday. Got a fancy wagon he lectures from every day. Bought this time, as a matter of fact. You should hear him, Matt. He's great.
Yeah. He must be.
No, he really is.
Well, what's in that tonic, Kitty? You're kind of misty already.
Makes you feel great, Matt. Try some. Here.
No, thanks. I don't need any worm seed oil. Liquor does me all the harm I need.
You'll buy some once you've heard him talk. He's awful smart, Matt.
Yeah, he must be. He's a professor. It says so on the bottle there.
I don't care if he's a professor or not. He makes wonderful tonic.
Yeah, I can see that.
Matt? Oh, I'm glad you're back. Yes, you come with me.
Oh, hello, Doc. Sit down, won't
No, you come with me, outside. I want you to see this spectacle.
What? Oh, well, what are you talking about,
By
Doc?
this red-nosed old scarecrow, Loot Bone. He ought to be tarred and feathered, that's what. Oh, look right there. There's a bottle of Kitty. That's yours.
It's good, Doc. Real good.
I'm going to smash this bottle in the street.
No.
And if I find you drinking any more of it, I'll paddle you. That's what I'll do.
Really, Doc?
Oh, you see what it does to people? Come on, Matt.
Okay, Doc, I might as well find out what this is all about. You'll excuse us, Kitty?
You, not Doc.
I mean what I said, Kitty.
Boy.
Let's go, Doc.
There's his wagon. And look at that crowd of fools.
What's so wrong with it, Doc?
I'll tell you later. First, I want you to hear him talk. The man's demented, that's what. There he is, Matt, yes. Is he standing in the back of his wagon there? Yes. He's finished entertaining them now. We're just in time for the serious part.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I discovered the formula for this famous elixir while serving as personal surgeon to the king of Santo del Rio.
Oh, that liar.
Easy,
And
Doc.
since
Let's
that
listen.
time, Professor Bone's Wonder Medicine has cured more than 3,000 cases of ague, 2,500 of chronic inflammatory rheumatism, 2,000 of green sickness, 1,000 of mercurial diseases, 1,500 of liver infections, and 6,000 of general debility.
Matt, he ought to be hung.
It purifies, cleanses, and strengthens the fountain springs of life, and infuses new vigor throughout the entire body. In fact, my friends, Professor Bone's Wonder Medicine will cure all disorders incident to the human race, without exception, no matter what the age, circumstance, or place of residence of the afflicted patient.
Hey, Professor, I live over in this stinking spring. Will it cure me?
You're drunk,
quite a day ever since I was weaned, Professor.
I pity you, my friend.
Professor, when I was 12, I got drunk and went to sleep at a hackleberry tree. I never did find out how I got down.
No, don't laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, don't laugh. Pity the poor man, the poor wretch. Whiskey has him crushed in its foul trap. His eyes rheumy, his brains awash, his manhood's gone.
Now you shut up.
Whiskey, I tell you, whiskey did it.
Any more talk about me, I'll put a bullet in you, Professor.
Evil man, drunken specter.
I'm telling you, no more.
No more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, about to appear on the wagon beside me is a man you all know and respect. One of your finest and most worthy citizens, a man whose very presence contributes mightily to the progress of your fair town, a man whose soul is pure, but whose body has been the host of 5 separate diseases, any one of which would soon have been fatal. But now he is saved. 3 bottles of Professor Bone's wonder medicine has done it, and here he is to tell you of this miraculous cure in his own words. Step forward, sir, and speak. Speak for the sake of your fellow man.
Great heavens, Matt! It's Chester.
Chester,
Hello, Mr. Dillon.
get on from there.
Why, yes, sir.
But my dear sir, you've got to talk to the people.
Hurry it up, Chester.
Well, who are you, sir? Where are you going now? No, come back here, you. Come back.
Just go on with your lecture, Professor. Never mind about him.
You sure picked the wrong fine citizen, Professor. Hey, Professor.
Yes, what?
This here stuff of yours will cure anything?
Anything, my friend. Every disorder known to the medical faculty.
Well, my old man is 80, and he's got a beam stuck in his foot. No, now shut up, all of you. It's but true. How about it, Professor Willie?
I've come to see your father, sir. I'll visit him as soon as I'm able to pass a few bottles down among the good people gathered here.
Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Dillon. Doc?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Chester, of all people. I suppose he's got you all doped up with that stuff too, Chester?
Oh, it makes you feel great, Doc.
Is that why you were up there?
No, sir. I got a deal with the professor. He pays me $2.50 a day and gives me all the medicine I can drink. Free.
It's idiots like you that made it possible, such quackery, Chester.
Now, here, Doc, I'm not an idiot.
You've been acting like one, but that's not what's important. Matt, I've analyzed some of Bone's so-called medicine. It's got opium in it, for one thing.
But do you think it's dangerous?
Of course it is. People can get in the habit, and what's worth is something is wrong with them, and they're taking the stuff. They wouldn't find out until it's too late. You've got to stop this business, Matt.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, Doc.
Either you stop him or by heaven, I'll shoot him. Now, I'm serious, Matt.
All right, Doc, all right. I'll talk to him a little later. And meantime, you stay away from him, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't know.
Blood causes dropsy and gout, unhappy wives, empty larders, naked children, lost cows, leaky roofs.
That's enough, Professor.
Bloody noses, broken shins, flat purses, and bad reputation.
I said that's enough of that, Professor. Now get out of here before I break a bottle of good whiskey over your head.
You're a destroyer of men, agent of the devil.
Oh, shut up. Nobody's going to preach against liquor in my place. I'll fix you.
All right,
boys.
hold it, Sam, hold it. Professor Bone, I'd like to have a word with you.
Who are you, sir?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Now, let's sit at a table over there, huh? Come on.
I'm at your service, Marshal.
Watch you sit down.
Thank you. And to what do I owe this honor, sir?
It isn't exactly an honor, Professor. I want you to stop putting opium in that stuff you're selling.
Oh, well, come now, Marshal. Surely you don't believe...
Doc Adams has analyzed it, Professor, and either you make it harmless or I'm going to run you out of Dodge.
Yes, I believe you would.
Now, you're free to sell it, and you're free to do all the talking you want, but that's all.
I'm a lonely old man, Marshal, and am tired of wandering. I'll do what you say.
Good. I hope you don't get into trouble with your preaching about liquor, Professor.
I have been fighting against drink ever since I was a youth.
Oh? Well, what about opium? Isn't that just as bad?
Well, I don't sell enough to do any harm, Marshal.
Maybe, but why are you so strong about whiskey?
When I was a child of 12, my grandfather got drunk and threw a pet owl onto a horse that was standing nearby.
What?
He did. And it frightened the horse into kicking an orphan boy. Broke the rim of his belly. That boy died, Marshal.
Oh, I see.
Professor Bone?
Ah, Mr. Reeves. Welcome, sir. And how is your good father?
Marshal, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, what's the trouble, Reeves?
This here now professor, he's a trouble. I'll tell you. My old man, he had a bean stuck in his throat. The professor told me to give him a steam bath and then throw cold water on him. And I was doing it.
Well, what for?
Well, so as he'd catch cold and get a cough and bring up the bean.
Oh, well, of all...
But it didn't work, Mr. Reeves.
It killed him.
What?
My old man is dead.
Dead? Good heavens, poor fellow.
Now, I'm going to kill you, Professor.
No, you're not.
No, but no man can die of a mere cold, Mr. Reeves. Something must have gone wrong.
Something went wrong, all right.
Come on. We'll get Doc and go see what this is all about. And you get the idea of shooting anybody out of your head, Reeves.
Maybe I will.
Say, what goes on at your house at breakfast? Well, you can take it from me. The best thing that can go onto your breakfast table is Post Toasties. Yes, sir, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes. Those golden crisp cornflakes are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. You know how to prove it? Just pour out breakfast bowlfuls of Post Toasties for your whole tribe. Then watch how they enjoy them. Post Toasties are crisp and tasty, from the first bite down to the last spoonful. That sweet kernel corn flavor makes your breakfast. So always ask for Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap good cornflakes. Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes.
Remember, Post Toasties is one of the famous triple-wrapped Post cereals, guaranteed fresh or triple your money back. Now back to Gunsmoke.
Professor Bone wasn't a normal, everyday type citizen, but he wasn't a murderer either. And whatever had gone wrong and killed Reeves' father couldn't be blamed entirely on him. Reeves had been a fool to follow his advice in the first place. Doc told him so, too, in as many ways as he could think of. We found the old man still lying in the steam bath Reeves had made. All he'd done was to dig a big hole in the ground with a fire pit in the middle and then stretch some canvas across the top for a roof. Doc climbed down into it, and after a few minutes, he came back out again.
Well, Reeves, all I can figure is your father died of a heart attack.
I don't believe it, Doc. That old man was strong as a bull.
Well, I know that, but there's nothing else that could have caused it.
How long did you have him in there, Reeves?
Oh, maybe half hour, Marshal. He was having a fine time when I left him. He poured a whole jug of vinegar on them rocks. I went up to the house to get some more.
Oh, wait a minute. What'd you say? Vinegar?
Sure. Professor here said it'd help him to sweat.
Wait a minute here. Yeah. Yes, I thought so.
What?
It's the vinegar that killed him, Reeves.
What do you mean?
That's limestone you used in there, isn't it?
Well, limestone is
all right. You put vinegar on hot limestone, and it'll make acid gas.
Well,
and that's what suffocated your pa.
I'll be...
I didn't tell you to use limestone, Mr. Reeves. No, you can't blame me for that.
No, but the vinegar was your idea, Professor, and I still say you murdered him.
Now, wait a minute, Reeves. You're not being sensible. This thing was an accident, that's all.
Huh? I'm not a murderer. I never hurt anybody in my
You
life.
don't even know what you do, you old fake. Selling that slop of yours, loaded with narcotics. Did you tell him to stop that, Matt?
Yeah, Doc. He said he would.
My medicine is as pure as the dew, gentlemen. A newborn babe could drink
Don't
it.
let me catch you giving handy newborn babes. I'm going to analyze it every day you're here. And I hope that won't be much longer.
Oh, I'm a lonely old man, sir. The only home I have is in my wagon.
Well, then go live in it somewhere else.
Huh?
You've caused enough trouble around here.
Doc, take it easy on him.
Am I to be banished from the face of the earth? Am I not a man like any other man? Do you think I have no heart, no feelings, no soul?
Well, why don't you just shut up and get out of here? I want to bury my old man.
I would gladly help you in that task, Mr.
No, sir. No, sir, not you. Not by a long shot.
You are unkind, sir. Gentlemen, I take my leave of you. Good day.
For some reason, the three of us stood there in silence and watched Professor Bone walk away. He stopped once and glanced back at us for a moment, then went on. Later, when we got back to Front Street, his wagon was gone, and we figured probably that'd be the last that we'd see of him. Dodge was fairly quiet that night, and when somebody reported seeing a fire of some kind out on the prairie, I decided I might as well ride out and have a look.
There's no flames left, Mr. Dillon. I guess it must be all burned out.
I don't remember a house of any kind around here. I wonder what it was.
Well, maybe just a prairie fire that didn't get really started.
Yeah. Oh, there's something, Chester. Over there.
Yeah. I can see a few coals.
Oh.
Why, it's a wagon, Mr. Dillon. It's all burned up.
That's Professor Bone's wagon, Chester.
I golly, sir, you're right. That's his horse, too. Professor! Professor Bone?
Now, let's take a look here.
Where in the world could he be, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Look out now. I'm going to move some of this.
Yeah, I'll help you. Look. Look right there.
Yeah.
You think that's a professor?
I'm afraid so, Chester.
Poor old fella. He must have been asleep and his wagon caught fire.
Maybe.
Funny he couldn't get out, though. Unless he was drunk or something.
Professor Bone didn't drink, Chester.
That's right, I forgot. He sure didn't. Say, you think maybe somebody did this, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he had 2 or 3 men pretty mad at him.
Yeah, or maybe it was Indians.
Oh, not this close to Dodge.
No. No, I guess not.
I don't know, Chester. A lot of things can happen to people who get too lonely. Now, come on, let's get out of here. We'll take care of him in the morning.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. Say, exciting things happen to breakfast when there's sugar crinkles at every place. Sure, new sugar crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. You know why? Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Not too sweet, the way some sugar-coated cereals seem to be, and not like others that aren't sweet enough. Sugar crinkles, every golden crisp nugget of them, is just right sweet. So try starting your day off just right with new sugar crinkles. And don't forget, when you're listening to the radio or watching television, sugar crinkles make great snacks. From the bowl or from the pack for your breakfast or a snack, sugar crinkles are more fun than a circus. Try sugar crinkles soon. They're the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. So better get several packages. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Barney Phillips, Paul Dubov, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, avenges a killing during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
This ain't the smoothest wagon trail I ever seen, but it'll save us a couple of hours going cross country this way.
Don't worry about me, Will. I'll be all right.
It's just I don't like the looks of that storm. Not this time of year. There's a lot of snow in them clouds.
You think we can beat the storm to the line shaft?
Ought to.
You sure?
course I'm sure. Come on, you. Here. Come on. As soon as we get to the top of this rise, you'll see it. Here.
Oh, no.
Oh. Burned. Every last stick of it burned.
Will, what are we going to do?
Some hunter, some drifter maybe left a fire without sand in it, and now it's gone.
I guess the only thing is to head for Dodge, then.
Well, we'd be driving all night.
Well, we can't stay out here, Will. We got to find shelter.
I know.
There must be a ranch house somewhere.
There's just one that I know of.
Well, then let's... No. No, we ain't going there.
We don't have much choice, Harmony.
Will, I couldn't. I just couldn't.
Harmony. That's the only ranch within 15 miles drive. 4 hours more in this wind and cold might just be too much. Like I say, Harmony, we just don't have no choice. We're heading for the ranch.
It's a good thing I toted in all that stove wood, Mr. Dillon. We're going to need plenty of it before morning.
Yeah, it'll be a real cold night, it sure looks like.
Snow keeps on there, so it's going to be 2 foot deep on the level.
You know, if you don't take your boots off that stove, you're going to have 2 feet on the bare ground, Chester.
What are you talking about?
Chester, the soles are starting to smoke. Now take them off the stove.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, I thought I smelled something burning in here.
The stove's red hot.
Yeah, well, at least my feet's warm for the first time in 2 days.
Yeah.
Say, I think maybe I'll rub them with tallow. Leather ought to soak it up real good, being hot that way. And
Evening, Matt.
Kitty, come on in.
Oh, it's cold out tonight.
Stand there by the stove and burn with Chester.
I can't stay, Matt. I got to get back to Long Branch.
Oh, big crowd tonight?
Yeah, but quiet one. Men get sentimental at Christmas time.
Oh, I'm that way myself, Miss Kitty.
Yeah, so am I, Chester. I was thinking earlier this evening what it was like when I was a little girl. We used to always... It was a long time ago.
Why don't you stay a while, Kitty? Let Sam run the place tonight, huh?
Well, the boys sort of need me, Matt. To talk to them and laugh with them. Even though they're thinking of somebody else at the time.
Well, yeah, I know, but...
Oh, I don't mind. It's kind of nice to be needed by somebody. What I was thinking, though, Matt, later, around midnight, maybe the 3 of us could get together. Make some hot rum, maybe?
That's a good idea, Kitty.
By jing, it is. And maybe I could even get Mr. Jonas to rustle up some chestnuts.
Good, Chester.
Then I'll be counting on it. I'll come here if it's all right.
Fine.
Kind of like to get away from the Long Branch later tonight.
Okay.
Well, how are you, Mr. Beaker?
Oh, good evening.
I'll see you later, Matt.
All right, Kitty. Come on in, Jethro. You look like you can stand some warming up.
Marshal Dillon, I got some trouble out at my place.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
I've been invaded, attacked on my own property, shot at. Look at that there hat.
Well, if a bullet had come much closer, you'd have been shot, not shot at. Who was it, Jethro?
Couple coming through in a wagon. They took over my barn. Won't let me put a foot inside.
Oh, what do you mean, a couple? You mean a man and wife?
How do I know if they're man and wife?
Well, maybe they just want shelter from the storm.
Marshal, I don't care what they want. They took possession of my barn without so much as a by your leave. And I want them thrown out of it. Tonight.
Well, can't we leave it till morning, Jethro?
Will Ross ain't spending the night on my property.
Will Ross? Well, is your daughter with him, Harmony?
Marshal, I got no daughter.
Well, you did up until 2 years ago when she married Ross and you threw them both off the place.
For the last time, I got no daughter.
You had one for 19 years, Beaker.
You know me for a man of my word, Marshal. And I'm telling you this. If you don't ride back out there with me right now and get them 2 off my property, I'm going to burn that barn down with them inside it.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
You better saddle up a couple of horses. I don't see any wagon, Jethro.
They hauled it inside the barn. Blast them, they're burning the coal oil stove in the tack room. I got a fire going in the blacksmith's forge.
Well, it's a cold night.
Well, charcoal and oil cost money. Come on out of there, Ross. I got the law with me now.
Jethro, if I'm going to handle this, I'll handle it my own way. Now, you stay right here. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, don't you go easy on them. I want them two treated like any other criminals.
We make mighty good targets again in this snow, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess we do at that. I think the wind's dying down. It may not turn into a blizzard after all.
Mr. Dillon, I just don't like the idea of walking right into a gun.
Will Ross.
Who is it? Who's out there?
It's Matt Dillon. Hold your fire, Will.
You stay back. I'm warning you, Marshal.
I just want to talk to you, Will. Now, come on, open up the door. It's cold out here.
Is old Jethro with you?
No, just me and Chester.
Well, you can come in alone, Matt. You leave your gun out there with Chester.
All right, open up. Here, Chester. Hang on to this.
I just don't like this one bit, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we've got no choice.
Hurry up, man.
Welcome home, Will.
You took a big chance walking up here like that.
No, I doubt it. You wouldn't have shot anybody in cold blood before. I don't think a man changes that much in 2 years.
Not unless he's pushed hard enough.
Maybe. I take that gun now, Will.
You said you just wanted to talk.
Yeah, I do. But not over a gun sight. Now hand it over.
No, stay back, Matt, or... No.
Now, like I said, Will, a man doesn't change that much.
No, I guess not. I wouldn't even have shot old Jethro.
I figured that.
We didn't aim to stop here, Marshal. We was trying to make Dodge and the storm come down on us.
A man takes shelter where he can.
I wouldn't even ask him for a drink of water. Not after the way he treated us when we got married. But we just didn't have no choice.
Where's Harmony, Will?
She's in the tack room. It's warmer there. I made up a bed for her with some straw and blankets.
A bed?
You better go talk to her, Marshal. She'll be right glad to see you after all this time.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir?
You stay here with Ross. I'll be right back.
All right, Mr. Dillon. Well, how you been making out, Will?
Harmony?
Who is it? Matt Dillon. Oh, Matt.
Well, what's going on here, young lady?
Oh, everything, Matt. We're in trouble, real trouble.
Oh, I see.
It'll be any time now, I think.
Don't you worry, Harmony. I'm going to get some help out here right now. And, don't you worry, everything's going to be all right.
You get out of my barn and off my property, Ross. And take that woman of yours with you.
Jethro, I told you to stay outside.
I'll remind you these is my own premises, Marshal.
We'll worry about that later. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go get Doc out here fast.
Oh, what'll I tell him? Is Miss Harmony took down sick?
Not exactly.
What?
Just get riding.
Yes, sir. I'll get him. I'll get him right away.
Oh, there we are. The kettle's boiling again, Doctor.
It certainly is.
It'll only be a minute now. Oh, there's nothing like a nice hot toddy on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah, or any time.
Or any time. How right you are, Dr. Adams. You know, since Mr. Prudlin passed on, This time of year has seemed very lonely to me.
Oh, yes. Well, I always admired your husband, Mrs. Predlin.
He was a fine man, generous to a fault and kind and so thoughtful. Now, there you are.
Oh, thank you.
Just taste it. See if I've laced it enough with brandy.
With brandy? Yes. Oh, my. That's good. Yeah, that's very good. So, you know, Mrs. Predlin, I nearly forgot the reason for my call this evening.
I'd hoped it was just social.
Well, in a sense, it's business. But in a greater sense, it's the spirit of Christmas. Your bill. Oh, as a very small gesture of my affection and esteem, I tear it up.
Why, Dr. Adams, how sweet.
I hope you won't think me familiar or forward. It was only meant as a small indication of my regard.
Dr. Adams, would you care to join me here on the settee? It might be warmer here, closer to the fire.
Oh, yes, when I come to think about it, there is a chill in the air tonight.
Sit still. I'll answer it. Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Predlin. Excuse me, but it's dark here.
No, my gracious.
Why, yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Doc, I've been looking all over town for you.
Well, why did you have to find me? Oh, never mind. What is it you wanted?
Well, it ain't me that wants you. Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Dillon? Well, what's the matter with him?
There ain't nothing the matter with him. He just wants you out of the Beaker place right away. He told me to bring you back.
But this is Christmas Eve.
Well, my gracious alive, I know that.
Well, all right. Mrs. Predlin, thank you for a wonderful time. And I hope you won't think ill of me for rushing off.
Duty calls, Doctor. I understand. Some men can afford to be selfless. And you are one of those men.
Mrs. Predlin, I want you to know that I think you...
Doc, Mr. Dillon is waiting.
I'm coming! Good heavens, Chester, man's got to be polite, doesn't he? Another... Oh, there's... Good night, Mrs. Predlin.
Good night, Doctor.
Come on, Chester.
Matt, I'm scared.
Easy now, Harmony. Will and Chester will be back any minute, and they'll have Doc with them.
Why don't they hurry?
It won't be much longer now.
They got to hurry. They've just got to.
Harmony, it's going to be all right.
Why couldn't Chester have gone alone? Why did you send Well with him?
If he stayed here, your father and him would have been at each other's throats.
Where is Pa?
Out there keeping the forge burning and heating up water. And looking sicker by the minute.
Why did it have to happen here, Matt?
Take it easy now.
If only I had something to hold on to. Maybe if you give me your hands.
Sure. There you go. There.
A baby's first look at the world ought to be all love and joy. Not like this. Not with Pa hating us like he does.
Now, Harmony.
He does. He hates us, Will and me both.
Maybe not as much as he puts on.
Matt. You're right, I think.
What do you mean?
It's not going to be much longer.
Take it easy now.
If Doc doesn't get here, you'll stay with me. You'll help me, won't you, Matt?
What? Yeah, sure I will. I'll do what I can, but... Well, he'll get here, though. Doc always makes it.
I hope so, Matt. But I'm afraid he's going to...
All right. Now what's all this fuss about?
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, it's a fine time of night to drag a man out in the snow. Yeah, can't see why you didn't plan this thing at a decent hour, young lady.
Doc, I'm scared.
Yeah. Oh, fiddlesticks. Not a thing to worry about. Women were having young'uns long before you and I were even born.
Hurry, please.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You settle back there and you quit worrying. I'll tell you when it's time to worry.
Doc, do you mind if
Well, man. Well, look at you. You're as white as a sheet.
Well...
Oh, you thought you were going to have to take over by yourself, didn't you? Yeah, well, all right. You go on out there and tell that old buzzard to heat up some more water. He hasn't got half enough.
All right, Doc.
Yeah. And then you stay out from underfoot, will you, Matt? Because me and Harmony's got work to do. All right, now, little fella. Howdy, young fella. Welcome to the world.
Still cold, Mr. Dillon. Stop snowing, though. Clear as a bell. There you are, Mr. Beaker. Better put some more wood on that forge, I guess. The fire's down pretty low.
So's my wood pile. It's a fool waste trying to heat a barn in midwinter.
I'll cut enough to make it up before we leave. One thing sure, Jethro, we ain't going out beholden to you.
You always was a fine one for talk.
And mostly I can back it up.
Well, you didn't with Harmony. We don't need your old man's farm, you said. We'll have us one twice as big, you said.
Now, we ran into bad luck.
Oh, sure you did. You come crawling back with your tail between your legs.
Not to you, we didn't. We got caught here tonight by accident.
Bad luck, accidents. That's all you was born for. Just what I told Harmony when she defied me and up and married you.
Is that so? Now, you listen to me, Jethro.
All right, that's enough. Now, settle down, both of you. Well, I didn't give you back your gun just to have you start another argument.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm just kind of on edge, I reckon.
Well, you know, Marshal, I'll remind you that all of you are trespassers on my property.
I thought we settled that, Baker. I'm here because you asked the law in, remember?
Well, you sure ain't done nothing.
Force of circumstances. They'll leave as soon as your daughter's able to.
Now, you can count on that.
I got no daughter, Marshal.
Well, anyway, while they're here, you're going to keep the peace.
Well, there ain't no law against talking.
There is if the talk leads to violence. And just remember that Harmony and Will don't like putting up with you any better than you like putting up with them.
Yeah. Real high and mighty, ain't they? Without a roof over their heads.
Well, a lot of folks might figure that makes you look worse than them.
Hey, what kind of talk is that, Marshal?
Well, a ranch this size, a big house on it, and a man your age trying to work it all by himself while his own kin roam the countryside. Some folks might figure a man like that's got a lot of meanness in him.
I told her what to expect if she married this fella.
You know, a man might tell somebody most anything when he's mad, Jethro, but it's plain stubbornness that makes him stick to it afterwards.
Why, they come sneaking into my barn like bandits, Marshal. Didn't even knock on my door. And now you're saying I ought to go crawling to them.
I didn't tell you what you ought to do.
It comes to that, though. And I ain't doing it.
Don't you worry, Jethro. We don't want no part of your ranch.
And it ain't being offered to you. I worked mighty hard to make this place what it is.
A little peace and quiet out here wouldn't do the patient any harm, you know.
How is she, Doc?
Is she going to be all right?
She's fine. And so's the young'un. She'll live to have a dozen more. And he'll grow up and probably come to a bad end, like being a marshal or country doctor. Young lady, I'll be back in the morning, so you get yourself some sleep.
All right, Doc. What would you tell my father?
No, if you've got any telling to do, you tell it yourself.
Pa? Pa?
Well, answer, you old coot. She's talking to
you. Yes. What is it?
Pa, will you come in here and say howdy to your grandson?
Grandson? My grandson?
Of course he's your grandson.
My golly, I hadn't thought of that. my grandson.
I don't know now, Jethro. You just got through claiming you didn't even have a daughter.
Huh? Oh, confound it, Marshal. You're trying to put words in my mouth. Of course I got a daughter. And a grandson.
Not as fine a boy as you could ask for.
Say, Will,
Yeah?
I'd be much obliged if you'd shake hands and kind of forget things, huh?
I can't see no reason not to, Jethro.
Good. Well, come on, Will. Let's look him over. By golly, grandson.
Crazy old fool. Young'uns born every day. It's nothing to get all worked up about.
Who you fooling, Doc?
Nobody. Well, what are we going to do? Huh? Head back to town?
Might as well. They'll probably have some ups and downs yet, but I guess the four of them will be able to work it out now.
Yeah, they'll spoil that kid rotten.
Turned out to be a fine night after the snow quit, didn't it?
Yeah. Look at those doggone stars.
Hey, Doc, why don't you come by the office when we get in town, huh? Kitty's going to be there. We thought we'd have a little something to drink and sit around and talk a while.
Oh, sounds fine.
But it's pretty near 4 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
That's right, Chester.
Well, Miss Kitty won't still be waiting up.
You want to bet?
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Matt? Oh, Matt, where are you?
Is that you, Doc? Sit down. I'll be right in.
Thank you. Coffee.
How are you, Doc? How's the coffee?
Fine, fine. Pour yourself a cup.
Well, gee, thank you.
What were you doing out there, Matt? Watering the prisoners?
I haven't got any prisoners now, Doc.
Oh, then you're falling down on the job. Offhand, I can think of a dozen men around Dodge that ought to be in jail.
Well, you give me a list. I'm going to need somebody to bring to trial next week.
You are? Well, what do you mean?
Well, there's a new circuit court judge coming. He's going to be disappointed if there's nothing for him to do.
A new judge? What happened to Judge Brookings?
Well, he just needed help, I guess. After all, he has to cover about the whole of western Kansas.
Well, who is this new man? What's his name?
By the name of Stokes. Judge Stokes. That's all I know about him.
Stokes? I hope he's a good one. I've seen some remarkably unlearned judges in my time.
Well, it's not an easy job, Doc. And out here, it doesn't pay enough to make it worthwhile to most men. You know, Judge Brooking could probably do twice as well back east.
And so could I, man.
I know, Doc, but then you wouldn't have anything to complain about. And if you didn't have anything to complain about, you'd just shrivel up and die.
Well, at least I wouldn't go to the pauper's grave I'm headed for now.
Say, Doc, how about loaning me $100, huh?
$100? Oh.
Good morning, Homer. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
Chester.
Who's this you got?
Well, this is Homer Tisdale, Mr. Dillon. There's a complaint against him.
Oh, complaint?
Yes, sir. You know Van Walcott, who's took over that little store next to stage office?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, sir, he's coming over here in a few minutes. He claims Homer was trying to rob him.
Oh.
I figured it'd be best to settle a thing right here with you.
Yeah. Were you trying to rob him, Homer?
Yes, sir.
I see. With a gun or what?
No, sir. No, I ain't got no gun.
You were trying to steal something out of his store, then, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, Homer? I haven't seen you in Dodge before.
No, sir. I've been homesteading, Saline River. But I got starved out. I had to quit. I didn't have no luck at all.
Yeah. Well, you sure don't look as though you'd been eating very regular.
No, sir, I ain't.
Well, you got him here. Well, of course I got him here, Wolcott. Dirty little thief. Marshal, I want to sign a complaint against this man.
Mr. Walcott, you've been in Dodge about a month now, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, back east, I guess they're a little more formal in the way they handle things. Now, why don't you just tell me what happened, huh?
Well, I was next door at the stage office talking to Jay Buford. We heard a crash over in my store, or something falling. So we run out, and there he was. We caught him red-handed, Marshal.
Caught him doing what?
Stealing, that's what.
You haven't told me what he stole.
He had a whole handful of potatoes, Marshal. Man's a thief. He belongs in jail.
A whole handful of potatoes. Is that true, Homer? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir, Marshal. Yes, sir, it's true. I was hungry, and I seen the potatoes. I thought he wouldn't miss a couple. I could pay him back later.
Man who steals belongs in jail.
Look, Walcott, he shouldn't have done it. I admit that, but...
Then throw him in jail.
And I can't do that.
Why?
Well, for one thing, Chester and I have to ride up to Fort Larned for a few days, and there wouldn't be anybody here to watch him and feed him.
Leave him some water. That's all he needs.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
You take Homer over to the Long Branch. Maybe Sam Noonan can put him to work sweeping out or washing glasses or something, huh?
Now, look here, Marshal. You ain't going to make a fool of me.
Get going, Chester.
Marshal, I'm telling you...
Mr. Walcott, why don't you get back to your store? Maybe somebody's found a few pennies and wants to buy that handful of potatoes. Doc was right. There probably were a dozen men around Dodge that should have been in jail. But if the law was going to start locking up men like Homer Tisdale, I figured they wouldn't need me to handle the job. At least that's what I thought on the way to Fort Larned. It was 4 days later when we got back, and I found out different. We were riding up Front Street past the stage office when Jay Buford, the stage company manager, and Van Walcott spotted us and started yelling. I had Chester take my horse while I got down and went over to see what they wanted.
Oh, you come back just in time, Marshal.
Done what I said, it wouldn't have happened.
I was just telling Walcott. If you didn't get back today, we'd have to do something ourselves.
What's the trouble, Buford?
Murder. Murder and robbery, Marshal.
Right there in the stage office. Charlie Reynolds is dead and $10,000 is gone. Happened this morning.
Hold up.
It was about 8 o'clock, Marshal. And I'd just opened up my store and gone into the stage office to say good morning to Jay. He was standing there talking to Charlie Reynolds, and, well, I no sooner got inside than the voice out back yelled at us to throw up our hands.
And we did, too.
And then this gunman come forward wearing a mask. He knew right where the money was, too.
I had it in the treasure box waiting for the stage to go north, Marshal.
And this gunman opened it up. It was all bills. And he scooped them out into his pocket. And then he stood there, Marshal, and he told us not to try to follow him. And then before we could even move, he pulled the trigger on poor old Charlie Reynolds and killed him.
Just like that. No reason at all.
You didn't follow him. He got away.
What? Now, who's going to follow a killer like that? We ain't crazy.
Any idea who it was?
You bet we do.
Who?
That mask. That didn't hide nothing.
Well, who was it?
Homer Tisdale.
What?
Just as plain as day, even if he hadn't spoke.
Homer ain't so meek as he looks, Marshal. He's a killer, that's what he is. All that other's just pretending. You should have put him in jail first off.
Any idea where he is?
He must be halfway to Texas by now. But you better find him, Marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah. That Homer's a mighty cool one if he is still in Dodge, Mr. Jones.
Maybe he hasn't heard about it yet, Chester.
You don't think he did it, do you?
Oh, we'll ask him if he's in here.
There he is. Sweeping out back them tables.
Yeah.
Oh, Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Homer.
This fella's looking for a drink. It ain't 10 o'clock yet.
Homer.
Hmm?
How long have you been here?
Oh, come into work about 8:30, Marshal. Why?
Where were you before that?
Out back. Sam leaves me asleep in that shed he's got out there.
Homer, can you prove that you were out there at 8 o'clock this morning?
Prove it?
Did anybody see you?
Well, no. No, nobody ever come out there. Why, Marshal?
Well, the stage office was robbed this morning, and a man was shot and killed.
No.
Jay Buford and Van Walcott witnessed it.
Yeah.
They say you did it.
Me?
They're willing to swear to it.
Well, I didn't rob them. I didn't kill nobody. I wouldn't do nothing like that, Marshal. You don't believe them, do you?
Doesn't matter what I believe, Homer. There are 2 witnesses. You haven't even got an alibi.
Well, I was right out back there, Marshal. I was eating a little bread and some bacon.
Will you promise me something, Homer?
Well, sure, Marshal. What?
You promise me that you won't leave Dodge.
I'm in bad trouble, ain't I?
Yeah.
Well, I won't run. I promise.
3 days later, Judge Stokes' circuit brought him to Dodge. I went over and talked to him about Homer Tisdale. And it was like talking into a rain barrel, or rather a whiskey barrel. The judge seemed to have more interest in corn liquor than in the law. And all I could get out of him was that a jury would have to decide the case. So the following Monday morning, court was opened in an old dance hall across the railroad tracks. A jury was sworn in, and Judge Stokes took over. First, he put Van Walcott on the stand, and then Jay Buford. Chester and I sat with Homer and watched.
Marshal, something I don't understand.
What, Homer?
Well, that judge, he'd been talking to Walcott about me. Now he's going to talk to Buford. Is he going to ask me anything?
Well, sure, Homer. He'll put you on the stand, but you'll have your lawyer to help you.
What?
Look, that man's sitting right over there.
Oh?
He's the lawyer that the judge appointed to defend you.
Oh. Well, how can he help me? He ain't talk to me. He won't know what to say.
Oh, he will talk to you, Homer. I guess there's no hurry.
Mr. Dillon, I never seen that lawyer before. Did you?
No, he's a stranger to me, Chester, but Judge Stokes seems to know him.
Swear, I don't understand why they ain't no prosecutor.
Prosecutor, Chester. All right. But I asked the judge about that, and he said that there's no need for one.
Guess he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Now, Mr. Buford, we've heard the testimony in detail from Mr. Wolcott. So to speed things up a little, I'll just ask you a few questions. Yes, sir. You were at the stage office when the holdup took place, right? That's right, Your Honor. You saw everything Mr. Wolcott saw. That right? Yes, sir. The bandit came in, took $10,000 in bills out of the box, then shot and killed, what's his name?
Charlie Reynolds, Your Honor.
Charlie Reynolds. All right, Mr. Buford. Now, I want you to tell the gentlemen in the jury who that bandit was.
It was Homer Tisdale, Your Honor.
Homer Tisdale? How did you know it was him?
Well, he had a mask on, but it didn't really hide nothing. It was him, all right. And besides, it was his voice, plain as day.
Then you knew him before?
Sure. The day we caught him robbing Wolcott's store. He's been a thief ever since he come to Dodge.
Oh, now, look here. Your Honor.
You're out of order, Marshal.
But, Your Honor, he's giving the jury a wrong impression of this man. Now, believe me.
You sit down, Marshal, or I'll hold you in contempt.
Your Honor, don't you understand?
All right. There. That's better. The jury's competent to judge the evidence, Marshal. All right, Mr. Buford, you may step down. Yes. We'll now hear from the defense. Take over, Mr. Shipp.
Oh, Marshal, you didn't talk to me, didn't ask me nothing. You said you would.
Just wait a minute, Homer. We'll see what your defense says about it.
May it please the court and the gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence. I rest my case.
What? Marshal?
That ain't no defense.
What does that mean, Marshal? He's sitting down already. Marshal.
He can't do that.
All right, silence. Silence in the court. Silence. The jury will retire to consider the evidence, and it'll return with its verdict in, say, a half hour. And it better be the right verdict, or I'll hold you all in contempt. Now, get to work.
Marshal, I don't understand, Marshal. I thought a man had a right to say something for himself.
Yeah, so did I, Homer.
And that defense feller, he didn't help none. Where's the judge going now?
Outside for a drink, I expect.
Well, what?
You wait here with Chester.
Will you talk to him, Marshal? Tell him I didn't do it.
I'll be back,
I
Homer.
didn't do nothing.
Oh. Have a nip, Marshal?
No, thank you, Judge.
I always like to get the jury out. Gives a man time for a little refreshment. That's good corn you make here.
Yeah.
You know, Marshal, I'm a drinking man, but I've never been drunk in my life. Never once.
Well, that's fine, Judge.
Marshal, I'm sorry I had to sit you down so hard in there, but a court's got to be run by one man or it'll get out of hand. I know. I've seen it happen.
I've seen some things happen in court, too, Judge. I never saw an accused man not get a chance to defend himself before.
Well, you heard the evidence, Marshal. What defense could he make? It'd be just a waste of time.
I see.
I want to get this trial over with. I got to take the train up to Abilene at midnight. That doesn't give me much time to see Dodge, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't.
In fact, a half hour's too long for that jury. I'm going to call him back now. You'll excuse me, Marshal?
Sure, Judge, sure.
Maybe you'll change your mind and have that drink with me after, huh?
Yeah, Judge. Maybe.
Well, he sure didn't give that jury much time, did he, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't, Chester.
Marshal, what do you think they'll say?
They haven't much choice, Homer.
Well, gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Let's hear it.
We find the defendant, Homer Tisdale, guilty.
Homer Tisdale?
I ain't guilty, Marshal.
Stand up.
I didn't do nothing.
Stand up, Homer. Go on.
It ain't fair.
Homer Tisdale, you've been found guilty. Where's the money? What did you do with that $10,000?
I ain't got it, Judge. I didn't take it. Honest, I didn't
Silence!
take it.
Since you won't tell us where you buried that money, I'm going to sentence you. For robbery, you get 20 years in prison.
20 years?
But you'll never serve 'em, Homer Tisdale. You're a double-dyed monster, and your hands are steeped in human blood. Creatures of your like aren't fit to live. Away with you. And for murder, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. Court dismissed.
Marshal, did you hear him? Did you hear what he said?
I declare I never seen nothing like this. There might just as well not have been no trial at all.
Take Homer to jail, Chester, and keep him there.
Well, it ain't right, Mr. Dillon. It just ain't right at all.
Do it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a drink with Judge Stokes.
What?
Yeah. We're going to become real good friends.
Have another drink, Judge?
No more, Miss Kitty. I've got to be going.
Ah, pour him one, Kitty. He's got an hour yet before his train leaves. Have you, Judge?
Sure. You'll have another, Judge. There you are. You can't sit around a whole hour without a drink.
I told you,
Aren't you enjoying yourself, Judge?
Oh, it isn't that, Miss Kitty, but, I haven't been alone all day long.
Well, it's been my pleasure, Judge. I don't often get a chance to be with a man like you.
I know, but
Sure.
there must be things you have to do. I just don't feel right taking up all your time this way.
Oh, don't worry about him, Judge. People don't get really serious about breaking the law around here until after midnight anyway.
That's right, Judge. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put you on the train, and then I'll get to work. Huh?
No, I don't want anybody to put me on the train.
Well, it's less than an hour from now.
Marshal, I insist I go alone. I'm going to leave now.
Well, it doesn't take that long to get to the depot, Judge.
I want to walk around first by myself. I like being alone sometimes. Well, everybody does.
Oh, okay, Judge. Sure, I understand. You go on alone if you want.
Well, I'm grateful to you, Marshal, for all you've done. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Kitty.
Well, goodbye, Judge. Look me up when you come back.
Of course. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Judge. Goodbye. Let me know when he gets out the door, Kitty.
I will. I don't know what this is all about, Matt, but I hope I did what you wanted.
You were a big help. Got pretty tiresome till we came in here.
There it goes. You better hurry if you're going to follow him.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up Chester first. I think I know where the judge is going. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
I declare must have drove him crazy, Mr. Dillon. You dogging him around that way.
I worried him some, Chester. That's how I knew I must be right.
Here we are. We better watch through the side window there, and they'll see us.
Yeah.
Can you see anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. They're in there, all right. Judge Stokes is with them. All right, come on. We'll walk right in the front door. You get to one side when we go in, Chester.
Yes,
sir. Dillon, what are you doing here?
I thought you wanted to be alone, Judge.
Shoot him. Shoot him, I tell you. He knows.
Now, Buford, Walker, which one of you is going to shoot me? Now, one of you must have a gun somewhere. You shot Charlie Reynolds. No? Then get your hands up while we search you.
I got a gun, Marshal. Here.
I'll give it to Get his gun, Chester. It's still in his pocket. Tell me, Judge, how much money did they give you out of the $10,000?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal, but I'll have you in court for this.
Oh, I'll be in court with you and in front of Judge Brooking. You know, you overplayed your hand today, Judge Stokes. You and that bought defense lawyer, and I'll find him before the night's out.
You wouldn't dare arrest a judge. Whoever heard of such a thing?
Well, now, I guess maybe a judge is a pretty important man, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Well,
I tell you, since you are the most important man here, I'm going to give you a cell by yourself. You can have Homer Tisdale's. He won't be needing it anymore.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Over the CBS radio.
This is KRLD, AM and FM in Dallas, complete big-time radio. KRLD Radio 1080 has more listeners than any other single radio station in Texas. KRLD and its staff are dedicated to three principles: service, entertainment, and information for its vast audience. Only the highest standards in all three fields are maintained. Complete big-time radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Go get the horses saddled, Chester. I'll meet you at the stable in a few minutes, huh?
Maybe I ought to stay with you while you tell her. I might be of some help if she starts throwing things.
Don't worry about Kitty. She'll understand, all right?
I wouldn't count on her, Mr. Dillon. She's been looking forward to this sociable for weeks.
Some things can't be helped, Chester. The law comes before town socials. Kitty knows that as well as I do.
Yes, sir. Well, good luck.
If I'm not there by the time you're ready, you bring the horses back here to the Long Branch, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right. Hello, Sam.
Yeah, Marshal.
Where's Miss Kitty?
Back in the office.
Oh, thanks.
Come in.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Matt. You're early.
Yeah, I came by to tell you that I won't be able to go with you after all.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, I just got a telegram from the sheriff in Springfield. I got to go over there and pick up a prisoner and bring him back here for trial.
And you're leaving right now?
Well, yeah, Chester's getting our horses.
Well, couldn't it wait for 3 hours?
Well, it's a 2-day ride up there, Kitty. Judge Blint will be in Dodge for the trial on Friday, and I'd be cutting it pretty close as it is. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, of course. Doesn't matter. There'll be another social next year.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm not too sure I like this new dress I bought anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's very pretty.
I'm glad you like it.
Kitty, I know you've been looking forward to this. Just because I can't take you is no reason that you shouldn't go. You know, there are plenty of fellows who'd be more than happy to take you.
Oh, you're right, Matt. Shouldn't be any trouble at all to find 2 or 3 escorts in the next half hour.
Well, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty. I'll see you when I get back, huh? So long.
So long, Matt. I hope you have a real nice trip.
Well, if I'd have been in town yesterday, Kitty, I would have taken you to the social.
That's sweet of you, Doc, but I don't think I'd have gone anyway. Matt sort of took the wind out of me.
Nah, but Kitty, never depend on a marshal. Or a doctor, either, when it comes to social affairs.
I suppose I should have resigned myself to that by this time, but it hurts all the same. Sometimes I think I'd be better off if I got out of this town. Maybe you went to San Francisco.
Oh, no, Kitty. No, you'll feel different when Matt gets back. Everything will be the same again.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing I can count on. Everything will always be the same.
The Arkansas is just over there, Kitty. Maybe we better water the horse and head back to Dodge.
You getting hungry, Doc?
Oh, I won't have any trouble eating a good-sized breakfast. But more important, I have to be back at the office. Mrs. Ketchum is bringing her kids in this morning.
All 6 of them?
All 6 of them. One's going to give them their smallpox vaccinations.
Doc, hey, look. Is that a man lying over there?
Yes. There's something wrong. He must be hurt. Whoa, there. Here, I'll give you a hand, Kitty. What's the matter, mister? This man needs help, Kitty. He's lost a lot of blood.
What's wrong with him?
He's been shot. He needs help, bad.
Oh, what can you do for him way out here?
Best thing would be to get him into Dodge. I don't think he'd make it.
Rudd Stewart's place isn't far from here.
Yes, you're right, Kitty. We'd better try to get him there. You've been a big help, Rudd. I appreciate you letting us bring this man in here.
And that's the least I could do, Doc, considering what you've done. That's one thing I don't think I could ever do, take a bullet out of a man.
Well, I'm just thankful we got it out in time.
You think he'll live, huh?
We should. It's up to him now.
Wonder who he is.
Doc?
Huh?
I think he's coming out of it.
No, just lie easy, mister.
What? Who are you?
I'm Doc Adams from Dodge.
How'd I get here?
Well, we found you out in the prairie and brought you here.
Oh. Where's my horse?
I put him out in the barn, young feller.
My saddlebags. Where's my saddlebags?
No, lie back there. You can't be stirring around. You'll have to take it easy for a while.
Gotta have saddlebags.
Well, where is it, Rudd?
In the barn?
Hey, mister, will you please bring it?
All right, yeah. I'll get it.
Please. Yes.
What's your name, mister?
Murdoch. Dean Murdoch.
How'd you get that bullet in you?
Well, how long do I have to be in this bed?
Well, that all depends on how well you take care of yourself. It's up to you.
You gonna tell us about the bullet, mister?
Yeah. Someone tried to rob me. Last night when I was heading for Dodge. Where's my gun?
No, it's right over there on the chair.
You must be carrying something mighty important in that saddlebag.
My money, my pay money. I just left a trail herd, Abilene. When's that old man coming back?
Just a minute. Stop worrying. You got to get some rest. You understand?
Yeah.
Kitty.
Yeah. You believe him, Doc?
Well, I don't know why not. He seems like a nice enough fellow.
Yeah. You really think you'll be all right?
It'll take a few days, though. I should get him into the office, but he can't be moved until tomorrow at least. But he'll have to have proper care today.
Doc,
Yeah?
I'm a pretty good nurse when I have to be.
Oh, no. This isn't your responsibility.
Well, it's just as much mine as it is yours. You can't stay. Mrs. Ketchum's bringing her kids in. Remember?
Oh, no. I'm not leaving you here. Rudd can take care of him.
But you can't depend on Rudd. He's too feeble. I'll stay here today.
Oh, well, I don't know. I suppose it'll be all right. But I'll come back this evening and see how he's doing. And then I'll take you back to Dodge.
All right, Doc. And don't you worry about a thing.
When's the last time you used your flash camera? Back around the holidays? Well, before another big event comes up in your house, why not take the camera down from the shelf and try it out? This is one good way to make sure your camera's batteries are still working. If they're not working or they're weak, then hurry. Take advantage of your Sylvania dealer's great offer now. He'll give you free a Bright Star pen light photo flash battery with each pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs you buy. That's a 20-cent value free. While you're at your dealer's, why not stock up on several packs of Blue Dots along with several free batteries? That way you'll always have both on hand, ready and waiting for any picture-taking occasion. But don't delay. This offer is good for a limited time only. So, anywhere Sylvania photo supplies are sold, at your drugstore, supermarket, photo supply store, anywhere, ask for Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs, the world's largest selling brand. And you'll receive a Bright Star photo flash battery with each and every pack you buy. Get several packs today.
You feel like some more soup, Dean?
Yeah, I guess.
Here. I'll hold the spoon for you. There.
It ain't bad.
Well, this'll bring you back your strength quicker than anything else.
Oh, I feel better already.
That sleep you had brought the color back to your face.
Hey, now, just why would a big-time saloon owner spend her whole day nursing a saddle bum like me?
Oh, I haven't taken the time to figure out the reason why.
Yeah, well, I'd say I'm pretty lucky.
Where you from, Dean?
Down Texas. Used to be with the Rangers down there.
Why'd you leave?
Oh, didn't want to be a lawman the rest of my life. Too many regulations, too much responsibility.
So I hear.
So I resigned and joined a trail herd going north and left them in Abilene, and here I am.
You said you were headed for Dodge. You going to settle there?
No, just going through. On my way to California.
California?
Yeah. You ever been there?
Yeah, once. Long time ago.
Hey, Kitty, you got ties in Dodge?
Well, there's the Long Branch.
Yeah. What else? Or is it who else?
Oh, you're getting nosy.
No, just call it interested. And I don't meet many people I'm interested in.
Here, eat your soup.
Thanks. No, I ought to be well enough to go on another week. Now, that ought to give you enough time to sell that Long Branch, and then you can come along to California with me. How about that?
Don't tempt me.
No, with your money and my money, you can buy us a whole stack of Long Branches in San Francisco.
Where'd you get all your money anyway?
Oh, I had a good bit saved up before I joined that trail herd. And then with my pay money from it, that'd give me a nice stake.
If you were really smart, you'd put that money in a bank instead of carrying it around in your saddle.
Ain't heard of a bank yet was safe. I want that money where I can see it.
Oh, Miss Kitty, there's a man riding up out front.
Who is it?
I don't know.
What's he look like?
Don't look like anybody I know from Dodge.
He riding a Pinta?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he is.
Do you know him, Dean?
Yeah, that's the man that shot me last night. I gotta get out of here.
Now, you wait a minute. You're in no shape
This
to
could
go
be
anywhere.
trouble for you and Rudd, Kitty. He knows I have this money.
Dean, please lie down and listen to me.
No.
Now, Rudd can go out and tell him there's no one here. He'll believe Rudd. There won't be any trouble.
That's right. I can tell him. I'll go out and meet him.
Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
But, Kitty, you don't know this.
Go ahead.
Howdy.
Hello. Is your place?
That's right. What do you want?
Looking for a friend of mine.
He ain't here.
He left a pretty good trail leads to this place.
There ain't nobody here besides me.
When's the last time you looked in your barn?
Ain't nobody down there either.
You wouldn't mind if I seen for myself, would you?
Ain't no use. You can take my word for it. I was just down there a bit ago.
Who was in that house?
Nobody.
Well, I just saw something move in there. You're lying, old man.
No, I ain't. No. That's my wife you saw.
Well, you said there was nobody else here.
And I meant besides her.
You turn around.
No.
You turn around and lead the way.
No, get that gun out of my bag.
You do as I say, old man, or I'll kill you.
All right. See? Ain't nobody here.
Where's that door lead to?
Just a bedroom.
All right, Dean. If you're in there, come out. Don't try anything or I'll kill the old man. All right. We're coming in. Move. Open it.
Don't do it, Rudd. Drop the gun, mister. Get your hands up.
Now, look.
Drop the gun, I said.
All right.
Pick it up, Rudd. Now, you get out of here, mister, or I'll kill you.
He's in there, ain't he? You're hiding.
Go on. Get out.
I don't think you got the nerve to shoot me.
Don't try me, mister.
Get out of the way, Kitty.
You killed him.
Dean, you didn't have to do that. He was going to leave.
You don't know what he'd have done, Kitty.
Well,
for a man flat on the back, you sure got well in a hurry.
I owed him them bullets. But at least now my money's safe. We're going to have a clear trail to California now, Kitty, you and me.
You're losing your mind. Come on, Rudd. Let's get him back to bed.
Do you see speed laws and other regulations as restrictive? Well, that could be more infantile than believing one can prove his superiority by ignoring a stoplight. Unfortunately, too many drivers on the road subscribe to that kind of emotional outlook. The result is tragic. Almost 85% of all traffic accidents in America are caused by careless, childish driving. We hope sincerely that your attitudes are adult. We hope you know our traffic laws and the people who enforce them are there to help save your life.
Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Matt, when'd you get back?
A few minutes ago.
Oh, we had a little excitement while you were gone.
Yeah, so I hear. Moss Grimmick was telling us something about it down at the stable. Thought I better come over here and get the full story.
Well, Kitty should be the one to tell you. She was right in the middle of it.
The Moss said I'd find her up here.
No, she's not here right now, but she usually is. You see, that Dean Murdoch fella is in the next room then. Kitty's been watching over him like a schoolgirl with a lame kitten.
She has?
Yeah.
Well, how's this Murdoch doing?
Oh, fine. So all I can do is keep him in bed. Ordinarily, a man as bad off as he was when we found him would be laid up for a couple of weeks, but not him. And this is only the fourth day.
What'd you do with the man he killed out there?
Well, we buried him at Rudd's place. I got out there not long after it happened, and poor old Rudd, he was struggling to dig a grave, so I helped him. I knew that you'd want to know all about him, so I wrote down a full description.
Yeah, let me see it.
Yeah, it's on the desk along with my coroner's report. Yeah.
When'd you bring Murdoch into Dodge, Doc?
Well, not until the next morning. I didn't want to move him that day, and it's a good thing I didn't, too. He started to run a bad fever, so Kitty and I spent the night at Rudd's place. You should have seen her, Matt. She was up most of the night, keeping wet cloths on his forehead, and if you ever need a good nurse, you know where to get one.
Doc, this description fits the man I was supposed to pick up in Springville.
What?
Yeah, his name is Blade Grant. By the time I got there, he'd broken jail.
Well,
You mind if I go in and talk to Murdoch?
No, come on. Dean, this is Marshal Dillon. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello.
Dean?
Didn't know this town was big enough to have a marshal.
Oh, now, don't tell me Kitty hasn't told you about Marshal Dillon.
No, she didn't.
Well, I'll be in the other room if you need me.
Thanks, Doc. Dean, how well did you know Blade Grant?
Who?
Blade Grant, the man you killed at Rudd's place.
Oh, was that his name?
I'm pretty sure of it. What did you know about him?
Nothing.
Well, Blade Grant and his partner robbed the bank in Springville. The sheriff stopped Grant and jailed him, but the partner got away with the money. Now, 5 days ago, the partner came back, killed the sheriff, and let Grant out of jail.
Marshal, I don't know nothing about
I just
that.
got in from Springville. I was supposed to bring Grant back here for trial.
Well, all I know is, Marshal, he's the man who tried to rob me, if it's the same one.
No. They tell me you keep your money in that saddlebag, huh?
That's right.
If you don't mind, I think I'll take a look.
Hey, Miss Kitty.
Oh, Chester!
Wait up a minute.
Sure, Chester.
Well, I seen you from across the street.
I didn't know you were back.
Yeah, we rode in just a little bit ago.
Where's Matt?
He went up to Doc's office.
Well, I was just going there myself.
Oh, well, I'll walk with you.
Sure.
Hey, we heard all about what happened to you out at Rudd's place. That sure was something.
Well, I'll never forget it. How was your trip?
Long, dusty, and all for nothing. Gunshots. Sound like they come from Doc's office.
Let's go. Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
I had to shoot a man in there, Chester.
Dean. Oh, Dean.
Kitty, wait. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Matt, maybe you better tell Kitty what happened.
Yeah. Maybe you better.
Well, Kitty, Dean Murdoch had a partner, Blade Grant, the man he killed out at Rudd's. They robbed a bank up in Springville.
Dean?
The sheriff caught Grant, but Dean got away. And then he came back and broke Grant out of jail and killed the sheriff.
I can't believe that.
Well, that's true. When he took Grant to the place where he hid the money, Grant tried to take all the money and shot Dean in the process. Dean got away, and you know the rest. He told me that just before he died.
But he wasn't that kind of a man.
The bank money was marked, Kitty. It's in there if you want to see it.
Oh. Why'd you have to kill him?
Because he drew first, Kitty. When he knew I had him dead to rights. I'm sorry it happened the way it did. I understand how you felt about him.
There's no reason for you to be sorry, Matt. It's your job, I guess. Part of your rotten job. If you'll excuse me, I think I'd better get back to the Long Branch.
Kitty,
Being Saturday and all.
Kitty.
Could I walk you back, Miss Kitty?
Thank you, Chester.
Oh, Doc, what do you think?
Well, she took it a lot better than I thought she would.
Why don't we take care of things here and then go on down to the Long Branch and buy Kitty a drink, huh?
Yeah. I think she'd like that.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Bran. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need bran?
What do you want when you need bran?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Bran?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Bran? Reliability.
Right. There's nothing like the reliable Kellogg way to get the effectiveness you want from bran. Kellogg's All Bran is the real Battle Creek formula with more of the vital bran bulk to help you keep regular. Low in calories and mighty appetizing. That's Kellogg's All Bran. And take advantage of the special rosebush offer now on the package. Famous queen of the garden rose bushes, 6 formally patented varieties, every one a beauty, at just a fraction of their usual cost. Yours for only 50 cents a bush when you include a box top from reliable, effective Kellogg's All Bran.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Frank Ferris, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Louis de Rochemont's Windjammer, a modern adventure on the high seas, now showing at the Wynwood Theater in Cinemiracle. The 3-projector process that casts its image on a gigantic curved wall-to-wall screen. See the exclusive engagement, Windjammer, at the Wynwood Theater, Zangsit, Illinois, in Oak Cliff. Call Whitehall 29529 for reservations. You're in tune with KRLD, AM and FM Dallas, complete big-time radio. Each Monday night at 8:10, when KRLD salutes one of the high schools in this area, you'll be entertained with music by the high school bands. You'll also enjoy songs by the various choral groups. Listen Monday night at 8:10, when KRLD will salute Grand Prairie High School. Stay tuned now for the news of the world tonight, followed at 7:15 by Howard K. Smith. KRLD time now 7 o'clock, the downtown temperature 46 degrees.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
There. Report's finished, Mr. Dillon.
Good. You better go on home now, Chester. It's getting late.
Yes, sir. Oh, what about these new Dodgers?
I'll just leave them there. I'll look them over.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
We got company at the back door.
Yeah.
All right, come in, mister.
In, I said. Get your paws off of me.
What? A girl.
Sure, I'm a girl. What do you think I am?
Well, put that long rifle away and I'll tell you. Where'd you get that thing, anyway?
Pappy brought it with him from Kentucky, if it's any of your business, which it ain't by a darn sight.
Uh-huh. What you doing hanging around in the alley?
Get rid of him there, and we'll jaw about it.
Huh? I see. Chester? Good night.
Well, but I'm not going to... Yes, sir. Good night, Mr. Dillon. My gracious.
You Marshal here?
That's right, miss.
My name's Hannah. Hannah Tolman. You arrest folks, don't you?
Well, if they've committed a crime, yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, then I got somebody for you to arrest.
Oh, who?
Pappy.
Why?
'Cause I said to, that's why. And somebody's been trying to kill him. I figure about the safest place for him is in jail.
Wait a minute. Slow down. Let's start at the beginning, huh?
A few days ago, Pappy was bushwhacked up in the hills near our place.
Oh? Was he hurt?
No. Slug just bounced off in his head a little. Yesterday, the bushwhacker tried again. He missed.
Sounds like a bad shot.
Sure. But if he keeps trying, he may get lucky. So you put Pappy in jail until I can run down this ambushing gent, okay?
You plan to cross guns with him yourself?
I may be a girl, but I was barking squirrels while you was still trying to dent a tin can.
Well, you better let me take care of it, miss. And as for your father, I can't jail him without a charge.
Sure, I know that. What kind of a charge do you want?
Well, what kind do you have?
Well, most any, I reckon. Ain't it enough that he's drunk all the time?
Well, I can hold him overnight on that.
What if he shoots up the town?
That's 5 days for disturbing the peace.
That'll do.
Where did he do this shooting?
We ain't. Yet. He's down at the Alafraganza slopping up booze with that other old buzzard Jingle Bob.
Oh, the swamper?
Yeah, that's the one. You'd best be somewheres around the saloon in a few minutes. I got a feeling Pappy's about due to bust the law again.
Her story didn't make much sense, but there was something about the mountain girl's gleaming black eyes and the set of her pretty but stubborn face that made me go to the Alafraganza. At the bar, I ordered a glass of rye and watched two bewhiskered old-timers trying to outlie each other over a rapidly emptying bottle.
Yes, Jingle Bob. You just wait and see. Jed Tolman's going to have the biggest darn horse ranch in Kansas come spring.
Sure you are, absolutely. And me, why, I reckon I'll just buy up this here saloon.
Oh, you're lying.
Well, sure I am. Ain't you?
What's my money was spending, ain't it? How many times I got to tell you I'm getting rich?
Pappy, are you drunk?
If I ain't, I've been wasting a sight of time. Now leave me alone, daughter. Go home where you belong.
I'm going. Only come over to tell you, man bet me $10 you couldn't shoot out that lamp on the first shot.
What's that? Oh, give me that rifle.
All right, hold on. That's enough of that.
Stay back, son.
What?
Now, go collect your $10, daughter.
Yeah, Pappy. But I think the marshal here's a-fixin' to arrest you.
Huh?
Ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I guess I am. All right, come along, Jed. Come on.
Why, get your hands
Come
off me. Why, I never... You jailing a man for having a little fun. Why, you'd never get away with this back in Kentucky.
Jed, you're in trouble, aren't you? Who's trying to kill you?
I reckon that's my business.
Now, that's the law's business.
I'll take care of myself, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Back in the saloon there, you mentioned having money and getting more.
So?
From what I've heard, you and your daughter run a 2-bit horse ranch up in the hills. That hardly figures to make you rich.
So?
You thick-headed old... Look, all I'm doing is trying to save your skin if it's in danger. Now, why don't you help me instead of being...
Reckon I don't wanna.
Well, that's plain enough. Morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon. You better take a look at this new Dodger.
Huh? Wanted for robbery and murder, Vic Tolman. So that murderous gun hawk is loose again, huh?
Broke out of prison last week.
Yeah.
If he's kin to Jed Tolman, he'll likely be heading this way.
Yeah, likely. I'll give you a hunch, Chester. I think he's here already.
You do? You know where he is?
No, not exactly. But I expect Hannah Tolman may have an idea. And that's where I'm heading.
That's what I like to see. A man-sized appetite.
This wonderful corn pone.
And I'm a good cook. I've been cooking for Pappy ever since Ma died 10 years ago.
Huh? You take pretty good care of him.
Somebody has to. Pappy's kind of shiftless. I reckon he'd starve if I didn't feed him. Only things he cares about are wild horses and booze. In a pinch, he'd give up horses.
You know, you're quite a woman, Hannah. You're pretty, brave, and with more courage than most men I know.
Too quick, Marshal.
What?
You're sweetening me up for some reason. Not that I mind, you understand. I'm partial to a strapping fella like you. And Pappy's always after me to get hitched up. Says it ain't fitting for me to be 22 without a man.
Oh, you're still young.
Not the mountain folk. I'm an old maid. And I'm agreeable for some sweet talk. Only I don't trust yours. What are you after, Marshal?
All right, Hannah. I only want the truth.
About what?
Where's your father getting this money he's spending?
I wish I knew.
Who shot at him?
I don't know, but I'm aiming to find out.
Where's Vic? Where's he hiding, Hannah?
Who?
Vic Tolman, your brother. Or maybe he's your cousin.
Brother.
Where?
I don't know.
Hannah, be sensible. Vic's a murderer.
Vic's my kin. We Tolmans don't turn on each other.
If you shelter him, you're guilty of...
Marshal, I reckon you just wore out your welcome.
That prisoner will stand up and face me. Jed Tolman, you've been found guilty of disturbing the peace. Sentence of this court is 5 days in jail or $100.
100? Well, Judge, ain't that a mite steep just for...
$100 or 5 days.
I ain't got that much on me. But I can get it if you let me go.
Just a minute.
Order in the court. Now, what's the meaning of this interruption?
I want to pay this man's fine, Your Honor.
That's your privilege, sir. $100. Pay the clerk.
Yes, sir.
Dick Curry. Somebody's been turning over rocks.
Well, I don't know him, but he's sure a friend. Looks like I ain't going with you, Marshal.
Yeah, looks like. But in your boots, I wouldn't be happy. Curry's one of the worst killers yet unhung.
Oh, Matt, is that a way to talk about me? I'm clear with the law. Come on, Mr. Tolman.
Go ahead, Jed. And, say hello to Vic for me.
Vic? Oh, no. Mr. Curry. Is that true?
What's the difference who put up the 100? Come on.
No, not if it's Vic. No, you can't make me.
I said come on.
Marshal, don't let him take me.
Oh, shut up and come on before
Curry.
Stay out of this, Marshal.
I don't think so. You paid his fine. You didn't buy him.
He's going with me, Matt. Don't try to stop me.
I can't imagine anything that'd give me more pleasure.
You don't like living, do you?
Very much. Now, just any time you feel like it.
No, not here, Matt. I'll pick my spot.
Yeah. I'll try not to turn my back on any dark alleys.
Do that. And, Tolman, I'll be seeing you again.
We'll return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, strength against aggression calls for guns, tanks, planes, and explosives in tremendous quantity. It calls for other things, too. Moral strength, based on equality of opportunity for all, and economic strength, which today can be based only on continued high output of civilian goods. America must produce, as she never has before, war material, civilian goods, and democracy. Only an all-out effort in all three directions will give us security against aggression. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Some stud, Marshal? Why don't we play while we wait?
No thanks, Jingle Bob. You needn't wait with us.
Jed's my friend, Mr. Dillon.
Sure.
Maybe I can't help him none, but at least I can share whatever the trouble is. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jed here is a lying old ringtail drunk, but me, well, when a man is down to scrubbing saloon floors just to get the liquor that'll keep his nerves from shaking apart, he's grateful for any friendship that's offered.
Don't move. Curry, get his gun.
Sure thing.
You recognize me, Marshal?
Yeah, let's have it.
Yeah. Vic Tolman. There are Dodgers out on you.
You're a cool one, Dillon. Too bad we're on opposite sides of the fence.
Yeah, it's too bad. Real pity. Now I'm going to enjoy this job.
What job?
Well, don't you know? Vic's taking his paw away from you. But you won't mind. You'll be dead.
Curry, you stick here and take care of these two. Jed and I'll go on ahead.
Oh, son, I don't want to go nowhere.
Now, Paul, don't rile me. You're going with me.
None of you are going anyplace, Vic. Check.
What?
Window. Reach high, both of you, and let go of that hardware.
Now, you better do as he says. Because Chester's a little nervous with that shotgun.
There's mine.
Looks like the odds are with you, so...
You might as well get rid of that spare in your boot, Vic, before you run into any temptations.
You got sharp eyes, Marshal. The law gets a lot of backing up tonight.
Your mistake, Vic. Sometimes people just don't give Chester enough credit.
Chow time. Beefsteak, fried potatoes, stewed corn. Marshal, I must say you run a nice jail, don't he, Curry? Don't mind Curry. He's a little depressed about last night. You still run a nice jail. Something on your mind, Marshal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple of things.
Such as?
Oh, such as your father spending money he hasn't earned, claiming to know where he can get more.
Paul's sure a terrible liar.
Mm-hmm. Such as him getting shot at twice and refusing to talk about it. Or help me investigate.
Paul's a little bashful, too.
Yeah. Such as his being afraid of you.
I guess Paul's getting old, little dottery.
Yeah. Then, of course, there's you.
Well, now you're on my favorite subject. Go on.
Well, you're a killer and a thief. But you're cool and smart. Smart enough to educate yourself.
Had lots of time to read in the pen. Lots of time.
You're going to have more. But not much more. Because you're going to hang for those guards that you killed.
Maybe. Curry, ain't you going to eat that?
Mm-mm.
Now, go on about me being smart.
You're smart enough to know the most dangerous place for you to go after you escaped was here.
Well, it looks like I ain't as smart as you think.
It depends on what reason you had for risking coming here.
Boy, that's sure good coffee. First jail I was ever in where the coffee was fit to drink.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Marshal. Now, just what was my reason?
The reason was money.
Money?
Cash. It's the only thing that'd give you a chance to get out of the country. You're in for robbery as well as murder. How much of the loot was recovered?
You know how it is, Marshal. Easy come, easy go. I spent it as fast, well, nearly as fast as I got it.
So nothing was recovered, huh?
No, it was all gone.
It was all hidden, you mean? Hidden until Jed found it.
Paul?
Sure. That's his source of money. It's also why he was afraid to go with you.
Like I said, too bad we're on opposite sides. You got brains and you use them.
You want to fill in the details for me?
I'll tell you this. You're right about my cash and money. I'd had it and be on my way to Mexico by now if Paul hadn't switched hiding places on me. You know, it hurts. Paul's turning against me.
Yeah. The Tolmans always stick together. Except when money's involved.
How about you, Marshal? Money by you? Sky's the limit.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, I figure not. Well, been a nice chat. Want to take you straight? Hurry, give me a hand.
All right, back up, Curry. That's it. And tell Vic when he wakes up to take it easy. Or he won't live to be hung. Hey, Jingle Bob. You seen Jed?
Sorry, Marshal. I don't know where Jed is. Been looking for him myself. Golly, I'm cold.
He must have left town last night.
Yeah. Ain't you cold?
I got an old jacket you can have.
I'd rather have a shot. Better still 2 shots.
You got the jumps?
Always got 'em, except when I'm full of booze. Funny, you won't believe it, but there was a time when I couldn't stand the taste of hard liquor. Made me sick. No, can't live without it.
Yes, you can.
Well, maybe, let's say I don't want to.
Let's say that... Here.
Huh?
Go buy yourself a drink.
Hey, that's enough for a whole bottle. Well, thanks. See you later, Marshal.
Supper time, Chester. Chester, you all right? The prisoners?
Gone. Hannah Tolman slipped him a gun. They made me open up the cell, and Vic slugged me.
Well, I know where they'll go.
Please, Mr. Dillon, take me along. It was my fault they escaped.
All right, Chester. Ask Doc to put a quick patch on that head, and we'll go after him together.
Starting to get dark.
Yeah.
Why'd we leave the road back there?
I wanted to reach that rise, Chester.
But we circled around to come up the back side. Does that have something to do with you bringing binoculars?
Yeah, it does. Vic Tolman will know he'll be followed. I want to see what kind of a surprise he has for us. All right, pull up. You wait here.
See anything?
No. Not yet. Now, wait. I know now. Yeah, it's Curry, all right. He's holed up in some brush just beyond the turn in the road down there.
Well, what do we do, Mr. Dillon?
Take the horses and circle back the way we came. Start up the road, but don't make the turn.
I understand.
Now, be sure. As long as you don't make the turn, you'll be safe. But, I do want you to make some noise.
Noise?
Yeah, I want you to sing, whistle, throw rocks, anything. Just so long as it holds Curry's attention. was slow work, crawling down through the brush, but finally I was only 10 feet behind Curry's position. The gunman was holding a rifle trained on the turn. And out of sight, coming up the road, I could hear Chester. Well, he wasn't good, but he was loud.
Come on around that turn, blast you.
All right, don't turn around, Curry. What? You may have a point, but I like Chester, bad singing and all. Now lay the rifle aside and unbuckle your gun belt. Now, careful.
Yeah, sure. Only don't shoot.
Okay. Chester! Chester!
I didn't mean no harm. I was only going to scare him.
Yeah. Now, where's Vic?
At the Tolman house. Waiting for Jed to show up.
Uh-huh. All right, put your hands behind your back. I'm going to tie you up and leave you here.
What? Leave me here?
Yeah, we'll pick you up on the way back to town. It was dark when Chester and I were moving through the trees up to the Tolman shack. There was a light in the front, and through a window we could see the figure of Hannah Tolman moving around.
Just a girl.
Yeah, Vic's there. He just stand out of sight so Jed won't be scared off. Uh-oh.
She's coming out. Heading this way.
And there must be a well out here. She's carrying a bucket. And behind that tree, quick, and I'll take this one.
What do you think you're...
All right, now quiet down. We're not going to hurt you. Stop fighting. Chester, grab her legs quick.
Yes, sir.
I was saving these handcuffs for Vic, but I guess they'll do for you. There. Now, do you promise to be quiet, or do we gag you? All right, have it your way. Chester, give me your bandana.
Yes, sir. Here.
There, that should do it. All right, stay with her, Chester. I'm going for Vic. I was halfway to the shack when inside Vic Tolman became suspicious. Suddenly the lights went out, and the door opened, and a shadowy figure slipped out to stand, listening.
Hannah? Hannah, answer me.
Drop him, Vic.
Who is that? I can't see.
Matt Dillon. Throw down those guns. You're under arrest.
Not this time.
Vic?
You were right, Marshal. I ain't gonna live to hang.
Vic.
Mr. Dillon, over here.
Hey, what is it, Chester? Who's that, Jed?
Yes, sir. I caught him sneaking towards the house. He was carrying this bag.
Here, let me see. That's the money.
I was taking it to Vic. Is he...
Yeah. You're too late, Jed.
Oh, no. I'd have given him his money. If only he hadn't taken them shots at me.
He didn't. Until he found out where the money was hidden, he was the last person in the world to want you dead.
But, I don't understand. He must have...
No. Only the person who knew where you had the money would have shot at you.
Nobody knew that. How could they? Who
you
could...
talk a lot when you get drunk, Jed. And you only get drunk with one person.
Huh? You mean Jingle Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. I was bragging. Told him all about finding it and switching hiding places. Why, that low-down snake. And him pretending to be my friend.
Come on, Jed. I'll help you bury Vic. Then we'll get back to Dodge.
We Tolman sure have had a bad week.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Joseph Kearns, and Junius Matthews, with Harry Bartell, Lou Krugman, and Peter Leeds. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, America must produce as she never has before. She must produce war materials, civilian goods, and above all, democracy. Only an all-out effort in all three directions will give us security against aggression. George Walsh speaking, and remember, Gangbusters goes into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, Chester?
It's another one, Mr. Dillon. Laying near his wagon. The horse was still hitched and was grazing.
Another stabbing?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. 2 buffalo hunters found him early this morning on the road leading out to Cimarron Crossing. We just brought him back.
Who was he?
His name was Jones. Les Jones. Been in town a couple of days buying supplies and food.
Where'd he come from?
Well, some of the boys told me he's got a little farm on up the Arkansas piece. Got a wife, too. Pretty little thing, they tell me.
Yeah. You know anything more about him?
He was at Tab Slade's saloon last night playing faro.
Drunk?
Oh, we'd had a belt or two, but not drunk. Did all right at the faro table. He pretty much had $2,000.
$3,000 and a widow woman on the Arkansas River.
Beg pardon, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, nothing, Chester. The money's gone, of course.
Yes, sir.
Ask Doc to come down when he can, will you, Chester?
Right. Doc, come down a minute. Mr. Dillon wants you. Coming! I'm coming.
Did Jones have a gun on him, Chester?
We found a sharp special in his spring wagon. He wasn't carrying anything on him. It's outside. You want to see it?
Had it been fired?
No, sir.
Well, good morning, Marshal. Wanted to see me?
I wanted to ask you a question, Doc.
Yeah?
There have been 2 stabbings in 2 months. Jones makes the 3rd. Do you think the same person killed the other 2?
Well, there's no way to be sure, but from the position of the wound and the body, and from the angle of the knife thrust, I'd say that the killer or killers used the same...
Doc, I just wanted a simple answer.
Yes, I think the same person murdered all 3 men.
Yeah. Any way of telling how long Jones has been dead?
Well, I'm not a Pinkerton man, but I'd say sometime after midnight. Between 3 or 4 in the morning, maybe. And I'd also say from the amount of bleeding...
Okay, Doc. Chester?
Yes, Mr. Dillon?
Get my horse. I'm going to ride out to the Jones place. I figure Miss Jones will want to know.
Hello, mister.
Howdy, Bub.
I live here. Where are you from?
I'm from Dodge.
Dodge. Sneak, you ride all the way from Dodge?
Sure.
Get down and I'll water your horse.
All right. Yeah, here you are. What's your name, son?
Alvin Jones. My dad is Les Jones. I guess you know him, huh?
Yeah, sure. I guess most everybody knows him. Your mother in the house?
Are you going to stay for dinner?
Well, I don't think so. Is she in the house?
Yeah, she's there. Just go on up. Don't worry about your horse.
Thank you.
Alvin, stop that. Don't be
It's not Alvin, Miss Jones.
Oh, I am sorry. I thought it was my son.
My name is Dillon, Miss Jones. Marshall Dillon at Dodge.
Come in, Marshall.
Thank you, ma'am.
You care for some buttermilk? Or maybe out here men don't drink buttermilk like they do at home.
Well, thank you, but nothing for me. Miss Jones, I got some unpleasantness for you.
Yes?
It's about your husband.
He's in trouble?
I left Dodge 4 hours ago. I thought I should be the one to tell you.
He's hurt bad.
More than bad, Miss Jones.
I pulled the saddle off your horse, mister. Snake's he's a good one.
Well, thank you, son.
Alvin, this is Marshall Dillon from Dodge.
The Marshal?
Alvin, your pa won't be home for a while, the Marshal says.
Well, not for how long?
Well,
Well, not for how long, Ma?
Not for quite a time, son, so you'll have to run things a while longer.
Snakes, I can take care of them all, right?
Sure you can, Alvin. Would you stay to eat?
No, thank you, ma'am. I gotta get back to Dodge. Miss Jones, could I
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
talk to the boy, Miss Jones? Explain it so he won't be bitter. Too many gunfighters got their start from a killing like this.
I'll try, Mr. Dillon. I'll try.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
And make sure you got enough whiskey to finish the night this Thursday weather.
Oh, we've got plenty, Mr. Slade. If no fight starts that... Oh, Mr. Slade. There's company coming. Marshal Dillon just walked in.
Oh, set that bottle of rye up on the bar.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, Matt. Join me in a drink?
Thank you, I will.
What kind of drive? Been traveling?
Yeah, I've been up the river a bit to the Jones place.
Jones?
Tell his wife she's a widow.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. It's too bad.
He was in here last night, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, he was.
You wouldn't know anything about his being killed, would you?
What are you asking me, Dillon?
Straight question.
Are you saying I killed him?
Just asked a question, Slade.
I don't know anything.
Someone knifed that man after he left here. He was taking a lot of money out of your place. You had a reason.
I wasn't even here last night. My partner, Ben Ramirez, was running the place.
Where were you?
I was with his sister.
All evening?
Still late enough.
Where's Ben and his sister now?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
Well, I think I'll ride out and have a talk with him. And Slade.
Yeah?
If you have any big winners tonight, make sure they get home safe. Huh?
not see me?
No, I can't see you.
Well, don't be mad at me. I'll come to where you are. You see? Once out of the shadow, and here I am. What do you want?
I'm looking for Ben Ramirez.
He is not at home.
Or his sister.
I am his sister. What's the matter? You don't believe me?
Well, yes, but I thought...
You thought I would be in the house? Why, when the night is so beautiful? You want to talk with me?
I want to talk with your brother.
But he's not here. So why not talk with me?
My name's Matt Dillon. I'm Marshal of Dodge.
I know. I've been wanting to meet you.
Yeah, I've come on business.
I like business. Talk with me.
Last night, maybe after midnight, a man was killed on the river road.
Killed?
By a knife, stabbed in the chest.
Why do you tell me this?
He was carrying $3,000 he won at Slade's.
And so?
Tab Slade told me he spent last evening with you.
He came for dinner. He often does. He thinks he loves me.
Your brother, was he here?
Tab Slade and Ben own the saloon together. They're partners. They think at least one should be there all the time. Ben went down after we ate.
Did Slade, was he here long?
Yes. He's my fiancé. So it's all right. Isn't this, Marshal?
Well, that's your business, Miss Ramirez.
My name is Evelita. You could call me Eve.
When do you expect your brother?
I don't know what my brother does. He may be home soon. He may be late. I don't know. I've seen you when I've been in town, Matt Dillon.
Yeah?
I don't ride in often. Slade's such a fool. He and my brother don't like me to come to town.
Well, Dodge is rough, Miss Ramirez.
Always he has to protect me. Men are such fools. But Matt Dillon is not so. Are you? You wouldn't keep me out of town?
Well, that's not my affair, Miss Ramirez. It'd be for your brother and Tab Slade to say.
Tab Slade thinks we will marry. Well, we won't. Because I don't love him. I don't love anybody. But I could. Maybe.
Miss Ramirez.
Don't you find me attractive?
Well, yes,
Oh, why don't you kiss me?
Well, no, I didn't mean
No.
Dillon, I've got a gun pointed at the back of your head.
Ben, I want to...
Fooling with another man's fiancée isn't smart, Dillon.
Ben, please.
You go inside.
All right.
Aren't you going to say anything, Dillon?
What do you want me to say, Ben?
Well, by this time, most men will be crawling. You're a hard one, Dillon.
I can't fight a man who's behind me in the dark with his gun drawn.
There, is that better? You can see me now. Takes a small man to make love to another man's woman.
You can't haze me into a draw.
I'm not trying to. I don't want a gunfight. I just want to talk, Dillon.
Well, you're calling it.
I saw Slade just a few minutes after you left this place. He told me you were trying to tie us with a murder. I said he was wrong and came up here to get the straight of things. From what I saw a minute ago, he might have been right after all. You'd like his woman, so it'd be handy to have him out of the way.
Is that the way you figure it, Ramirez?
Yeah, that's the way I figure it.
The only reason I came to your place was to talk to you. I want to find the killer, Mr. Jones, and thought you might be able to help.
Well, you're not going to get any information sniffing around Eve.
What's your plan, Maris?
I'll give you some advice, Marshal. Tab Slade's been a good friend of me, and I'll help him protect anything that's his. Eve's his, so stay away. You're not going to find a killer while you're saying pretty things.
Are you through? All right, then listen to me. You say Slade had nothing to do with those killings. I won't say he did because I don't know, but I'm going to find out who did it, and if it was Slade, I'll get him. Now, do I ride back to town?
Yeah, right back to Dodge, Marshal, and between here and where your horse is tied, don't so much as twitch a finger.
I don't know whether you're a fool or a brave man, Ramirez, but just let me give you one bit of advice. Don't tie to the wrong brand. It's easy to do.
Just walk away, Marshal. Your horse. And walk easy.
Marshal.
Yeah?
If you find out who killed Jones, let me know.
I'll do that, Ben. I sure will.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Hello, I'm Kathy Lewis, the girl who plays Jane on My Friend Irma. Irma, tie this string around your finger to remind you that starting Sunday we go on the air at 9:30 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
All right, Jane.
Good girl. Now, what's that string to remind you of?
To buy some more string?
That's My Friend Irma, whom you can now hear on Sundays, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
Remember, My Friend Irma is now heard at a new later time on Sundays. Check your local schedules. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
What? Who is it?
It's Chester, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Chester. Wait a minute. What time is it?
Almost 4 in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
4?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to have to wake you, but you better get dressed and come right away. They've got Tab Slade.
Slade? Who's got Slade?
Some of the ranchers, they're going to lynch him right in front of his saloon.
Well, go and try and hold him for a minute. I'll be right along.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon's going to have every one of you up for trial.
There's no reason for you to get hurt.
All right, Chester. I'll take over.
Marshal, we don't want to have trouble with you, but we're going to hang Tab Slade.
Right now. Harrison, you're too smart a man to be the head of a mob like this, and I tell your men to break it up and go home.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I can't do that. Slade killed another man tonight, and he's going to pay for it.
All right, now listen to me. All of you. If Tab Slade killed a man tonight, I'm going to...
He did.
If you can prove Tab Slade killed a man tonight, I'll take him to jail and hold him there for trial.
Marshal, Tab ain't going to be alive to stand trial.
Do you know Slade killed anybody? If one of these men lays a hand on Tab Slade, I'll start shooting. There'll be a lot of men dead.
How about you, Marshal? Might be you get hurt, too.
That's right, John. You could kill me, all right. But which of you is going to shoot first? And die first? Huh? Well, which one? Chester?
Yes, sir.
Go pull Slade off that horse, cut the ropes, and take a gag out of his mouth.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And you men, don't anybody make a mistake. Don't you move a shadow.
All right, just a minute. All right, Slade, get down off there.
All right, Chester. Now you and Slade walk back to the far side of the street, slow.
Yes.
The rest of you just stand where you are, looking right here at me. First man so much as moves his eyes will be in real trouble.
We're across the street, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester. Now walk Slade down to the jail and put him in a cell for safekeeping. Now, Harrison, you and your boys head for home, and if you got any sense at all, forget to tell your families what you were almost a party to. Now, good night, gentlemen. Chester, what happened tonight?
A man named Olson, a rancher, was at Slade's place.
Gambling?
Yes, sir, and he did pretty fair. He left around midnight and was found about 2 hours later.
He'd been stabbed. His money was gone.
You talk with him?
Yes, sir. He just mumbled about having tried to be friendly. He said that several times, Mr. Dillon. Just being friendly. Then he said, I fired a couple of times. I think it hit.
You mean he hit whoever stabbed him?
I think that's what he meant.
He say anything else?
Nothing.
Well, there's not much help in just that. He can't tell us any more. I'll talk with Slade and I'll bring him out. Huh?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon wants you, Slade.
Matt, you gotta believe me. I don't know anything about the killing, this one or any of the others.
I don't have to believe anything, Slade. I'll find out for
But I didn't do it, Matt.
Why is everybody sure you did? Why are they so sure that they're trying to lynch you?
Look, does a lynch mob have to be sure of anything?
Slade, before you came here to Dodge, you were a gunfighter. You had a bad reputation. You were in with the Kansas Raiders,
Sure, that's
too.
right.
The Raiders were killers and thieves.
Some were.
Now, when a man with your background goes straight, he's always suspect.
Matt, I didn't have anything to do with the killing.
What about this partner of yours, this Ramirez?
I met him in Kansas. Him and his sister. We joined up and came out here. So we make good a team.
Where's Ramirez now?
I don't know. Matt, please listen to me.
You
You
gonna
got
marry
to
his
believe me.
sister?
No. Yeah, Matt, I don't know.
Why isn't Ramirez around now that you're in trouble?
Please, maybe he doesn't know. I don't know.
He'd know by now. The news is all over Dodge. Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Put Slade back in his cell, then load your shotgun and keep a close watch on him.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going to take a ride out to the Ramirez place. I want to have a talk with Mr. Ben Ramirez and his sister, Eve. Don't move. Just stay where you are, Ramirez.
It's late for a social call, Dillon.
Why? You're still dressed?
I was just going to turn in.
Last time we talked, you had a gun in my back. Now your gun's on your hip, and it'd be smart to keep it there.
I'm not going to try a shootout with you, Dillon. I wouldn't chance it, especially in this lamplight.
There'll be no reason for anyone to draw. I just want the answer to some questions.
What questions?
Where's Eve?
What do you want her for?
I ask you a question, Ramirez. I want an answer. Where's Eve?
She's in bed.
Where was she around 3 this morning?
Here, I suppose, asleep.
I think you better get her out here, Ramirez.
What's so important about Eve?
A man was killed this morning, and I think she might have done it.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah, I know.
You're calling my sister a murderer.
That's right. And if you're going for your gun, Ramirez, make sure you're ready to die.
I told you before, I'm not a fool. But if I can trick you, I'll kill you.
Don't try, Ramirez.
Why do you say my sister killed a man?
No hand around these parts would stop for anyone on the road at night. Not unless it was someone they knew or someone they didn't have to fear, like a woman. Like your sister.
You don't know anything, Dillon, and you're guessing wrong.
I didn't know when I got here, but now I'm sure.
What do you mean?
The man who died tonight shot at and hit the person who stabbed him. There's no blood on you, but there's blood on the floor over there by the door. Blood that could have come from a gunshot wound.
That doesn't prove anything.
And there's blood on the table by you there.
It's not blood, it's just a shadow from the lamp.
The lamp won't light. Does it hurt, Ramirez?
I hurt inside.
Bad?
I won't be around for the trial.
Did she do it, Ramirez? Did your sister kill those men?
She's not my sister. She's my wife.
Wife?
Yeah, that's why she didn't marry Slade. She's in the other room. Hurt bad. Get a doctor for her.
Ramirez?
She's no good. But I loved her.
She's got a horse.
saw you find me.
I saw your horse grazing when I topped that slope.
Matt, what are you going to do with me?
Take you back to Dodge. Have you up for trial?
There's no point. I wouldn't live long on horseback. I've bled too much already.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable?
No. Nothing.
Eve, can you tell me why? Why you killed 4 men?
For a very simple reason. I wanted the money they had. I wanted it very much. Matt, I've been thinking about my husband. Is he dead, Matt? Did you kill him?
He went for his gun, Eve. I killed him.
He was kind to me. I tried to love him, but I couldn't. I didn't love anything but money. Maybe, Matt, I could have loved. Now I'm sorry for everything. Matt?
Yeah?
It's very lonely. Would you do something for me?
Sure.
Would you hold my hand? Good. That's good. Very good. I'll just rest here a minute longer. Perhaps I can...
She lay there, her dark hair framing her face, the spring grass crushed by her body, a red stain across her silk blouse. The morning sun warmed the soft wind that moved across the land. Later that day, Eve Ramirez and her husband were buried on the outskirts of Dodge City, not far from the banks of the Arkansas River. And later that night, Dodge City was alive with saddle bums, ranchers, cattlemen, searching the dark of the Kansas night for excitement and life.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Special music for tonight's story was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Hy Averback, and Jack Crucian, with Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Herb Ellis. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Gangbusters and the Case of the Variable Blonde later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I never thought of Dodge as a thing of beauty, Mr. Dillon, but it's looking kindly pretty to me today.
Yeah, it's been a hot trip.
Sure I am glad to be back.
You'd have done as good to stay right here.
We picked you up, didn't we?
Well, ain't gonna do you no good.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it, Chester. Take the horses around to the stable, will you, Chester? Ask Moss to rub them down.
Well, yes, sir, but don't you want me to help you lock this fella up?
I think I can handle it.
Well, ain't gonna be for long.
There, you see now, Mr. Dillon? There he goes, talking
Never
like that
mind,
again.
Chester. Just go along, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Clary, come on.
I just soon tell you, Marshal.
No? Tell me what?
That you ain't gonna keep me locked up. My brother North, he ain't gonna stand for it.
All right, get in there.
My brother North, you'll come after me for sure.
Uh-huh.
You better listen to me, Marshal. I'm telling you true, he'll get me out.
You know, I wish I had $1 for every man I've locked up who said that and who stayed right here until I let him out.
Well, North's different.
Maybe so, but I wouldn't hold my breath until he got you out.
I tell you,
Now,
Marshal.
why don't you settle down and shut up? Huh?
You see.
Yeah, I'll see.
Another beer, Marshal?
No thanks, Sam. On a day like this, I'm afraid it'd put me to sleep.
Yeah, all right. I'd like to buy you a beer, Marshal.
Oh? I don't know you, do I?
Well, no, Marshal, not yet. I was figuring on changing that.
What's your name?
Nort Small.
Oh.
You know my brother Cleary, Marshal?
Yeah. He's in my jail.
I was aiming to talk a little about that.
Well, go on. Talk.
Marshal, I just figured we could make a deal. A regular business deal, you might say.
I wouldn't offer a bribe if I were you.
Why, I ain't even thinking that way, Marshal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
No, sir, no. I'm a gambler, Marshal Dillon. I'll gamble for anything. Money, horses, a woman.
Or your brother?
Well, just let's look at it like this, Marshal. We sit down to a few hands of poker. You could win a lot of money that way.
And you'd win Cleary, huh?
Well, an accident could happen, couldn't it? He could get out.
An accident could happen to anybody, Small.
Well, now, listen.
You
Marshal.
listen to me. You say you're a gambler. Well, if I were you, I'd bet on a poker game or a woman, but I sure wouldn't bet on getting Cleary out of jail.
Every man has his price, Marshal.
Yeah, folks say that.
And don't be too high and mighty with me. You got your price, too, and I'll find out what it is.
Get out.
You mark my
I
words.
said get out.
Sure, Marshal. Next time, maybe it'll be my play.
Don't count on it. Sam, I guess I'll have that beer after all.
All right, Marshal.
I'll get it for you, Matt.
Oh. Well, thanks, Kitty.
Here you are.
Giving me pretty quick service.
That's because I won't be seeing you for a while.
Are you that anxious to get away?
Well, I can't deny a few days away from Dodge won't break my heart.
Yeah. You want me to pick up your stage ticket for you?
Oh, I got that yesterday, Matt. I wasn't taking any chances on missing it.
No, you sure weren't. Well, I'll come by and carry your bag down for you.
Thanks, Matt.
Don't be late. Don't worry. I won't. I don't want you to blame me if you miss the stage.
And now here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergie, I think someone's looking for you. Oh, Mr. Bergen.
Well, hello, Effie Clinker. What's wrong?
My car battery is run down. I think it's an acid condition.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a serviceman?
Well, I had a blind date with a sailor last night, but he got away.
No, I mean a mechanic. Seeing you own a General Motors car, you should see your GM dealer for service. His mechanics are GM trained. They have specialized tools and factory-approved parts to provide your fine GM car with the GM care it deserves. So if you own a Chevrolet car or truck, a Pontiac, an Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, or a GMC truck, you should make a date with a General Motors serviceman.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Will he have blue eyes?
Whoa, hey. That road don't seem to get no smoother, I'll say that for it.
Certainly doesn't.
You know, I heard a doctor once. He said it was good for your innards getting thrown around like this.
Well, that may be, but it's hard on the rest of you.
That's sure a fact.
Well, we'll be in Dodge for long.
Yeah, I won't be sorry about that.
I don't think I will either this time. Get out of here. Climb up. Here. Find road. Road. It help.
You ain't walking very steady, ma'am. You all right?
Stage. Off bank.
Why, it's the marshal.
The stage. Somebody help.
Here now. Here. You sit right down there and I'll see to things. I'll take care of you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of you real good.
Marshal! I ain't had no food since this morning.
The way you're going, you're not likely to hurry it up any.
Now, you listen here, Marshal. A man has a right to his dinner.
You haven't starved yet.
Well, it ain't your fault. The stuff that Chester feeds me.
You eat it or you don't. It doesn't make much difference to me one way or the other.
I got a lot to get even with you when I get out.
Yeah, when you get out.
You better be ready, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, back here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, it's just awful.
Oh, what's awful?
Ain't nobody left alive. Bodies and dead horses. That's all they could find.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Dillon, there's been a wreck, a terrible bad stage wreck.
What? Where?
A few miles north. Stage pitched down off the bank there and turned over.
Coming from the north?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Have you told Doc?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, go get him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Go on, Chester. I'll meet you at the livery stable.
But, Mr. Dillon...
What is it now?
Ain't that the stage Miss Kitty was coming back on?
Yeah, Chester, it is. All right, go on now. Get Doc and let's get going.
Yes, sir. Right away. There it is, Mr. Dillon. Right down there.
Yeah.
Oh, that driver must have really been whipping them horses around that curve.
Or else they were spooked.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Joe.
This is the worst mess I ever seen.
Yeah.
Milt and me, we laid him out over here. Done the best we could.
Doc's on his way.
I don't think there's nothing for him to do, Marshal. You can see for yourself. We didn't see no signs of life.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
She ain't there. Miss Kitty ain't there.
Joe?
Yeah, Marshal?
That's all you found? There isn't... nobody was thrown out anyplace else, huh?
Well, not that we could see when we come on her, Marshal. And me and Milt looked around pretty good. We wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. You did a good job.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's look around.
Yes, sir. I sure am glad about Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe, did you shoot these horses?
No, Marshal. They were shot when we found them.
Thanks.
Somebody must have been here before, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Somebody sure shot the horses.
It's a good thing they was put out of their misery.
Whoever did it, his trail has been trampled down by everybody who's been here since.
Well, he done a nice thing, whoever it was. I wonder what made Miss Kitty change her mind about coming home on this stage, I mean.
I'm wondering about that, too, Chester.
Well, there's probably a message at the telegraph office.
Yeah. Maybe there is.
Sure am surprised, Mr. Dillon. I was sure there'd be a message. It just ain't like Miss Kitty not letting us know and all.
Yeah.
Of course, it could be that she maybe wanted to surprise us. That could be. I say that could be, couldn't it, Mr. Dillon?
What? What's that?
Well, I was just saying it could be that Miss Kitty maybe was wanting to surprise us.
Oh. Yeah, maybe so.
Marshal Dillon,
Yeah, boy?
I'm supposed to give you this.
Well, Mr. Dillon.
Where'd you get this?
I was fishing on Cripple Creek.
Where?
Near the Big Bend.
Yeah, go on.
A man come by and give me some money to bring this to you.
What, did you know him?
I've never seen him before.
You sure?
Honest, Marshal, I ain't done nothing.
All right, you can go along, son.
I was supposed to tell you there's a note in it.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon, ain't that Miss Kitty's purse?
Yeah.
She all right?
I don't know, Chester. The note says to bring Doc. All right, go on. Get the horses.
Oh, brother. Oh. Hello, Matt. Chester. Well, I came as soon as I got the message.
Hello, Doc.
Howdy, Doc. What are you doing out here? Nobody's lived on this place since old man Craig left 5 years ago.
I'm not sure, Doc, but I'm hoping we'll find Kitty.
here?
Yeah, here, read this note. It was brought to me in Kitty's purse.
Yeah, let me see here. Come to old Craig place. Bring Doc. Well, what does it mean?
I don't know, Doc. Somebody must have Kitty. That's all I know.
Well, did you look around here?
Of course I looked around.
Well, all right. I was just wondering.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Now, that's Nort Small.
Hello there, Marshal. I see you got my message.
Where did you take Kitty, Nort?
Why, I rescued her from an awful wreck, Marshal Dillon.
Where is she?
Now, take it easy.
She better be all right.
Well, now, I'm going to a lot of trouble about that, Marshal. I told you to bring Doc, didn't I?
He can't do anything unless he sees her.
Oh, I aim for him to see her. That's why I rode all this way.
All right, let's go, then.
Oh, not you, Marshal. Just the Doc. And on one condition.
What's that?
That you stay here, nice and quiet, until Doc comes back. Agreed? Well, now, the little lady's life depends on it.
All right. Go on, Doc.
Yeah, sure, man.
That's being smart, Marshal Dillon. Real smart. You better stay that way.
They've been gone an awful long time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Couldn't we... Mr. Dillon, couldn't we have followed them?
Yeah, we could have followed them.
I sure do hate just sitting around here while Miss Kitty's laying there hurt.
That's why we're sitting here.
How's that?
To keep her from getting hurt worse.
Well, I guess you're right.
I better be right. Here they come.
Oh, there. Yes.
You see her, Doc?
I saw her, Matt. She's badly hurt. She didn't know me.
Yeah, the doc says she's in a bad way. Needs a lot of taking care of.
I want to take her back to town, Matt. She needs nursing.
Why didn't you bring her with you?
Why, you know why, Marshal.
You tell me.
Well, it's simple. I figure the doc can go right back to her.
Back where?
Oh, you're a smart man, but you ain't that smart. You ain't going to find out where.
All right, Doc goes back. It's all right with me.
It's all right with me, too, Marshal, just as soon as you get back here from Dodge.
Oh, I see.
Sure you see. You bring Cleary here, and Doc brings Kitty. It's a simple exchange, Marshal.
You better do it, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure you will, Marshal. I told you. You have your price just like anybody else.
Yeah. Just be sure it isn't too high. All right, come on, Chester. We're riding back to town.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
What's the matter, Marshal? Might as well sit down and take it easy. course, I guess you can't blame him none for being nervous, Cleary.
Them big men all get nervous when they ain't got their guns.
Sure is a lot of smart talk going on around here, ain't there, Mr. Dillon?
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Oh, I ain't worried.
He ain't worried, he says. Well, he ought to be worried. Ain't that so, Nort?
Well, now, Cleary, I don't know about that. If he behaves himself until the doc gets back with the woman, he might come off all right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we just go now?
No, we can't. We sort of made a bargain about it, Cleary. I figure we ought to show the marshal when the small boys make a deal, they keep their word.
Well, that surprises me some.
I got a notion to fix you.
No. Chester, there's too old for you to pick on.
I ain't neither too old. By Jim, I'll show you right this
Chester.
minute. Well, he's just plain asking for it,
Sit
Mr.
down.
Dillon. I don't rightly feel like sitting down.
I said sit down.
All right.
That marshal sure is a big man ordering folks around, ain't he, Cleary?
I'd like to order him around.
Yeah, I bet you would. All right, then, Cleary, you take a crack at it. Order him around a little bit.
Why, sure I will, Nort. Sure I will. Let's see now.
Chester, before we get out of here, I want you to fill our canteen.
That's it, Marshal. You fill our canteen.
I'll go do it, Mr. Dillon.
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
You bet your life he'll do it with my gun on him. Bring him here, Marshal. Now empty him. Now, go fill him. Nice and cold now.
Some folks just plain gotta be a smart aleck.
You shut up there or I'll crack your head with this gun.
I'll leave him be, Clary. We ain't never had to pick on puny fellas like him.
Sure not. Just a big one.
Well, I'm plenty big for the likes of you.
I ain't gonna hear much more talk.
Ain't gonna be no more talk.
Never mind, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I said never mind.
Well, that's right smart of you, Marshal. Now go put them canteens back on our saddles.
Mr. Dillon, here they come.
Yeah, I see him.
You see, Marshal? When I make a deal, I stick to it.
How is she, Doc?
Well, she's better, Matt. She'll make it.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty.
my purse. Doc says you have my purse.
Yeah. It's back at the office.
Don't lose anything out of it.
You see, Matt, when a woman starts worrying about things like that, she's going to be all right.
Good. Oh, that's fine, Doc. All right, take her on in, huh?
All right.
I guess we'll be on our way, too, Marshal. We got a long ride.
Well, it'll seem long.
Maybe you'll remember, Marshal, about a man and his price.
Yeah. I think maybe we'll both remember.
Mr. Dillon,
Uh-huh.
I swear it just sticks in my craw.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you having to be so meek and nice and let them two fellows off scot-free?
Don't worry about it.
I ain't exactly worrying about it. I'd do anything to make sure Miss Kitty was all right. But seeing them ride off bold as brass and seeing you even have to fill their canteens for them, well, it just don't set right, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it's not going to set right with them either, Chester.
How's that?
You know why old man Craig left this place?
Well, sure I don't.
Because that pond is full of bad water. His stock kept dying off on him.
Mr. Dillon, you mean...
Yeah, it's a hot day, Chester. Swilling that water all day, they'll either be dead or sick enough to come along peaceable. We'll wait a day and then ride out and pick them up. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, James Nusser, and Richard Beale. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Morning, Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah. You had breakfast yet?
I'm waiting for Chester to get back from the depot. Somebody told him there was a telegram down there for me.
There's a telegram. Uh-oh. You should have left it there, Matt.
No?
A telegram usually means somebody's coming to Dodge looking for you, or that you've got to go somewhere and look for them. Either way, it spells trouble.
Well, if it wasn't for trouble, Doc, I wouldn't have a job.
Well, then you ought to quit. It's a poor thing when a man has to make a living off of other people's troubles.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Doc. How long has it been since anybody came up to you and told you how good they were feeling?
Say, no, I hadn't thought about that. I guess we are pretty much alike after all, man. Uh-oh. Close off here, Chester.
Yeah, I got it, Mr.
What are you looking so glum about, Chester? What does it say?
You better read it yourself. Kind of private like.
Huh? U.S. Marshal, Dodge City, Kansas. Coming to get married. Noon train. Saturday. Meet me. I'm Mavis McLeod.
Oh, Mavis McLeod, eh? Oh, that's a right pretty name, Matt. She pretty, too?
Mr. Dillon, you really gonna get married?
Oh, you're pretty foxy, Matt, keeping this so quiet.
Now, wait a minute, you two. If you're all through talking, I'll tell you something.
Oh, now, quiet now, Chester. Don't say anything. Listen to an important moment.
I'm listening.
All right. Now, this may be kind of a shock to you, but as my two closest friends, I wanted you to be the first to know.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon, yeah?
Doc?
Yes.
Chester? I'm not about to get married, and what's more, I never heard of any Mavis McLeod.
Well, but she still might be pretty.
I don't care if she looks like Lily Langtree.
But, Mr. Dillon, ain't you even going to meet her?
Yeah, I'm going to meet her, but right now, let's go get some breakfast and talk about something else.
Look there, Mr. Dillon. Straight up noon, and there comes old Crane right on time.
Yeah?
I think it's troubling you, ain't it?
No, Chester. I think trains should run on time.
Chester, that's what I mean. Hey, look. Looky there. This kitty going into depot there, see?
Chester.
Mr. Dillon, I swear I never said a word to her about this. She's probably expecting some mail or packages or something. Anyway, she never Mavis McLeod's man by Al?
I don't know.
Look, there's a girl. Would that be her, do you think? Would that be her?
Chester, I told you I never even heard of her. How would I know what she looks like?
Well, that little girl's right pretty, Mr. Dillon. And she's the only female lady there.
Okay, let's go ask her then.
I'd judge her to be about 18, wouldn't you?
Yeah, about that.
You say she's pretty nice. She is pretty.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon.
Oh, maybe you can help me.
Oh, maybe.
I'm looking for the U.S. Marshal here. Do you know him?
Well, I'm the marshal, ma'am.
Oh, you are? Then you got my telegram.
I did. Oh, that's right. You didn't have my name on it, did you?
Of course not. How would I know your name? Oh, my goodness. Well, you didn't think I was coming to marry you, did you? Oh, how awful. I mean, how awful for you.
Well, I'm still a little confused. This is Chester Prout. Mavis McLeod.
How do you do, Chester?
Well, I'm proud to know you, ma'am. Yes, miss.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Marshal Dillon. I guess I should have explained more in the telegram.
Oh, that's all right. Who did you come here to marry?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, not yet. I just got here. You two are the only men I've met.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go over to the depot there and see if you can find Kitty, will you?
Yes, sir. I sure will.
Mavis, how old are you?
I'll be 19 in December.
No? So, where are you from?
I won't tell you.
Well, why not?
Because it isn't polite for a gentleman to ask a lady so many personal questions.
All right. Well, why did you send me that telegram?
Well, because I thought I'd be safe with the marshal helping me.
Well, helping you do what?
Get married. Oh, don't look like that. I'm not crazy. They need women out here, don't they? Well, don't they?
They need them.
And I'll make a good wife, too. But, of course, it'll have to be the right man, Marshal. I won't marry just anybody, you know. And you can stop shaking your head like that.
John, I found her.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, this is Mavis McLeod.
Hello, Mavis. Welcome to Dodge.
Oh, thank you, Kitty.
Kitty.
I know, Matt. Chester told me all about it. Don't mind the marshal, Mavis. Sometimes he's a little slow to understand these things.
He most certainly is. Why, he's been looking at me as though I were a bug of some kind.
Kitty, you take care of her, will you? I'll go try to figure something out.
Yeah, she'll be okay.
And, Kitty, don't...
don't worry. I won't take it to the Long Branch.
Okay. You let me know if you need anything, Mavis. Besides the husband, I mean. I thought and worried about Mavis a lot, but I should have known I was wasting my time. She met a young fellow called Barney Wales, and 3 days later they got married. Kitty called it love at first sight, but anyway, I knew Barney, and he was a sober, hard-working cowboy who'd started a little spread of his own not far from Dodge. It was a good match, and it looked like they were going to make out fine. At least I thought so. Until one day when I was sitting in my office trying to keep cool.
I'm looking for Marshal Dillon. That's him, sitting right there.
Come on in, mister.
My name's Lou Staley, Marshal.
What can I do for you, Mr. Staley?
I've come a long way.
Huh?
All the way from St. Louis. I'm looking for Mavis McLeod.
Oh. Well, what do you want with her?
That's my business.
Well, that may be.
Where is she?
What makes you think I'd know?
She sent you a telegram from St. Louis. I knew she was headed out here somewhere, so I checked. Mavis isn't the kind to arrive in a place unknown.
I see.
You going to tell me where she is?
Not till I know why you want to see her.
And I'll find her myself. She's around here somewhere.
She's married, Staley.
What?
She's married. Now, why don't you go on back to St. Louis and forget about it, huh?
Who'd she marry?
What difference does it make? You're not going to bother her.
We'll see about that. In the meantime, I hold you responsible.
Okay, so you hold me responsible. Why don't we settle that right now?
I'll find her first, Marshal. And after I've killed her husband, I'll come looking for you.
Well, now there's about the bloodthirstiest man I ever did see. I declare he's going to kill everybody.
He might try it, Chester. I think I better ride out and talk to Barney Wales.
Oh, sure, not today, you ain't.
What?
Well, Barney and Mavis is in town today. I seen them over at the Dodge House this morning. They're staying the night there.
And I'll go find them there before Lou Staley does. Hello, Barney.
Marshal Dillon. Well, come on in. Hey, Mavis, it's the Marshal.
Hello, Marshal.
How are you, Mavis?
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, we're fine. Aren't we, Barney?
We sure are. You got to ride out and have dinner with us some Sunday, Marshal. Mavis here's the best doggone cook you ever saw.
Well, it'd be strange if a girl from St. Louis couldn't cook.
Why'd you say that, Marshal?
Mavis ain't from St. Louis. At least why she never told me she was.
It doesn't matter where I'm from, does it, Barney?
Of course not. But how'd the Marshal know?
There's only one way. Lou told him.
Lou?
Yes, Lou Staley.
Well, who's he, Marshal?
I don't know, Barney, but he says he's going to kill you.
What?
For marrying Mavis.
I see. He loves you, too. Is that it?
No, not exactly.
Well, what then?
I made up the name McLeod, Barney. My real name's Staley.
There's only one thing I want to know, Mavis.
Yes?
You love him?
I hate him.
Okay. Let him come, Marshal. I'll fight him.
No. You go out to your ranch. I'll take care of Staley.
I never run from a fight in my life, and I don't aim to start now.
Oh, please, Barney.
It's no use arguing. If this Staley's looking for me, he can find me. I'll go about my business like always, but I'll sure keep one eye open.
Chester earlier.
Huh?
Where were you?
Oh, I took a walk after supper. Anything to get out of this saloon for a while. What did you want me for?
Kitty. That man over there at the bar, the tall, dude-looking fella. You see him?
Who is he?
Well, his name's Lou Staley. You ever hear of him?
No.
I thought maybe Mavis McLeod might have said something about him.
She's never mentioned him. But I've hardly seen her since she got married. What's it about?
Well, Staley's kind of disappointed over Mavis getting married. Said he's going to kill Barney. And then me. And I don't know who all.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
He followed her out here from St. Louis.
Well, that's it. Jealous lover.
No. Mavis' real name is Staley.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Mavis kind of fooled all of us. I can understand Staley wanting to kill Barney.
Now, it's not my business how Mavis messes up her life or anybody else's, but murder's wrong, Kitty, no matter what the cause.
close.
Yeah, I see her.
She's seen us, too.
Hello, Marshal. Kitty?
You shouldn't be in here, Mavis.
I know, Kitty, but I had to come.
Where's Barney?
He's talking business with some cattle buyers over at the dog house. He doesn't know I'm here.
This is no place for you, you know.
Well, it's good enough for Kitty, isn't it?
Why own the place? I explained all that to you.
Well, I didn't come here for fun. I ran into Chester out in the plaza, and he told me I'd find Lou Staley here. I've got to talk to him. It probably won't do any good, but I've got to try.
Well, he's over there at the bar.
I know, I saw him. But I didn't dare walk up to the bar, and not with all those men watching.
Okay, Mavis, I'll get him. No, I guess I won't have to. I knew I'd find you sooner or later, Mavis.
I want to talk to you, Lou.
It's too late for talk. If I told you what I'd do, I'm going to do it.
Lou, I want to talk to you alone.
You can go out back, Mavis. Door's right over there. Nobody will bother you outside.
Come on.
Won't do any good, Mavis. You know it won't. I don't like this, Kitty.
Why not? Talking's better than fighting, isn't it?
Talking isn't going to stop him. Now, there's something wrong about him. Sort of like he can't hear or see anything but himself. Like he's all alone in the world.
Well, any man in love acts like that now.
Maybe, but if I didn't think he'd just keep coming back, I'd tie him up and throw him on a train for back east.
Well, I wish you'd do something. Matt. Matt, look, it's Mavis.
Mavis? Mavis?
Did he kill her?
No, she's still alive.
Well, you go after Staley, Matt. I'll take care of her.
I'll get Staley, Kitty. And I'm going to carry Mavis over to Doc's first. Hey, you better come along.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, that's the worst thing I ever heard of, shooting a lady.
Doc says she's got a fair chance, Chester.
You're going to tell Barney about it and then go after Lou Staley, huh?
I'm going to do more than that.
You are? What?
You'll see.
I hope Barney's still here at the Dodge House.
Yeah, I hope so, too.
Maybe that's him standing over there. I know that one fellow. Big cattle buyer.
Oh, there's Barney with his back to us there.
Any steer that walks up here from Texas is tougher than a mule, and you know it, Abby. I got better beef than that, but you're going to have to pay for it.
Barney.
Don't say that, Fred. Hi, Marshal.
Hello, gentlemen.
What are you doing here, Marshal? Something wrong?
Yeah, Barney, there's something wrong.
Well, what is it? Tell me. Where's Mavis?
Now, wait a minute, Barney. Look, do you trust me?
We sure do, Marshal. Of course, why shouldn't I?
Well, there's no reason, but I just want you to think about it when you wake up. All right, shut up. Don't interfere in something you don't know anything about. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get a rope and tie him up. But fix it so he can walk. When he comes to, take him to jail.
But I don't know.
Do it.
Okay, sir.
I warned the cattle buyers there not to say a word to anybody about Barney, and then I went out looking for Lou Staley. I tried every saloon and gambling house in Dodge, and I finally gave up. Went over to the jail and got Chester. It was past midnight when we entered the Dodge house once more. Had a talk with the clerk, then went up to Barney and Mavis' room.
You reckon Staley's run off, Mr. Jones?
No, he won't run until he does what he came here to do. Okay, inside, Chester.
Yes,
You stand over there, Chester, so you'll be behind the door when it opens.
He's sure going to be surprised if he does come here, ain't he?
Unless that clerk downstairs bungles it.
On my land, all he's got to do is say, Barney come in a while ago and went upstairs.
Well, it sounds easy, Chester, but he might get scared and say anything.
Well, what made he scared of a man who goes around shooting women?
The clerk doesn't know about that, Chester. Besides, Staley may be crazy, but he's armed and he's dangerous.
Yes, I guess you're right. Hey, Barney got real wild when he come to and found himself all tied up. I had a terrible time with him with...
Quiet, Chester.
Barney, you coward. Where are you?
Hold it right there, Staley. That's Doc's office at the top of the stairs, Barney.
He says Mavis is going to be okay, huh?
She's doing fine. Now, here we are.
Wait a minute, Marshal.
Yeah.
About last night, I'd have found Lou Staley somehow, and I killed him any way I could, Marshal.
It might have been murder, Barney.
Yeah. I guess this is the first time I ever thanked the man for knocking me out. Let's go on in now.
Hello, Matt. Barney?
Where's Mavis, Doc?
Well, she's in the back room there. And except for a little fever, she's coming along fine, Barney, just fine. Of course, you'll have to stay quiet for a few days. You can't be moving around.
Can I see her now, Doc?
Sure, you go ahead. Matt, Mavis told me about the shooting. You know what happened?
What, Doc?
She tried to take Staley's gun away from him, that's what. They were fighting over it, and it went off. He didn't try to kill her at all.
You know, it's funny about Staley.
What?
Most men would have tried to kill a wife that ran off and married somebody else.
A wife?
Yeah.
Is that so? Oh, you don't. And Mavis seems like such a nice girl.
Well, you never know, Doc.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Mavis would like to see you.
Okay.
Hello, Marshal.
Mavis.
There's something I want to tell you, Marshal.
Okay.
Barney already knows. I told him yesterday after you left.
Go on.
Well, it's about Lou. I know what you think. But I've known him all my life, Marshal. And Lou was crazy. There was something wrong with him. I guess I was ashamed of it, or I'd have told everybody sooner. Especially Barney.
You're not responsible for his being crazy.
No, wait. Lou always did say he'd kill any man I married. That's why I ran away.
Mavis, you were asking an awful lot of a husband, crazy or not.
Marshal, Lou Staley wasn't my husband. He was my brother.
What? You know, Mavis, you've been nothing but trouble to me ever since I got that telegram. And I don't ever want to see you again. Unless it's across your dining room table some Sunday.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Barbara Eiler, and Sam Edwards. Barley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, you finished in there already, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I just wanted to ask the agent a question, Chester.
All right, I was sort of hoping you'd be a few minutes longer.
Oh, do you want me to go back in?
Oh, no. Of course not. I was just thinking, though, with it so near to stage time and all, I'd like to stay a little bit and see it come in.
Are you expecting somebody?
Well, no, it ain't that.
Well, what is it, then?
Well, I just like to see them stages come in, all. I get to figuring on all the miles they've come and all the folks that's rode in them and all the things that's happened. You know, Mr. Dillon, it kind of stirs a man up.
Hang on to yourself, Chester, because here it comes.
Oh, sure enough. Oh, ain't that a pretty sight? Oh.
Well, I've seen prettier, but we might as well wait around and see who's coming in, huh?
Jinkies, I enjoy that. Whoa, my.
Jim, did you have a good run?
Well, driving one of these rigs ain't never exactly easy, but nothing special happened.
That's good.
You looking for somebody?
No, Chester, just sightseeing.
How's that?
He just likes to watch, that's all.
Well, now he can just watch me tend to that baggage. I'll see you later, Marshal.
Sure, Jim.
Well, he don't need to act so smart about it.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
What's on your mind?
Billy Critt, sir, from Louisiana.
I'm Matt Dillon, Critt. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Critt.
Gentlemen, I was wondering if either of you could help me find a friend of mine.
Well, you don't have to do no more than just tell us his name, Mr. Critt. We know just about everybody in these parts.
It's not a he, it's a lady.
A lady? Well, now...
What's her name, Critt?
Russell. Miss Kitty Russell. You happen to know her, Marshal?
Know her? I just guess he does.
Yeah, I know.
I guess Mr. Dillon knows Miss Kitty just about as well as anybody in town.
I thank you, Marshal, if you tell me where I might find her.
Why, we'll take you to her. She's just down the street
Chester,
just...
will you go on down and pick up the mail and take it back to the office?
Well,
I'll be there directly.
Well, sure, I'll do that, Mr. Dillon. But if you need any help...
Yeah, we'll call you if we need any help.
Thanks for your courtesy, Mr. Proudfoot. You say you can show me where to find Miss Russell, Marshal?
Oh, sure. I'll take you there. Come on. You, look a little young to have known Kitty very well. She's been here in Dodge for quite a spell now.
She's an old friend of the family, Marshal Dillon. Yeah. Most especially of my older sister. They grew up together. So when I started out on this trip, there was nothing for it but that I look her up. Lucy'd never forgive me.
I see. Has your sister heard from Kitty lately?
Why, they've kept in touch, sir. Birthdays, Christmas, things like that. You know how ladies are.
Now, here we are, right in here.
But this is a saloon, sir.
Have you ever been in one before?
Oh, I have no objections for myself, sir, but we're looking for a lady.
Oh, come on in, Crit. I think Kitty can speak for herself. Kitty.
I'll be with you in a minute, Matt, as soon as I get these bills added up. Sit down.
This is an old friend of yours, Kitty.
Huh?
From Louisiana, named Crit.
Billy Crit, ma'am. Well, there's no wonder you don't remember me. I was hardly big enough to notice when you last saw me.
You're Billy Crit?
That's right, ma'am. I'm Lucy's youngest brother. At your service, ma'am.
Well, Billy. Well, I remember you. Well, sure I do. Well, I hardly know what to say.
Well, I better leave you two old friends to get acquainted.
Oh, no, Matt, you might as
I'll
well
be over
stay.
at the bar, Kitty.
Well, thank you, sir, for your help.
That's all right, Crit. I'll see you later.
Well, Billy, sit down.
Thank you, ma'am. The marshal was very accommodating when I told him you were a friend of the family.
Oh, the family. Well, it was all a long time ago, wasn't it, Billy?
I reckon it was. I didn't expect to find you in a place like...
Well, how's Lucy?
She's fine. Enjoying splendid health.
And the children? There are 3 of them now, huh?
4, ma'am. Sister Lucy had another little daughter just last month.
Oh.
But I sure am surprised, ma'am, to find you in a...
Say, you've grown tall, Billy. I do believe you favor your father.
They say I do. Miss Kitty...
That whiskey drummer's about to leave, Kitty, if you want to settle up with him.
Oh, yeah, Sam, I do. I'll be right there. You'll have to excuse me, Billy. There's some business I have to take care of.
Why, that's all right, ma'am. But I wonder...
Yeah, Billy?
I wonder if you'd do me the honor of taking supper with me tonight at some suitable place?
Well, all right, Billy. Sure, that'll be nice. You come back this evening.
Kitty?
Yes, Sam.
I'll call for you, ma'am.
All right, Billy.
I guess you'll be staying at the Dodge House, Crit. I'll walk along with you. It's right near my office.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'd just as soon get along there now.
Now?
Is it a good hotel?
The Dodge House? Oh, it's as good as we got.
No offense, sir, but... Well, I guess you look at things differently in the West.
We don't look at them differently, Crit. We just have to live differently, that's all.
And the people...
And the people don't take hasty judging.
I reckon I wasn't judging the people so much as the surroundings.
Well, surroundings aren't the most important thing out here, Crit.
Well, I know, sir, but... Well, I can't help believing Miss Kitty would be better off someplace other than a saloon. My people always told me she's a fine woman.
She is a fine woman. And I think maybe I'd leave Kitty's surroundings up to her.
No. Sorry we haven't a better eating place to show you, Billy.
It's all right, Miss Kitty. As the marshal said to me this afternoon, surroundings aren't the most important thing.
Matt said that, did he?
Yes, ma'am. And I can add that right now, at least, they aren't near as important as the company.
Well, thank you. Nobody's bothered to turn a compliment like that for me in a long time.
Miss Kitty, I'd like to ask you something.
Go right ahead, Billy.
Sister Lucy, she never mentioned the kind of work you do.
I don't think I ever mentioned it to her.
Well, I can't help feeling, ma'am, that you'd be a lot happier if you were situated someplace else.
Are you talking about the Long Branch?
Yes, ma'am, I am. A saloon just isn't a suitable place for a lady. I know it isn't.
Now, Billy, look here.
There she is. Where? Now, look at there, will you?
Oh.
There's Kitty. There's Kitty. You better come on back to your own place, Kitty.
Come on back.
The lady is with me.
We've been looking for you. Come on back to your own place, kid.
Yeah.
We drink better when you're prettying up the place.
That's so.
You go along, boys. I'm having the supper.
I'll take care of this. I've told you once, the lady is with me. Now, if you don't stop bothering her, I'll be forced to take it as a personal insult.
Billy.
What's he saying, Tara? Well, I do believe the little fella is standing up for Kitty.
I'm warning you, sir.
Why, you fancy talking, young...
Boys, you go on back to the Long Branch. I'll be along directly.
I won't stand for them talking to you like that.
Billy, sit down. Now go along, boys.
Don't you think I ought to pin his ears back for him, Weave, just once?
He didn't mean anything.
I don't know.
Now you go on now. Drinks are on me.
Oh, free drinks?
That's what I said.
Well, sure thing, Kitty. Well, we'll see you later.
Sure.
Come on, Weave. Sure thing. Go on, free drinks.
I wish you hadn't done that, Miss Kitty.
You don't understand the way things are out here, Billy. They didn't mean anything.
But no lady has to submit to that sort of thing.
Oh, Billy, you got a lot to learn. Can I come in, Matt?
Huh? Oh, sure, Kitty. Come on in. I got one more paper to sign here, and I'll be right with you. Now, what can I do for you, Kitty? It's an official visit.
Well, I guess it is, Matt, in a way. I'm awful worried about that boy.
Oh? Well, what's happened?
Well, nothing's happened yet. At least I was able to stop it.
What do you mean?
Oh, last night we were having supper at Delmonico's, and Tal and Weeb came in, and they were drunk. You know how they act.
Did Crit take him on?
He was ready to. I managed to stop it this time.
This time?
Matt, that young fool's determined to defend my honor. One of these times, maybe next time, I won't be able to break it up with an offer of free drinks.
Well, you may be right, Kitty, but not much you can do.
But can't you do something, Matt? Talk to him. Hurry him out of town. Take away his gun.
Kitty, use your head. I can't do that. The boy hasn't done anything. Nothing's happened.
And you're just going to sit around and wait till it does?
Now, I don't want trouble any more than you do, Kitty, but the boy has to grow up sometime.
You men have a fine idea what's grown up. Just settle it with a gun. Just shoot somebody, anybody. That's growing up in this town.
Kitty, will you listen to me? I know it's hard for you, but that doesn't change the way things are. I'll do what I can. I'll talk to him, but I can't...
You can't take his gun away. All right, Matt. I only hope he doesn't grow up just in time to get himself killed.
Doc, Miss Kitty read him out something fierce.
She did?
Yeah. Oh, well, what were you doing there, Chester? Eavesdropping, huh? No, Doc, but I was in the back room there when Miss Kitty come in, and there wasn't no way for me to come out once she started going on, Mr. Dillon. And there wasn't no way for me to keep him hearing neither.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She really gave Matt a hard time, did she?
Oh, mercy, yes, she did for a fact. Why,
Yeah,
she told him...
I was too hard on him.
Well, Kitty. Oh, yes. Well, now, Kitty, now, you've got to realize, Matt has a job to do. Yes, he has, and a tough job. And he can't take time to nursemaid every young pup who comes to town.
Oh, you men are all alike. Just leave him alone. Give him a gun and leave him alone. It'll all be settled one way or another.
Miss Kitty, Billy coming in.
I'm afraid he would. Well, I'll steer him away from the bar. Maybe that'll keep trouble away for a little while. Billy? Hello, Billy.
Good afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Come on over here and sit down, huh?
Thank you. I trust you spent a comfortable night.
Oh, yeah, Billy. Yeah, thank you.
Miss Kitty, I've come to tell you goodbye.
Huh?
I've decided to cut short my visit.
Oh. Well, Billy, it was nice to see you. Now, you be sure to give Lucy my love, huh?
I surely will do that, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, when are you leaving?
Right away, ma'am.
Well, you might as well go now while the weather's even. It's real hard traveling when it's stormy.
There he is now. The gent with the fancy talk.
Tal, you go along now.
You had something to say to me, sir?
Well, now, I don't know. I don't know if you'll still be hiding behind the gal's skirts again.
That's insulting, sir.
Chester, go get Matt.
Yes, I will, Miss Kitty.
Well, if it's so insulting, what do you aim to do about it?
I'm inviting you out into the street with me, sir, right now.
Billy, Tal, you stop this right now.
Not this time, Miss Kitty. Did you hear me, sir? Will you step outside with me?
You mean you really know how to use that gun you're wearing?
I know how to use it. If you're not afraid.
You young smart aleck.
I'm waiting.
Doc?
Yes, look here, Tal, now. This is a pretty foolish thing to do, starting a gunfight over nothing.
I can't help it, Doc. This kid has a chip on his shoulder 10 feet high. Somebody has to knock it off. Might as well be me.
Well, he's just a youngster, Tal. Now, he doesn't understand.
He might as well do his growing up right now. Lead the way, you.
After you, sir.
All right, hold it. Everybody stay right here.
This is an affair of honor, Marshal. You have no right to interfere.
I'm interfering anyway. Now, give me your gun, Crit.
No, Marshal. You... Give it back.
I'll give it back when you leave town. All right, Tal. Go on, get out of here.
No, wait.
Go on. Before I let you cool off in jail. Now, go on.
This is very humiliating for a gentleman.
Billy, this whole trip, this whole meeting with me seems to have been humiliating for a gentleman like you.
Why, ma'am, I was meaning to defend the lady's honor.
What lady? What honor?
Well, yours, ma'am.
Now, you listen to me. I've been getting along very well here without you to defend me. I live the way I want to live. I do what I want to do, and it's for my honor. Well, I haven't thought much about it for a long time.
But, ma'am,
I've had about enough of you with your fancy manners and your fancy talk. The sooner you go back to your mama and your nice ways of living, the better I'll like it. Sam, I'll have a whiskey.
There's a stage in an hour, Crit. You might want to be on it, huh?
I'll be on it, Marshal. That's for certain.
You can pick up your gun before you leave. You were pretty hard on him, Kitty. And pretty hard on yourself, too.
Yeah, I was. It settled it, didn't it? I guess it isn't the first time a woman's had to be hard on herself to keep a man out of trouble. Is he gone?
Yeah, he's taken the stage.
Well, that's good. Oh, well, Matt. Come on. I'll buy you a drink.
Well, you think I'm grown up enough?
Guess I'm going to have to let you decide that.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
How are you this morning, Mr. Bumby?
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring myself.
Sam, you better wash that glass over. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, that'll be fine. Her face is something wondrous.
That's pretty, Matt. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just get up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close too early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I gotta work here. You know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. I'm not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Well, thanks anyway, Matt. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Oh, Kitty.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. It's the first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seemed like a big bluebottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool bluebottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool bluebottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty bluebottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Ms. McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man your standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir, I...
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a raggle-bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town about you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down. All over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's Galentine's got herself a new boat.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul them in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge him with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. They didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Ooh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. And maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Well, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. You look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
How do? You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak? Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name. Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. Then promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What says she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
It's Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, sure. Say, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best-looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
Oh, well, so long.
So long, Doc.
Punch, Marshal Dillon?
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunker than a hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
Well, I promised. I'm on the committee.
Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you've brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll thank you to leave this lady's presence.
What?
Now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty. What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking. whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. And there were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week, and they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing as how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine, Chester.
This ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now, come
Matt.
on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
It's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now, there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. No, I'm telling you. You and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. Oh, sure. We sure will. Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There was only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table, and someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What'll you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, sir.
Yeah. I got some things to do in the back. Give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Matt. Matt.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure, it's all right.
I'm so mad. I could...
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
Been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there, I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. You just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
Well, I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or two? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Robert Trout and his timely roundup of world news tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Everything sure is closed up tight, Mr. Dillon. Don't look like nobody's here at all.
Somebody better be here. We'll leave the horses here at the side, huh?
All right, sir. It don't seem likely that Will Hunter would just be sitting out here when he's supposed to be in court.
Well, he's got to be someplace, Chester. This is as good a place as any to start. Hello? Anybody home? Open up. It's Matt Dillon. I want to talk to you.
Sure don't seem like nobody's here.
I'm not so sure. Open the door, or I'll break it in.
You ain't got no business with me.
Are you Miss Hunter?
Will Hunter married me.
Where is he, ma'am?
He ain't here.
I better talk to you. Can we come in?
I told you. You ain't got no business with me.
Look, it's very important that we find your husband, Miss Hunter.
It ain't important to me.
Well, it should be. He was supposed to testify today against the man who stole your horses.
I don't know nothing about it.
Well, you know Mort Seeley?
I ain't got nothing to say, Marshal.
Look here, Miss Hunter. I arrested Seeley on charges made by your husband. Now, I kept him in jail waiting for the circuit judge, and he came today, and I sent word out here to Hunter, but he didn't show up. Now, if he doesn't show up tomorrow, the judge will have to tell me to turn Seeley loose. Now, is that what you want?
What I want ain't in it.
You won't answer my questions, then, huh?
I told you, Marshal. Will ain't here. That's all I know to tell you.
All right, Miss Hunter. I just hope you won't be sorry.
I'm used to being sorry.
Come on, Chester.
What'd she mean by that?
I don't know. She's not likely to tell us either.
Well, what about Will?
It looks like he changed his mind. Or somebody changed it for him.
Well, Chester, did you find Will Hunter?
No, sir, Judge, I didn't.
Well, I told you. Ain't no case against me. Now, just a minute, Seeley.
Did you look the town over good, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon, I sure did. I was in and out of every eating place and saloon in town. He ain't been seen, that's all there are to it.
Did you check the hotel?
Yes, sir.
The livery stable?
Yes, sir, and Ma Scrimmick ain't saw him neither.
Huh? I'm sorry, Marshal. I can't delay things any longer.
Now, wait a minute, Judge. You're going to let him go?
There's nothing else for me to do.
Why, of course there ain't. I knowed it all the time. Turn me loose, Dillon.
Hold on, Seeley. Look, Judge, this man's guilty.
You can't prove that, Marshal.
But, Judge, there was a witness.
Well, maybe there was, but under the law, he's not guilty if the witness doesn't testify. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Well, I ain't sorry. Come on, Wes. Let's get out of here.
Judge, please.
I have to dismiss the case, Marshal, on the basis of lack of evidence. You'll have to let him go.
You tell him all about it, Jim. So long.
I swear, I sure do hate to see him just walk out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Chester. So do I.
The law tries to protect everybody equally, Marshal.
I know that, Judge. But sometimes people are scared to take advantage of it. All right, Chester, let's go.
You know, Mr. Dillon, I got me an idea that it's just as well as not if a body don't know too much.
Oh, how's that?
Well, now, if the judge hadn't knowed so much out of them law books, there wouldn't have been no trouble at all.
How do you figure?
Well, we all knowed Seeley was guilty, didn't we?
Yeah, he's guilty.
All right, then. I believe knowing all that legal business just got in the judge's way.
You know something, Chester? For once, I'd like to agree with you.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Sitting in the courtroom that way sure does make a man hungry, don't it?
All right, Chester. You go on. Go on, get your dinner.
Why ain't you coming?
No, not yet. I got some work to do in here. I'll see you later. Go on.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I will just go get it.
Come on in, Dillon. It's your office.
What are you doing here, Seeley?
That ain't a very friendly question, Dillon. You've been right anxious to keep me here up till now.
What do you want?
Tell him, Wes.
Me and Brother Mort come to pick up his gun.
You riding out of town, Seeley?
Why, what's that got to do with it?
You don't get your gun until you do.
The marshal sure ain't real polite about it, is he, Wes?
You fix it, Mort.
Well, ain't nothing to it, Wes. Marshal just heard that judge tell him to let loose of me, and he knows he can't do nothing about it. Don't you, Dillon?
I can keep your gun as long as you're in Dodge.
Sure sounds like that marshal don't trust me, don't it, Wes?
You can't do nothing about it.
Don't count on it.
Well, you heard the judge.
Let me tell you something, Seeley. I know you're guilty, and you know I know it, and there's somebody else who knows it.
And who is that?
Will Hunter.
I ain't worried about him.
I'm going to tell you something else. I think you fixed it so Hunter couldn't show up today. You'll have plenty to worry about if he ever does.
Dillon, you forgot something.
I don't think
You
so.
forgot a man can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I'm not worried about that, Seeley. If I ever find Will Hunter, there'll be a brand new crime to try you for.
Matt, cheer up. You're acting like a lawyer. Just lost a big case.
I did lose one.
No, you didn't, Matt. You did your job. If the law wouldn't back you up, it's not your fault.
I'm beginning to agree with Chester.
Huh? How's that?
He thinks too much law just gets in the way.
Well, Chester makes a point sometimes.
Yeah, I guess he does.
There's no use worrying about it, Matt. Hey, you know what?
What?
There's going to be dancing tonight.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I thought you might like to come. A little good, honest, hard work like dancing with me might take your mind off your troubles.
Oh, thanks, Kitty, but I'm not much of a dancing man.
Oh,
Hold it. Is the marshal in here?
Oh, there's Doc.
there with Kitty.
Over here, Doc.
wonder what he's so excited about.
I couldn't see in this dark place.
I was coming out of the light, you know.
Well, sit down, Doc.
Oh, well, I shouldn't, Kitty, but... Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
Haven't you been looking for Will Hunter?
Yeah, I sure have. Why, have you heard something?
I found him.
Well, where is he?
Well, Matt, you know that spot out west of town? Where I like to go fishing when I get a chance.
Is Hunter there?
No, wait a minute. I'm trying to tell you.
Well, go on.
Well, I had a call to make out at the Rains place. And I just stopped off to see if that big channel catfish was still running things in that pool.
Doc, you're spitting this story out like a woman.
All right, but that's the way it happened.
The way what happened, Doc?
The way I found Will Hunter. I heard him moaning in the bushes, Matt, and there he was. And he was hurt bad. Awfully bad.
Was he shot?
He might as well have been. He'd taken as bad a beating as a man ever took. And he was left there for dead. And he just about was.
Well, what did you do with him?
Well, I got him into the buggy, and I took him home. Oh, Mrs. Hunter took on something terrible when I brought him in. Well, she hadn't heard anything from him for 3 days.
Yeah. Is he going to make it, Doc?
I don't know, Matt. I did everything I could. I'll be looking in on him tomorrow, and I'll try to find out something for you.
Thanks, Doc, but I think I better try to find out for myself. Right now.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, I sure do hope that woman's gladder to see us this time than she was the last time we was out here.
I don't expect she will be. Doc said she was mighty upset.
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, it just could be that she'd be glad to see us showing an interest in Will and all. We stopping here?
Yeah. We'll go up to the house on foot. Get on, Chester.
She sure ain't no friendlier, is she?
No, not exactly. Miss Hunter.
She's standing there on the porch, Mr. Dillon. She's got a big old squirrel gun. She aims to kill us.
Yeah. Miss Hunter, it's the marshal. I want to talk to you. I'm coming in.
Don't come no closer. I got nothing to say to you.
We've come to help you. To help Will now. Will you put the gun down?
Will don't get no help. He just gets hurt. Ain't nobody else coming near him.
I'm coming in, Miss Hunter. Will wants to see me.
Why don't you leave us be?
Put the gun down.
Why don't you leave us be?
Give me the gun, Miss Hunter. Chester. It's all right now, Miss Hunter. It's all right.
Mr. Dillon?
Help her over to that chair and get her some water, will you? I'm gonna go see Will.
Yes, sir. Now, don't you worry, young man. Mr. Dillon's real good at taking care of folks.
Will? Will? Yeah.
How is he, Mr. Dillon?
He's dead.
Will don't get no help. He just gets hurt. He just gets dead.
Oh, that's terrible.
Miss Hunter, do you know who did this to your husband?
Oh, it don't make no difference no more.
Yes, it does. Seeley's brother Wes was out here, wasn't he?
Going after him won't bring Will back.
No, Miss Hunter, it won't. But if I know Will Hunter, it'll make him rest easier.
It ain't no use. It's over. I'm done.
Now, you listen to me. Will was no coward.
If he'd had the chance, he'd have spoken up. And I know he'd have wanted you to do the same thing.
No, he didn't hold with cowards.
All right, then tell me, Miss Hunter. Was Mort Seeley's brother out here while I was holding Mort in jail?
He come 3 days ago. He told Will he'd take him where the horses was. The one Seeley had stole. And Will rode off with him.
And he didn't ride back.
Dr. Adams brought him back. To die.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I want you to do exactly what I tell you.
All right, sir.
I want you to go to Dodge.
And leave you here?
I want you to go to every place you can think of. To Delmonico's, the hotel, the livery stable.
A Long Branch?
And the Long Branch. And I want you to do a lot of talking.
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, I don't understand just what you're getting at.
I want you to tell everybody you see that Will Hunter is doing fine. Just fine.
But, Mr. Dillon...
You just do what I say, Chester. Tell the story all over town.
Yeah, but now, if them Seeley brothers hears about this, they'll head right out.
That's what I'm counting on.
Well, now, I ain't going off and leave you alone to get a pat hand like
Get going,
that.
Chester.
It just ain't
Chester.
right. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
It's good of you to do the burying, Marshal Dillon.
That's all right, ma'am.
I have to thank you for that.
You could have waited in the house, Miss Hunter.
It's my place to be here. That digs hard, don't it?
The prairie gets baked hard.
That's hard ground. Hard living. Hard dying.
Yes, and I know.
9 years. 9 years Will spent scraping the place out of this hard ground. Denying himself, me too.
No, it hasn't been easy.
9 years flying in the sun. Fighting to keep from being washed away when it stormed. Being bone tired. Not seeing folks. And me dying up alongside him.
Miss Hunter,
We got to get the place going, Hallie. See? Now he ain't going no place else. Ain't that funny, Marshal?
No, ma'am.
You got the place started. And now it's finished. Why, sure, that's funny, Marshal. That's a real joke.
Miss Hunter, look, why don't you go away for a while? Huh?
Well, just where do you figure I'd go, Marshal?
I don't know. A relative, maybe, or... Well, it just seems to me that it'd do you good to leave.
Marshal, I hate this place with a mortal hate. I ain't never done nothing else but hate it. But Will Hunter scraped it out for me. With his bare hands, it seemed like. And he lies here. I ain't never going to leave.
Well, there might be more shooting.
Oh, there'll always be more shooting.
No, I mean here, Miss Hunter. When the Seeley brothers come.
I'll be proud to wait for that, Marshal Dillon.
Well, aren't you afraid? You could get hurt.
There ain't nothing for me to be afraid of, Marshal. Not ever again.
I tell you, Mort, I hope I won't be making this right many more
I should have
times.
known you never could do nothing right the first time.
I done just like you told me, Mort. Come and I got him, and then I rode out with him, and I left him in a
One
ditch.
thing you did not do.
How's that?
You didn't kill him.
Now, Mort, I don't understand that. I just rightly don't. He ain't got no call to be living, not after what I done.
Well, I just want to tell you one thing, Brother West. Don't you make no mistake this time. Else you won't have no call to be living neither.
Sure, Mort. There won't be nothing to it.
Just see to it that there ain't.
Mort, what about the woman?
Well, she's a witness, ain't she?
Sure, but
I don't want no witness living.
Miss Hunter,
Marshal,
they're coming. They're riding in the gate right now.
I'm ready.
Now, I want you to stay quiet and out of sight.
I ain't afraid.
I want them to make the first move. You understand that?
I understand all about it.
All right. I'm waiting till they come up on the porch. You just stay quiet. I'm going back to the window.
Hunter! Come on out, Hunter. Ain't gonna do you no good laying there and hide. Hunter, me and Wes, we gonna finish it this time.
They're leaving their horses.
Gonna go easier if we don't have to come in after you, Hunter. It'll go easy on your wife. If we come in there, Hunter, Wes gonna get a chance to beat on you some more. Ain't that right, Wes?
No!
That's right, Mort.
No, you ain't coming in!
No, Miss
you
Hunter.
ain't gonna beat on nobody
Hunter!
no more!
Hunter, come back, they'll kill you!
Mort, she went and shot me, Mort. She killed me.
Woman went killed Wes.
Yeah. You killed her.
Crazy woman. Running around with a gun. She near blowed my arm clean off. You know, that's a terrible thing. Woman running around shooting people. Anyway, she sure ain't gonna be no witness now.
That's right, Seeley. You only got one witness to worry about now.
Who's that, Marshal?
Me. Now, you stand steady while I bind up that arm. I want you in good shape to stand trial.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Lawrence Dobkins, Vic Perrin, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, presented by Army in Europe magazine, a monthly feature magazine for the use of a soldier and civilian.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, boys. Can I bring you anything?
We're fine.
Oh, all right. You sing out if you want me. I'll be over there with the doc.
Thanks, kid.
Hiya, Doc.
Well, now, Kitty, it appears I'm not an invisible man after all.
I wasn't ignoring you, Doc. I was just too busy to say hello.
Oh, then it's not my advanced age and state of decrepitude.
Well, you'll never get old, Doc. You're too ornery.
At least I hope I don't get so old a pretty girl won't say that to me. Whether she means it or not.
Oh, I do mean it. Provided I'm one of the pretty ones that you're talking about.
One of them, Kitty. You are the most beautiful.
Come
on, Kitty. You and me are going to have a drink.
Now, look, Frank. I told you twice in the last hour. Now, leave me alone.
Don't you call me Sonny. Now, just a minute, young fella. You keep your pants on that chair, old-timer, and you keep your mouth shut. Old-timer, why, you...
Now, take it easy, Doc. Look, beat it, kid, before you get into trouble.
I said we're going to have a drink, and what I say goes. Now, come on.
You let go of me.
What's the matter, Kitty? You having a little trouble here?
Matt, will you tell him to leave me alone?
The lady says keep your hands off, kid.
Now, don't you start calling me kid.
Now, what's your name?
Bravo. Just Bravo, that's all.
You're new in Dodge, aren't you?
Any law against it?
Not unless you keep acting the way you were a minute ago. What do you want me to do, Kitty?
Just get him out of here. He hasn't got enough sense to take no for an answer.
You heard her, Bravo. You better go someplace else.
You think you can push people around, don't you? Just because you're the law.
Nobody's pushing him.
You all think you're pretty smart. Calling me kid? Saying run along, Sonny? Or maybe I ain't fixing to run. Now, what do you think about that?
Bravo, you better quit while you're ahead.
I interfere to you. To nobody else. And I'll prove it to you. I'll just prove it to all of you.
Fine, you go ahead and prove it, but right. Bravo, you move your hand any closer to that gun, and I'll slap the teeth right out of your head.
You afraid to draw against me, Marshal?
You half-baked young idiot. Now, you give me that gun.
You stay back. You ain't going to treat me like no kid.
I told you to keep your hand away. All right, get up, Bravo. You're not hurt. Come on, get up.
You give me my gun.
You come around in the morning, you can have it back, provided you're cooled off and can show a little sense.
You made a big mistake, Marshal. You should have drawn on me when you had the chance.
It'll look different to you in the morning, Bravo. Now, you go somewhere and sleep it off now. Huh?
Sure. Run along, Sonny. Is that what you're saying? Well, I'll tell you something, all of you. You're going to be whistling a different tune before I leave this town. You just wait and see. You're going to be a mighty sorry man, Marshal, before I'm through.
Say, I'd hate to meet one like that very often, Matt.
Yeah, he's a scared kid, Doc. That's what's wrong with him. And he's scared mostly that somebody will find it out.
Well, chances are he'll leave town without even coming around to get his gun.
No, Kitty, he'll be around to get it. Before he leaves town, he'll use it.
What do you mean, Matt? Use it on who?
Me, more than likely.
You know, Mr. Dillon, late at night like this is the best time of the whole day.
I agree, Chester. Dodge does look better in the dark, doesn't it?
Well, yes, sir, but it ain't only that. Things quiet down about this time of night. Folks goes to bed and kindly put their meanness away for a while.
Oh, maybe some of them do.
Dust gets a chance to settle. The breeze comes in off the prairie all fresh and cool. The stars comes out. The moon
Wait a minute, Chester.
What's the matter?
I thought I heard something. How'd you hear that?
It sounds like somebody groaning.
Yeah, come on.
Well, look. There's somebody laying over there on the ground.
Let's strike a match, Chester.
Yes, sir. Why, that's Wally Stirk.
Yeah. Looks like he's coming around. Wally. Hey, Wally. Matt Dillon, are you all right? Wally. Can you hear me, Wally?
Marshal?
Yeah. What happened?
I don't know. Somebody hit me back of the head.
Oh, who was it?
I don't know. I was in the Long Branch playing poker. And I come out and started down the street. My money. Where's my money? I had more than $100 I won in that poker game.
Well, from the way your pockets is turned inside out, I doubt you got it now.
Somebody was laying for me out here in the dark.
It sure looks that way.
I know it better than to stop and talk to her.
Talk to who?
Gina Preble. She stopped me and started making up to me.
And then somebody slugged you from behind.
That's right.
And it's happened around her before. Gina knows a lot of little tricks like that.
You mean she set me up for it?
Like a possum up a tree.
Hey, you think you can stand up, Willie?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, give me a hand. I bet the man that done it's that fella she's been hanging around with lately.
What fella?
I don't know, some young whippersnapper calls himself Bravo.
This it, Mr. Dillon?
The landlady said the third door back.
That landlady's a caution.
Well, it's that kind of a place, Chester.
My.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's Marshal Dillon. I want to talk to you, Gina.
Just a minute.
You better stand back, Chester. He may be in there with her.
Yes, sir.
Well, it ain't every day that Marshal comes calling on a girl.
You mind if we come in, Gina?
Well, Marshal, I was just...
Thank you. Oh, you here alone?
Who's there, Gina? Who you talking to? Oh.
Hello, Bravo.
And what'd you let him in for?
Just come in, Bravo. I couldn't do nothing.
What's the idea, Marshal?
Which one of you has the money?
What money?
The money you took from Wally Stirk.
We don't know nothing about that.
What are you up to, Marshal?
You made a mistake, didn't you, Gina? Wally Stirk knows you. You always used to pick strangers when you were working it with your old partner.
What's he talking about?
I don't know, Bravo. I don't know nothing about it.
What partner?
Nobody.
His name was Big Red. Gina was pretty friendly with him till I ran him out of town last year.
Well, I didn't know what kind of man he was.
Didn't you?
Gina,
Where'd you go tonight when you was out so long?
No place. I just talked to some friends like I told you.
Weren't you with her, Bravo?
No, I wasn't. What friends, Gina?
Just some girls I know that work down at the Long Branch and some other places down the street.
You weren't in the Long Branch when you ran into Wally Sturk. You were in the alley.
I've been there, though. I was coming home, taking the shortcut, and Wally stopped me.
Oh? He says you stopped him.
I just said hello, and he wanted to talk.
And while you were talking to him, somebody stepped up behind and slugged him in the back of the head.
I don't know nothing about that, Marshal.
You were there.
It was dark. I didn't see nothing.
It wasn't that dark. Now, who did it, Gina?
He'd kill me. He said he'd kill me if I told anybody.
Who's going to kill you? Now, what are you talking about?
I didn't want nothing to do with him, Bravo. Honest, I didn't. I was scared to death when I heard he was back, and then he found me and he threatened me.
You mean Big Red, huh?
He'll kill me if he knows I told you.
You know where he is now?
Yeah.
You rotten little sneak.
You didn't know him, Bravo. He's tough and he's mean. And you're just a kid, and I didn't want you to get hurt.
Get out of here,
Chester. Take her outside. Huh?
Come on, miss.
Bravo,
Get out.
Kill me.
Go on, Gina. I'll be out in a minute.
All right, Marshal.
You know, you pushed me just as far as you're going to, Marshal. Now you made it, so I'll be a laughing stock all over town.
You shouldn't have taken up with a girl like her, Bravo.
And you shouldn't have been born. I'm going to prove that to you, Marshal. It's the last thing I ever do.
You know, Bravo, the next time you make a move toward that gun of yours, it probably will be the last thing you ever do.
You're going to pay, Marshal. You're going to pay plenty. I'll show you what I am.
You don't have to show me, Bravo. I already know.
Hey, you want to play another game, Matt?
Doc, how many times do I have to beat you before you give up, huh?
Well, the cards have been running against me, that's all.
Sure.
Just one more, Matt.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and deal them.
Yeah.
Hey, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind going over to Sam's place and bringing some supper for the prisoner?
All right, sir. Oh, be all right if they get me a little snack while I'm there?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. And who have you got locked up, Matt?
A man called Big Red. He's waiting trial for robbing Wally Sturk a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I heard about that.
Yeah, I figure he'll be convicted on the evidence. He should have been sent up years ago.
Mm-hmm. No. You look at this hand.
Well, it should be a good one, Doc. You dealt it.
You claiming I stacked the deck?
Oh, not yet. I'll just wait and see how the hand turns out.
I never saw such a poor loser in all my born
I haven't lost yet.
Well, you're sure going to, though. Why, with the hand I've got here... That was our back, man.
You stay here, Doc.
Now, watch yourself.
Hold it, Marshal. Right where you are.
Bravo.
Don't you turn around. It's the gun I got in your back. And I'll take that gun of yours, if you don't mind.
What are you up to, Bravo?
I'm riding out tonight, Marshal. And I'm leaving this town something to remember me by. I just killed Big Red.
What?
I shot him through the cell window. Just like a setting prairie dog.
You crazy fool.
Now, I'm going to put on a show for the boys at the Long Branch. I'm going to make their marshal dance for them.
I've given you all the chance I'm going to, Bravo. You had your last warning.
Ain't you forgot something, Marshal? This is a gun I'm holding in your back. Now start walking. Just keep walking, Marshal.
You're heading down a rough road, Bravo, and this is about your last chance to turn back.
Straight ahead.
You're a fool, kid.
Don't you call me kid. Not after what I'm doing tonight. Go on. Inside. Well, good. We got a nice big crowd.
Hello, man. I didn't expect you back tonight.
Kitty. Stay clear of him. He's got a gun.
What?
Run along, girlie. Maybe I'll find time for you later.
Look, Bravo. I didn't mean what I said the other night. When'd you let him go?
Beat it.
Look, you and me can get out of here. We can go somewhere and we'll talk.
I know what you're up to. Now beat it.
You better do what he says, Kitty.
All right, man.
Straight ahead, Marshal. Right out in the middle of the floor. We want them all to get a good look at this. I'm going to show them something they won't forget. All right. Now, this ought to do real fine. Listen, everybody. Listen, I got something to show you, man. You all know this man. But I bet you didn't know he could dance, now did you? I got the marshal right where I want him. You know something? He don't even look halfway big no more.
All right, stay back, everybody. He just killed Big Red.
You all thought I was a kid. Well, what do you think now?
They'd still think it, Bravo. And a scared one to boot.
You shut up, Marshal.
You killed Big Red, but why don't you tell him how? He shot him through the cell window, and Big Red didn't have a gun. That's how brave this kid is.
Stop calling me that.
And he ambushed me, hid in the dark, and stuck a gun in my back.
You're sure asking for it, Marshal.
Go ahead and shoot, kid. You wanted to prove something to him. That'll prove plenty. An unarmed man in the back. You're a sneaking yellow coward, Bravo.
You shut up.
You want them to remember you? They will, all right. They'll hang a name on you before you even get out of town. Shot 2 men in the back because he was afraid to stand up and call them.
I ain't afraid.
All right, prove it then. You put my gun back in the holster and you stand up and face me.
You think I'm crazy?
No. I just think you're scared. And so does everybody else here.
That's a lie.
Well, look at him. Can't you tell?
All right. All right, there's your gun. Don't you turn around. Not till I get across the room. Don't you move till I get over here. And I'll tell you when.
Now, Bravo?
Sure.
You keeping your own gun in your hand?
Sure I am. But you got one in your holster now. So you can't say I'm killing an unarmed man.
All right. That's the way you want it.
Don't move yet, Marshal.
Bravo, you're under arrest for murder. Now you drop that gun.
Not hardly.
Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm all right, Kitty.
Well, you sure didn't prove much today.
You prove one thing, Kitty.
What?
That a bullet will kill a man.
And he had to die to do that.
Yeah.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, we're inside of Dodge anyway, Chester. There's Ellen Henry's homestead.
Wonder how she'd take to serving up a breakfast, Mr. Dillon. I'm plumb hungry.
I'll settle for watering the horses. I don't imagine Ellen has any extra food.
No, sir. It's gone pretty hard for her since Ethan died, hasn't it?
That's the talk.
Look at her place. 3 lean-tos and not a green thing growing. I don't know how she makes out.
Well, maybe Luther helps more than the folks give him credit for.
For a son, he's not much good to my way of thinking. I don't know when he turns a hand for his mother between stops at the Texas Trail and the Long Branch.
At least not much like his father was. Or Ellen either, for that matter. It's a mite early. Nobody's stirring. Oh. We better just water our horses and ride on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Quiet-like, isn't it?
Hey,
where'd you come from, Mr. Dillon?
From the house, I think.
Luther?
I don't know.
You're trespassing. Get off my land.
It's Marshal Dillon, Ellen. We just stopped to water our horses.
I recognize you. The trespassing still goes, Marshal.
You're awful quick to fire, Ellen.
Ethan and me never took to folks arriving unannounced. I still don't take to it.
Well, that's no cause to be firing on us that way, Miss Henry, especially since you recognized us.
Quit whimpering. If I'd aimed to hit you, I'd have hit you.
All right, Ellen.
Get off my land and stay off.
Just don't you get in any trouble with that rifle, Ellen.
I expect you'll hear about it if I do, Marshal. Now get. I don't always aim high.
Come on, Chester.
How old would you say she is, Mr. Dillon?
She can't be over 40, I guess. If that.
She looks like an old woman. 60 or more.
She's dried up. Dead inside.
Remember when Ethan and her and the boy came out here, Mr. Dillon, right after the war? She was an awful pretty little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Luther was a little more than a baby then. No, Mr. Dillon, I was just thinking. Ethan was so proud of his homestead and his boy and Ellen. Now he's 5 years dead, the boy's gone bad. His wife and his homestead, they've just dried up. It's kind of sad, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, come on, Chester. Let's get on into Dodge.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning,
Chester?
Mitch.
Hello, Mitch. Well, what'll it be?
Set up a bottle of rye, will you?
Yes, sir, Marshal Dillon.
Look, there's Luther over there at the table, alone.
Yeah, I saw him. Thanks, Mitch. Wait here, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mitch, could I have a little sugar in there, please?
Mind if I don't get to my feet, Marshal? I got the feeling if I tried to stand up straight, I'd fall over first thing I knew.
Sit still, Luther.
I just don't have a lot of choice about it, Marshal.
I was out by your place this morning, Luther. I hadn't seen your mother in a long time.
Wish I could say the same.
A woman shouldn't have to run a homestead alone. Not when her son's big enough to be a real help.
Is this a lecture, Marshal? A do-good talk?
Put your own name on it, Luther. I can't make you feel what you don't feel. But in a way, you're responsible for your mother and what she does.
I'm real lucky, Marshal. I can quit listening any time I don't want to hear something. Between the old lady and people like you, I quit listening an awful lot.
Get it straight, Luther. I don't care what happens to you.
I done something wrong? You accusing me of something unlawful, Marshal?
No. But if you have any feeling left for your mother or what happens to her, you'll do something about her. Living out there alone so much, she's gone a little crazy.
She shot at you. Is that all's concerning you, Marshal? Half the time I do go home, she levels off at me. I got a ride in under fire. Or crawl in on my belly. She's crazy, like you said. I swear, she's crazy.
Then you ought to bring her into town. Get a keeper for her.
Maybe I would. If I cared what happened to her. I don't care. I don't care at all.
Well, that's up to you, Luther.
Now, that's just another one of them things I didn't hear you say, Marshal.
Luther's just plain drunk, isn't he, sir?
That and just plain no good.
Well, whatever you said drove him right out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't been in the office since early yesterday, Chester.
All right, sir. Only
what?
Well, sir, Mitch has got a catalog in the back room, and he's not busy, and he says it's just full of things you can order straight from St. Louis. I thought well...
You got extra money, have you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. Well, that is not really extra money, Mr. Dillon. It's just that... Well, Mitch swears you can get underwear from this catalog that don't rub your skin raw, and I'd like to take a look at it.
All right, Chester, I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Cass. Now, what's on your mind?
Talk I heard, Marshal. It's private, like maybe we go to your office.
We can do our talking here.
I thought you was always of a mind to get me inside there, Marshal, where you could turn the key on me.
Maybe I will someday, Cass. Now, come on, speak up.
Yeah, I heard talk at Luther Henry Road cattle off Karn's place last night. Saw you talking with him just now. Wondered if you'd heard the same.
Haven't heard a thing, Cass.
Odd you wouldn't know.
I was out at Dodge last night, all night.
I wonder if it's so. Luther didn't give himself away when you talked just now.
You're the one who's heard the talk, Cass.
I got my rights. I can ask questions of you, Marshal. If a man's herd ain't safe, he's got a right to know.
Are you worried for Carnes or for you?
If Carnes' cattle can be rode off, mine can.
No? I didn't know you had much of a herd.
What a man has is his own business, Marshal. I'm asking about Luther and the other rider. They say there was 2.
If Luther's wrong with the law, I'll get him. Is there anything else on your mind?
Thanks, Mitch, for letting me see the book.
Not a thing, Marshal. But I don't much like your attitude.
I can't see that worrying me too much, Cass. All right, Chester, let's go.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, I was watching him from the back there. He's a sniveling sort, that Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, though, I don't know a single bad thing he's done.
Know any good he's done?
No, sir. Can't say that I do, Mr. Dillon.
How about you? Did you find out about your fancy underwear?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we can tend to business, huh? Come on.
Hello, Marshal. I was waiting for you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carnes.
Howdy, Chester.
Well, how do, Mr. Carnes?
You got the key, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't see you in town much, Mr. Carnes.
Only when I got business, Marshal.
Yeah. Well, come on in, won't you?
My, it's close in here. We've been away a day and a night, Mr. Carnes. Sure gets close that way. I'll just open up the back.
Won't you have a chair, Mr. Carnes?
I don't have a long piece to say, Marshal. It don't take long to say some of my cattle were stolen last night.
Yeah, I heard.
So soon?
Yeah, Cass Stetter told me about it a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't know how Cass come by the information, but it's true. This is the second time it's happened in the last few weeks.
You don't keep much cattle, do you?
Hardly any. I suppose 100 head's the most I ever had at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I lost 5 or 6, about the same time before.
Cass was of the mind that Luther Henry did it.
I don't know, Marshal. One of my hands said Luther was out at my place the other day just looking around. I got no real reason to suspect him. Only thing I know is that whoever it was rides a horse that's shot all the way around. You don't see a lot of that on the prairie.
No, you don't. You think there was just one rider, Mr. Carnes?
There was 2 from the tracks, but the boys and me lost them in the rain. I thought I'd tell you about it, Marshal. I can't afford to lose the little I got.
No, I'll do what I can, Mr. Carnes.
I kind of hope it isn't Luther. Not for him so much as Ellen. She's had enough trouble.
Yeah. Well, Chester and I'll ride out to the Henry place and look around, Mr. Carnes. If Luther's guilty, maybe some of Ellen's troubles will be over. Or maybe they'll just be beginning.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, in the 17th annual poll of Noted Daily, CBS Radio won 12 first places. The top poll award, Champion of Champions, went to The Jack Benny Show. Best comedian was Eve Arden on Our Miss Brooks. Best comedian, Jack Benny. Best Master of Ceremonies, Bing Crosby. Bing also won the nod as Best Popular Male Vocalist. Doris Day was rated Best Feminine Pop Vocalist. And so it went in all 12 first places. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I feel like I was riding right into the camp of the enemy, coming back to Ellen this way.
You think we should be flying a white flag as we ride up, Chester?
You know, I'd feel a little safer to tell the honest truth.
She's got no reason to fire on us. I'll agree. That's pretty small comfort.
Oh. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. I think I saw her peering out.
It's all right, Chester. Come on.
I don't see Luther's horse around.
Maybe he isn't here.
Well?
Afternoon, Ellen. I want to talk a bit about Luther.
I got work to do in the shed. I was going there. You want to talk?
Let me help, Ellen.
I'll get it. He's got a loose shoe. I aim to fix it.
Well, we could be a hand, Ellen. If,
Yes, I'm proud to.
I aim to fix it myself.
All right.
He wouldn't have shoes if I waited for a man to shoe him. Easy. Easy now. Easy. Oh. You come to talk, Marshal.
Yeah, about Luther.
Come on. Open. Huh. 2 nails clean out. No wonder it's loose.
Carnes lost some cattle last night. 2 riders got off with 5 or 6 head. One of Carnes' hands thinks Luther was one of them. Is he around, Ellen?
I told you before. He comes and goes, Luther does.
Well, have you seen him since we were here this morning?
Don't recall that I have, Marshal. I got other things to occupy my thought. Like trying to get together enough money to go back to my people. What to do with those nails?
Here they are, man.
Oh.
I'd admire to help you, Miss Henry.
I'll do it.
That's a fine horse, Ellen, a real fine horse. Shot all the way around.
Come on, boy. That was Ethan's way.
This your horse or Luther's?
Mine.
What? That was Luther, Mr. Dillon, and he took your horse.
Yeah.
Will I make a run after him, sir?
Not when he's wild, Chester. I don't want you shot or him either. I just want to talk to him. Hell, he just comes and goes, huh, Ellen?
Believe what you want, Marshal. I didn't know he was around. Like I said, I never know. Quit caring. Don't worry, Marshal. Luther will get his. He's had it coming to him for a long time.
Well, I guess we ride back double, Chester.
Yes, sir, we sure do. Luther sure cut out quick, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he did run those cattle off Carnes' place last night.
Maybe. He's running away from something.
Wonder where he'll hide. Everybody around here knows your horse.
Oh, he's made a lot of mistakes. He'll make more. Nothing says he's going to turn bright all of a sudden.
You're not worried about your horse then, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester.
What kind of a woman is that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I'm not much of a hand to understand women, Chester, any woman. I don't know.
You think she knew Luther was home all along?
Maybe.
I just don't understand it, Mr. Dillon. It's not right, somehow, a woman not caring about her own son. You hear her? She said right out, I quit caring. It just don't seem right. still might close in here. I believe I'll leave them back windows up a spell, Mr. Dillon.
I think I'll go up to Emil's blacksmith shop, Chester, and see if he has a horse to spare.
All right, sir.
There's some paperwork to catch up on if you get the time.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you'll want to write that place in Chicago about your underwear, the first thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'll be back, Chester. Well, I may not need that horse after all.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen Henry's riding up the street, leading my horse.
Well, bless my soul, it sure is.
There's something thrown across her saddle.
Mr. Dillon, it looks like...
Wait here, Chester. Hello, Ellen.
I brought your horse back, Marshal. He's been running hard.
He looks all right. You found Luther, did you?
He's dead.
You found him dead?
He had it coming a long time.
Here, I'll lift him down. Chester!
Easy. Easy there. Easy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, take the body up to Doc's, will you?
Yes, sir. Miss Henry, I'm real sorry.
I'll be going now, Marshal.
I'll take my horse then, Ellen. You got any plans for burying Luther?
Put him in any ground you like, only don't tell me where it is or when you do it.
You know how he died, Ellen?
He was shot.
Look, it's near dark, Ellen. You could put up in town for the night if you'd...
Don't put him near Ethan, Marshal. I wouldn't want that. Come on!
Doc's working on Luther now, Mr. Dillon. He's just plumb full of holes.
Yeah, I know.
Poor Miss Henry. Even though she don't act like it, I just know she feels terrible.
Yeah, she's grieving her heart out.
Where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think I expressed my sympathy to poor Miss Henry proper. I followed Ellen Henry west toward her homestead. The sun was down now, but I could see her ahead riding hard. There were clouds to the south and the smell of rain on the easy wind that blew in little circles around me. Ellen bore west, and I lost her past a clump of cottonwoods near Carnes' place, so I rode harder. And when I came even with the trees, there was just enough sun ray left to see her head south toward the dark clouds. She wasn't going home. It was dark now. I couldn't see anything. The storm clouds stretched black from the south and fastened over half the sky. And I rode hard against them till I saw the flicker of lantern shine ahead. It was Cass Stetter's place. I left my horse out away from the house and walked in as softly as I could. Cass and Ellen were having their talk in a cattle shed near the
You've
house.
trusted me before about the money, Ellen. What's the rush this time?
My work's done, Cass. It was done last night when Luther and me drove them last few from Carnes' place over here. I want my share and Luther's.
Him not cold dead yet, and you want his share.
Ain't a mother entitled to whatever her son leaves?
Mother? You never had no mother feel for him, and him no love for you either.
Huh. Ain't you the one to talk about love, though? It takes courage to love with all of you. When the love goes, They take it and bury it in the ground. There's nothing left but hate.
I wouldn't kill my own kin.
You wouldn't be that honest. You won't even steal cattle yourself. You buy it off of them as has the courage to ride in and rustle it.
Yeah, well, how'd it feel, killing your own, Ellen?
Like it'll feel killing you, Cass. If you don't give me the money here and now, like nothing at all. Luther's dead and gone because he tipped his hand, showed his face around Carnes' place, talked big in the saloons. He was no use. No use at all.
There's no woman in you at all.
I've been dead 5 years. And your time's running short, too, Cass. I'm in a hurry.
Too late to hurry, Ellen.
What's he...
Too late to move for guns, Sue.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Marshal.
Are you, Cass?
Oh, I sure am. I guess I called a trick on Luther, all right, didn't I?
Yeah, you were a big help. You and Luther stole the cattle, Ellen, and brought them to Cass for pay. Is that it?
Only sometimes, like now, we didn't get paid.
Don't believe her, Marshal. You wouldn't take the word of one as murders her own son, would you?
I don't have to, Cass. Carnes brand won't be hard to find on any cattle you got here.
Cass was just slow to move 'em on, Marshal. If he'd have gone on toward Abilene with him last night like we planned...
You're lying, Helen Henry. You're lying.
Now get your horses. Both of you.
Why are you taking me, Marshal?
Well, there's some kind of a law, Cass, about buying and transporting stolen cattle.
Yeah, Marshal knows his law, Cass.
You know what she did to Luther, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I know. Now, come on.
You'd like it better, wouldn't you, Marshal? If one of us made a move, so you could use your gun.
I said, come on, Ellen.
I think I'd like it better if you used your gun, Marshal. I ain't going to get back east now anyway.
You'd be taking a coward's way out, Ellen, if you made me kill you.
Ah.
I said, get your horse, Cass. Now make your choice, Ellen. But I don't think Ethan would think much of you.
All right, Marshal. I'll go. But mind what I said. Don't put Luther near Ethan. They wasn't the same kind.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Herb Vigran. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This coming Monday evening, hear Richard Widmark as one of the desperate Spencer brothers riding against time and death in a suspense drama well calculated to keep your interest high. Also Monday night, you'll want to hear CBS Radio's Lux Radio Theater starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton in the strange drama September Affair. Remember, both this Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Suspense and Lux Radio Theater. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
What'll it be, mister?
Give me a shot of rye, bartender.
I ain't too sure I got any left.
Well, make sure. What kind of a saloon is this, anyway?
There's other saloons in Dodge.
What if I like this one?
If I don't have any rye, you might not like it.
You're talking to the wrong man. You go look for that bottle if you want to live. Now, go on.
All right. Never said I wouldn't look, did I?
Hey, you're a stranger in Dodge, ain't you?
It beats living here, mister, and being drunk to boot.
I'm only a little drunk. No business of yours.
Go on back to your pigs. Go home. Milk your cows.
Yeah, you talk pretty big. You know what? I think you're a gunman.
And you ought to have sense enough to keep your mouth shut.
What's your name, anyway?
I killed men for asking that. You're so crazy, I'll tell you. My name is Ken Creed.
Ken Creed?
I never changed it.
Oh, the way I've heard it, Ken Creed's pretty fast with a gun.
Well, you heard right. Now, shut up.
Here's your rye, mister.
You're a better bartender than I thought.
Hey. Hey, Creed.
I told you to Well, now look at you.
Sure. Look at me. You may be fast, Creed, but you ain't smart. Not with my gun aimed right at your belly.
Makes it kind of dangerous to take a drink around here, don't it?
For you it does. I'm sorry it's got to be this way, Creed, but I am a little drunk. I can't take any chances.
Man with a gun in his hand, he's taking chances, friend. Especially when he's pointing it at me.
Still talking big, ain't you? Go back to my pigs, huh? I'm gonna kill you for that. I'm gonna be the man that killed Ken Creed.
The rest of that man ain't been born yet.
All right, put the gun away, mister.
Who are you?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. Put it away.
You ain't arresting me.
No, it was self-defense. He looked away from you when I yelled, and he was drunk. But he drew first, all right.
Then I'll put my gun away.
Chester, get a couple of men and take his body out back, huh?
Yes, sir. Give me a hand here, will you?
Your name must be Dillon.
It is?
I'm Ken Creed, Marshal.
Arizona?
You heard of me.
Who ran you out?
Nobody runs me out anywheres, Marshal, including Dodge.
I don't like gunmen, Creed. Cause trouble here and I'll run you out.
I hear to you too, Marshal. Your hand is a gun.
I'm still alive.
Didn't mean a thing to me. Shoot that drunk they just carried out. I ain't at all proud of it.
I know you're kind, Creed.
I think I'm gonna like Dodge.
You have a right to protect yourself here, but that's all. And don't forget it.
Mr. Dillon, that fella had a friend who's going to see he gets buried.
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Who is that man?
His name's Ken Creed, Chester.
I never heard of him.
I have.
Oh, he's a gunman, you mean, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say one thing. He was mighty fast.
I'm not sure I ever saw anyone faster.
You seem worried, Mr. Dillon.
Chester Creed's killed a lot of men just to build his reputation, but that's all he cares about. You didn't hear him, but he said he wasn't proud shooting that man in there. What he meant was he'd like to kill me. That'd make him proud.
Oh. You think he'll try?
He'll try.
Then why don't you go out right now and shoot him down?
I'm a lawman, Chester, not just a gunfighter. Why should I risk my life to satisfy whatever's wrong in Ken Creed's head?
Yes, sir, you're right. I guess I just wasn't thinking.
If he breaks the law, I'll fight him, but I won't fight him over anything as stupid as reputations and the like.
No, sir. I sure do wish he'd haul himself out of here, though.
Well, that isn't likely now. There's no use worrying about it.
Say, I've got an idea. Maybe you ought to wire Abilene and get Mr. Hickok to come over here for a little visit.
You think I'm afraid of Ken Creed?
Oh, no, sir, it isn't that, Mr. Dillon. I just thought maybe he'd leave town if there was more than one man to face.
Creed's as fast as any man I ever saw, Chester. Maybe he can beat me. I don't know. And I sure don't like the idea of dying. But I got over being afraid of it a long time ago.
Yes, sir, I know.
And if I asked Wild Bill for help, he'd come expecting 20 men like Creed, not one. Now, why don't you go upstairs and get Doc? He said he wanted to have supper with us at Delmonico's tonight.
All right, sir. I'll go get him.
Could you spare some more of that coffee, Matt?
Well, you're paying for it, Doc. Here, help yourself.
Thank you. Yes, well, I won't be able to pay for anything much longer if business doesn't pick up some around here.
Doc, why don't you get a steady job back east in a hospital or something?
I worked in a hospital once, Chester.
Well, why'd you leave?
Oh, I didn't like it much.
That's not what you told me, Doc.
An affair of the heart, Chester. A woman of great beauty and an evil spirit.
Oh?
She never told me she was married to the head of the board of directors.
Oh.
No, she never said a word about it. Her husband mentioned it, though, the very first time I met him. The night he fired me.
My goodness.
You're better off here, Doc.
Oh, yes, and safer, Matt. Oh, yes, much safer.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Creed.
And Chester. See him this afternoon. Tell me, this is Doc. How are you, Doc?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You work on horses or people, Doc?
Sometimes I prefer horses.
I don't know as I like that.
Leave him alone, Creed. What do you want here, anyway?
I don't like croakers. They kill people slow. I kill them fast.
You'll come whining for help someday, mister.
Why don't you carry a gun?
That's enough, Creed.
Is it, Marshal?
You heard me.
You got a gun, Dillon.
Get out of here.
If you're calling me, draw. Go on. Draw.
No. No, Creed. Not this time.
Sure, Marshal. Sure you're not.
Oh, I'm sorry I got you into that, man.
Oh, you didn't, Doc. He's just trying to start a fight any way he can.
Well, fight, but what for?
Says maybe you can say he killed Matt Dillon. No other reason. Come on, let's get out of here.
Sit down, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Drink?
No, not tonight.
They're talking, Matt.
Oh? Who's talking about what?
People, about you and Ken Creed. They say he backed you down at Delmonico's earlier tonight.
I can't stop their talk.
I just thought you ought to know, Matt.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kitty.
What really happened?
He backed me down. It's true.
Then you got a reason for letting him.
No reason.
Sometimes I don't understand you one bit, Matt.
And try to understand Creed and his reasons. It's his play, this business.
Matt, he just came in, over there.
Yeah, I see him.
He doesn't look worried about anything.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Saw you sitting here, Marshal.
So?
And that's a right pretty gal. You gonna introduce me?
Go back to the bar, Creed. Do your drinking there, huh?
That's not friendly, Marshal. My name's Ken Creed, miss.
Nobody asked you.
And peppery, and I like 'em that way.
Beat it.
Why, sure. When you get rid of your friend here, why, you and me can get together later, okay?
Creed, I've about had enough of you.
That's so, Marshal?
All you want is for me to draw on you, isn't it?
That's all, Marshal.
And if I don't?
Well, you will, Marshal. Sooner or later, you'll have to. I'll think of something.
I don't understand this, Matt.
It's simple, Kitty. Real simple.
You're not afraid of him.
I don't think I ever saw anyone handle a gun faster than Creed. But if I were afraid of men like that, I'd have to get out of this business.
He thinks he can kill you.
Anyway, he's willing to gamble on it.
Why?
It'll make him a bigger man, that's all. And I'm not interested in that. No matter what people are saying.
You're in a bad spot, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks that way.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, nature is kinder by far to her woodlands than we are. Forest fires, 9 out of 10, are man-made. To preserve for humanity all the products that spring from healthy timberland, redouble your efforts to eliminate forest fires. Crush out every cigarette. Break matches in two and grind them with your fingers. Douse campfires and turn them over until no ember remains. The extra moments you take sure before you abandon a campsite can save a fortune in property and save human lives. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, man.
You ought to paint this place, Doc.
Oh, yes, out of it. If I did that, people think I'm rich. They'd have one more excuse not to pay me.
Oh, Why don't you make them pay in advance?
Oh, well, that's a good idea. I'll start with you. You got $5?
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm not sick. I'm just looking for Chester. I thought he might be up here.
Well, I haven't seen him today, but I'm glad you came anyway.
Oh?
This talk that's going around, Matt, you got to put a stop to it.
About me being afraid of Ken Creed?
Yes, it's bad for you, Matt. It's very bad.
Doc, if I start shooting it out with every gunman that hits Dodge, it'll never stop. I'm hired by the government to enforce the law, not to build me a reputation or to add to somebody else's.
Yeah, I understand
If
that,
Creed
Matt.
breaks the law, I'll go after him. People ought to know that.
People aren't very smart sometimes, Matt.
Yeah, they sure aren't.
Mr. Dillon? Yeah, oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Where have you been, Chester?
No place. I was just coming down the street and somebody told me there's trouble at the Alfraganza.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
A fight. And they mentioned Ken Creed.
No.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear any shooting, though. I come looking for you right away.
Well, let's go over there. See you later, Doc.
Sure, Matt. And good luck.
Thanks.
Bye, Doc.
When did this happen, Chester?
Well, it couldn't have been very long ago.
Maybe Creed's killed another man in self-defense.
I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out.
There's a man laying on the floor there.
Yeah, but I don't see Creed.
He ain't dead, Marshal. Just got knocked out.
Who did it, Sam?
Ken Creed.
Where is Creed?
He went outside a couple of minutes ago.
What happened?
Well, properly speaking, Marshal, it wasn't even a fight. This fellow was just standing there with his back to Creed and wasn't even talking to each other. All at once, Creed pulled out his gun and cracked him over the head with it.
I see.
Got no idea why he did it, Marshal. Just meanness, I guess.
Maybe. You better get that man up to Doc, Sam. He may be hurt worse than you think.
Sure.
Chester, come on.
Yes, sir. What do you make of it?
It's simple, Chester. Now, Creed's got his fight.
You mean with you, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think he'll submit to arrest.
No, I guess he wouldn't.
I gotta stop him now.
Why don't we go after him with shotguns?
No. No, I'll face him.
I don't like it. Not one bit.
Now, this is as good a place to wait as any. Creed will be along soon.
It just don't make sense, Mr. Dillon, you having to shoot it out with a man like that.
No, I can't let him go any further. He'll kill somebody next, and I can't let some innocent man die.
Well, you're innocent. You haven't done anything.
I'm a marshal, Chester. There's a difference. And anyway, he hasn't killed me yet, you know.
Oh, no, sir. I didn't mean it. Well, of course he hasn't. You don't think he can, do you?
Chester, you know the saying, there was never a horse that couldn't be rode, nor a man that couldn't be throwed?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Creed's fast. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe it is. Here he comes now.
Right down the middle of the street.
Yeah.
I guess he knew you'd be waiting for him.
You keep out of it.
Yes, sir.
Looking for somebody, Marshal?
I'm looking for you.
Yeah,
It's against the law to slug people in Dodge.
I figured it was.
Sure. I don't suppose you'd come along to jail.
You know I won't, Marshal.
All right, go ahead and draw, Creed. It doesn't matter now.
All right, Dillon. I will.
You miss me, Creed. You hit my gun, but you missed me.
What's the matter with your neck? Bullet glance into it?
Yeah,
I could kill you easy now, Marshal.
but you won't. You couldn't brag about shooting an unarmed man.
No, I couldn't. Well, get yourself another gun, Dillon.
You're fast, Creed. But you don't shoot very straight.
We'll see about that.
All right, I'll be back as soon as the doc patches me up.
Take your time. I don't mind waiting.
That was a chance shot, Creed. If you hadn't hit my gun, you'd be lying dead. Are you sure you won't come to jail?
You're wasting time, Marshal.
Yeah.
You hurt bad, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester. But it's sure more than a flesh wound.
You know, if he'd have shot you when you was unarmed there, I'd have killed him sure.
No, I couldn't have stopped that. I'm going up to Doc's here, Chester. There's a gun in my desk drawer. Bring it up to me, will you?
Yes, sir, I'll go get it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I saw the whole business, Matt. Oh, yes, I saw it. I was just getting my things together here, and I was going to come down.
It's not too bad, Doc.
Well, come on over here now and let me see it.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, sit down. Sit down, Matt, right here. That's it. Now, here. You wipe your hands with this.
Yeah, thanks.
That's good. Now, let me see this thing. Let me see there. Just missed the vein. You're lucky, Matt. You're mighty lucky.
Yeah.
She tore the muscle there. That's not bad, though, no. I'll just take a couple of stitches and you'll be as good as new. Almost.
Hurry it up, will you, Doc?
You just hold still now. You be very careful. See what's the matter. What's your hurry?
I want to face Creed before my neck gets stiff. Might throw me a little.
That's all right now. You mean you're going back after me?
Of course. Of course I am.
That's all right now. But that's crazy, Matt. That's plumb crazy. Let's see.
He's all speed, Doc. Unless he's right next to him, and it's luck if he hits him. He missed me.
Yes, but he hit your gun, so.
But that wouldn't happen again in 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right, Matt.
You know, it takes nerve, Doc, to stand there and hold your fire for that 1 second you need to aim.
Yes, I know.
And I don't think Creed has that kind of nerve.
Well, I hope not, Matt, but we'll see. Ah, there you are. Now, just wrap a bandage around your neck and we're through.
How is he, Doc?
Well, he's pretty good, Chester. If he doesn't tear those stitches out.
Well, you can always sew me up again, Doc.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Is this the gun you wanted?
Yeah, that's it, Chester. Well, I'll see you later, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah?
I want to take a look at that. In the morning, you come by then.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
Where do you suppose he is?
He'll be along, Chester. Just like last time.
Maybe he's having a drink.
He's a fool if he is.
Everybody sure is staying off the street, ain't they?
Just as well. You better take cover, too.
I will. When Creed shows.
My neck's getting stiff already.
Maybe you better go look for him.
Well, I would, Chester, but there's too much chance of some bystander getting hit that way. I'd rather meet him in the street here.
Yes, sir.
What?
What's that?
I was in the Texas Trail over there. Come on, Chester.
Somebody must have been shot where they're all crowded around back there.
Yeah. All right. Here. Let me through him. Come on.
Let him
Out of the way, please.
It's Creed. And he looks dead to me.
All right. All right, quiet. Quiet up. Shut up! Now, who shot Creed?
I shot him. I shot King Creed.
All right, I'll take your gun, mister.
Hmm? No, you won't. I'm a gunman too, Marshal. You ain't taking my gun.
You're drunk. Get your hands up.
I'll kill you too.
All right, throw him in jail, Chester.
Yes, sir. That fellow's pretty sober now, Mr. Dillon. Says his name's Chuck Carter. You want to talk to him?
No, I heard the whole story, Chester. There were plenty of witnesses.
Carter claims he don't remember what happened.
Well, he'd better remember. He'll probably hang for it.
You mean he started it?
It wasn't even a fight, Chester. It was just like that man Creed clubbed. Only Carter didn't club him. He shot him.
How?
Right in the back. Creed didn't even know it was coming.
Funny way for a man like him to die, ain't it?
Yeah, but maybe it's best this way.
How do you mean?
Well, if Creed and I had shot it out, the survivor would have been just that much more of a prize for some drunken bum like Carter.
And that'd have been you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe. But I'll never know for sure, Chester. Not now.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'll tell you something. I was scared plumb to pieces.
Well, Mr. Proudfoot, I'll tell you something. So was I.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. It's a double celebration this coming Monday for radio station WTAR, Norfolk, Virginia. This coming Monday, WTAR celebrates its 30th anniversary, and on the same day, this popular, powerful Norfolk radio station becomes a CBS radio affiliate. Welcome to the ever-expanding coast-to-coast CBS radio family, WTAR, and for all our affiliates throughout America, this is wishing you a happy birthday, and your listeners happy listening at the Star's address. George Walsh speaking. America now listens to 110 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I sure will be glad to get back to Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Wichita's a nice town, Chester.
All right, you like it so much, next time you can come along. I got no business here anyway.
Well, it's almost over, Chester. The train leaves in about 10 minutes.
I've been worried all morning for fear we'd miss it.
That's going to be a long ride. We wait outside here till they yell all aboard.
My, you sure do hate setting down, don't you?
Well, I like fresh air. But you can get on if you want.
No.
You could be finding us a couple of seats, you know.
The train guarantees a seat to everybody who buys a ticket, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I was only trying to give you an excuse to get off your feet, Chester.
Well, I ain't so tired of all that. Well, I do declare, look what's coming.
Where?
Yonder.
Oh, that's a right pretty girl.
She is, ain't she? Say, you reckon she's going to Dodge, too?
Oh, why don't you ask her?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I don't even know her.
Well, it's not going to stop him.
Who?
That gentleman standing by the car. He's seen her, too.
Gentleman? He looks more like a drunk rowdy to me.
Yeah. It's kind of mosey over there.
Say, maybe he does know her, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe.
I misdoubt it, though. He's too mean and ugly looking.
Well, miss, as long as we're going to be traveling together, we best get acquainted. Now, my name is Laster. Ab Laster.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm meeting my partner in Dodge, Joe Garrett. Maybe you know him?
I'm sorry, but I've never been in Dodge.
No? Make two of us. At least we ain't gonna be lonely, are we?
Well, that depends.
It depends on what?
If you're a gentleman.
If I'm a... Oh, of course I am, honey. Hey, I know. Look, I got a bottle here. Let's just get aboard, and then we have a little drink, huh?
Please, Mr. Lasker.
Oh, come on.
No.
The train... What's the matter with you? Start out real friendly, and then you freeze up. Come on, get in that train like I say.
Let me go.
Come on,
That's it.
have a little drink. What do you want?
Let the lady go.
You're asking for trouble, ain't you?
No.
He tried to force me onto the train, and he wanted me to drink with him.
Now, don't you worry, miss. He won't bother you anymore.
She wasn't minding it none until you busted in.
Ab Laster, huh?
How do you know my name?
Well, I heard you tell the lady.
You're real snoopy, ain't you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Do you know what you're getting into, mister?
Now, you tell me.
I'll show you. Well, you're carrying a gun.
But I don't always use it.
You hit him.
Yeah, the gun's safer with me. Here, Chester. Put his gun in your belt.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
He's going to be pretty mad, ain't he?
Oh, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. You tricked me, you know that?
Get aboard while you can still walk.
Mister, when we get to Dodge, you're going to wish you never'd seen me.
I'm wishing that already. Now move.
Oh, I'm sorry for all the trouble.
No trouble, miss.
I didn't mean to get you into a fight.
It wasn't your fault.
But I always feel that it is.
What?
Well, just my being a woman, I guess. You know.
There won't be any more trouble, miss.
Not till we get to Dodge, anyway.
Come on, let's get aboard. Well, what do you think of Dodge, Rena?
Well, Marshal, I can't tell much from the depot.
I will show you the rest. Chester, go get our baggage, will you?
Well, Dodge kind of frightens me, Marshal.
Oh? Why?
Well, I'm only a woman, and I've heard so much about the terrible things that go on here.
Oh, don't you worry, Rena. Nothing's going to happen to you.
I do feel safer when you're...
Marshal.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Rena. Yeah. What do you want, Lester?
Well, now they tell me that you're Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right. Marshal Dillon.
I just wanted to let you know that now there's two of us, Marshal. This here is my partner, Joe Garrett.
Lasher says you made things bad for him in Wichita, Marshal.
Is that so?
Yeah. He says you stole his gun, too.
Oh, he can pick it up at my office sometime.
I'll do that. I don't like what you did, Marshal.
Well, I didn't do it for you. Lester.
Yeah, all right, I know. Now, we're going to take some horses up north for just a few days, Marshal. And then we're going to be back.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be here every day.
What did those men want, Marshal?
It was nothing, Rena. Nothing important.
Oh, I'll bet there's going to be more trouble over me, isn't there?
Now, don't you worry about it. We'll find you a room, and then I'll take you over to the Long Branch and introduce you to Kitty Russell. She's the owner of the place. Come on, Chester's waiting.
There he is. Come on in, Matt. It's your office.
Ah, how have you been, Doc?
Oh, fine. Oh, Matt, Chester's been telling me about this new girl, Arena Decker.
Oh?
Sounds like a mighty sweet little apple.
Is that what Chester said?
No, I didn't say no such a thing.
Well, that's what you meant. Is it true, man?
Hey, you can go see for yourself, Doc. She'll be working at the Long Branch.
Oh, Kitty hired her, huh?
Uh-huh. I left them talking together about an hour ago.
Good. I'll drop by there tonight, if I have the time.
You'll find time, Doc.
Well, I will if some idiot doesn't fall off his horse or jump out of a window or go get himself shot.
Leave him die. It'll be worth it.
It's a good thing nobody has to depend on a sybarite like you, Chester.
Doc, I don't know what that means, but it sure don't sound nice.
Well, then don't ever let me catch you sing.
Well, Miss Kitty.
Come on in, Kitty. Join the fun.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm going to spoil the fun, Doc.
Oh, what's the trouble, Kitty?
I thought I'd better come tell you before you hear it from her, Matt.
What?
Rena Decker isn't going to be working at the Long Branch.
Oh, why not?
I didn't hire her.
You didn't hire her?
Well, I'm not saying she's not pretty and all that, but I've seen her kind too often. They mean nothing but trouble.
Oh, I don't understand, Kitty. She seems like a nice little girl.
Oh, you men are all alike. pretty face throws you every time.
No, not Kitty. I have no interest in her beyond trying to help her the way I'd help anybody.
Who started that fight in Wichita, Matt?
Ab Laster. He was annoying her.
She didn't lead him on?
Oh, now, Kitty, you're being unfair. That girl's here all alone. She doesn't know anybody, and she needs a job.
Sure. And when I had to leave her at the bar a few minutes after you brought her in, she almost got another fight started.
What? Kitty, why would she do that?
Some women like men fighting over them.
Kitty, what really is it that you don't like about her?
Doc, you haven't seen her yet, huh?
No, but I sure am interested now, Kitty.
Oh, you'll be just as stupid as they are.
Now, Kitty.
All right. Just to show you, I'll hire her. But don't blame me when somebody gets killed, because it's bound to happen.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Looks like Miss Kitty was wrong, don't it?
It's been 2 days, but she didn't put any time limit on it.
What do you think she's got again, Rena, anyway?
Sometimes a woman takes a dislike to another woman, and nobody ever knows exactly why.
They sure are hard to track, ain't they?
Yeah, they got their ways, I guess. But then so have we.
That's right. We ain't always so plain and simple, are we? Where are you going?
Those men in front of the Long Branch.
What about them? Hey, they're going to fight, Mr. Dillon. Look at them. They're about to draw.
All right, hold it, you men.
They're both down. They both got hit.
Go get Doc, Chester.
Well, they look dead to me.
Get him anyway. I'll see if I can find out what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
Anybody know these men?
I never
No, not me.
Well, I didn't see you here, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
Maybe you knew these men, huh?
Just a couple of riders. I don't even know their names.
What started it?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Now, what do you mean?
Talk to her about it.
Who? Oh.
I'll go with you.
All right.
Oh, Marshal. Oh, wasn't it terrible? I was so scared.
Rena, have you any idea what started this?
Oh, Marshal, I don't know. I was talking to them at the bar, and then suddenly they got mad at each other, and then they came out here. That's all I know.
What were you talking about, Rena?
Why, nothing. Just talking.
Then why'd they get mad?
You know how men are?
Yeah, I know. I know how some of them are. See you later, Matt.
Marshal.
What, Rena?
Marshal, sometimes it's an awful burden being a woman. You understand, don't you?
I don't know, Rena. I'm not sure what I understand.
My ding, Mr. Dillon, I sure would hate to be buried that way. Nobody not knowing who you are, not even a marker on your grave. It's a sad, poor way to end up.
Yeah.
It's been troubling you, too, ain't it?
Some, yeah.
You've been awful quiet ever since yesterday, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I've been thinking, Chester. I'm going to go to the Long Branch. You want to come?
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. My land, they're busy, ain't they?
Yeah.
Hello, Matt. Chester?
Yeah, well, hello, Miss Kitty.
I missed you at the burying, Kitty.
Oh, that must have been real fancy.
Is Rena around?
Right over there at the bar. With 2 men, as usual.
Oh.
Mr. Dillon, it's Ab Laster and that Garrett fella.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know they'd come back in town.
It didn't take Rena long to find out.
What do you mean, Kitty?
She brought him in with her when she came to work. But then, of course, she and Laster are old friends, aren't they?
Kitty.
Why don't you go over there, Matt? Have a drink at the bar. Listen to her a few minutes. You might learn something.
All right, I will.
Oh, Al.
Sam, give me a beer.
Rena, honey, it's sure good to see you.
Are you really going to take me to dinner, Al?
Oh, you bet I am. You bet.
What about me? What? Ain't I invited?
Oh, well, I guess that depends on Al.
Yeah. Some other time, Garrett. This gonna be my night tonight.
Why, Al, but you make it sound like he's not wanted.
He ain't.
But, well, you don't have to treat him like he's a dog or something.
I ain't treating him like he's no dog. Am I, Garrett? No.
Well,
Of
now,
course
I don't know.
you are, Ab. Now, no man's going to put up with that. Is he, Mr. Garrett?
What?
No real man is.
Well, no. No, by golly. Now, you take it back, Laster.
Huh? Oh, gonna leave us alone, will you?
Al.
I ain't taking no more. Now, get your gun out.
Well, if that's how you want
All right, wait a minute.
Killed him. You killed him, Ab.
Give me your gun, Lester.
No.
Give it to me.
No, I expect to take a man's gun when he's already got it in his hand, Marshal. Now, don't be a fool.
Marshal, he killed him. Don't let him get away with it.
Shut up, Rena.
Stay where you are, Marshal. Don't you back away from me.
Rena's tricked you into 2 fights, Lester. You're going to let her do it again?
Stand still, you hear?
She likes men fighting over her, don't you see?
You leave
that?
her out of this. And stand still.
You put your gun up, Lester.
No.
Oh, Marshal, I was so worried. I thought sure he killed you. I was so scared.
Rena, 4 men have died because I wouldn't believe Kitty about you.
What?
You get out of Dodge right now, and don't you ever come back. Well, Kitty.
It's not your fault, Matt.
Yes, it is, Kitty. And I hope you never let me forget it.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Lawrence Dobkin, and Vic Parrott. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
The lively crowd today agrees. Those who think young say Pepsi, please. They pick the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi for those who think young.
You keep in step with those who think young when you get an extra carton of Pepsi-Cola. Nothing's more in tune with lively, modern life than light, bracing, clean-tasting Pepsi. So think young. Say Pepsi, please.
I wish every morning was as quiet as Sunday.
Yeah, it's peaceful, all right, Kitty, but I'm not sure I like it.
Why?
And I'm used to Dodge teaming with ranchers, mule skinners, or trail herders. It isn't natural, this quiet.
Well, even Front Street needs a rest once in a while.
Yeah, they gets one every Sunday morning. Now, here's Delmonte's.
Not a soul.
No. Joe's probably out in the kitchen. Here, let's sit here.
Well, you'd think somebody else would be having breakfast besides us.
There's a lot of hangovers being nursed this morning, Kitty. It's still early. Hey, Joe!
You think Chester and Doc will be back tomorrow?
Yeah, it should be.
It's been almost a week. Why's it taking them so long?
Doc was going to stay 3 days to be sure his patient would be all right after the operation. And it's further to Hayes City in a buggy than it is on horseback.
Morning, Marshal. Miss Kitty.
Morning, Joe.
What'll it be?
Had a big pot of coffee to begin with.
Well, I'm going to have a steak. You can put it on now if you will.
You make that too, huh?
Yes, sir.
Wonder what they're doing right now.
What, Chester and Doc?
Yeah.
Well, if they left yesterday and spent the night on the prairie, they're probably breaking up camp and loading the buggy for the day's ride about now.
And you can bet Doc is complaining about the coffee Chester made this morning.
Yeah. I just hope they remember to pick up enough food in Hayes City to last them through the trip.
Hey, Doc, there's a water hole over there for them trees.
Oh, I got a full bag of water right here.
Oh, my goodness. No wonder Mr. Dillon made me come along with you. You wouldn't never survive this trip alone. This water's for us, not the horses.
Now, that beast of mine's too mean to deserve a drink.
Mean or not, he's got to have water, Doc. And mine, too. Tied on back like he is, he's been eating dust all morning. Now let's head for that water hole.
Oh, all right. You fuss worse than an old woman, Chester. Yeah, just one more day, and we'll be back in Dodge.
And don't think I ain't looking forward to it. Doggone buggy keeps awful lumpy.
What was that?
A rifle shot, Doc. Somebody's out hunting, that's all.
There's not a soul in sight.
Well, land sakes, you expect him to be out running around with a flag tied onto him?
Sounds like it came from those trees over there.
If you're going to worry about every gunshot you hear, it's just some buffalo hunter. This water hole sure ain't much.
Hey, look, Chester, over there. Somebody's horse.
Oh, I declare. I'd say it belonged to a wolfer.
A what?
A wolfer. He traps and poisons wolves.
Well, where is he?
Oh, forevermore. Doc, I don't know.
By heaven. Come on, Chester.
Oh, now what?
Let's get out of there. There's a man lying under that tree.
Where?
See, Chester, look down. Right over there. Come on.
goodness, Doc, what happened to him?
Wait a minute. Here he comes. Why, he's been shot. You out here all alone, fella?
No, I got partners, but they ain't here now.
What happened?
I dropped my rifle. It went off. It caught me.
Can you do anything for him, Doc?
I can try. This is a terrible place to operate, but get a fireside, Chester. I'll get my bag out of the buggy.
Okay.
I'll get a blanket, too. Chester?
What?
Come here.
Somebody's riding in.
He's a wolfer, too.
Hello. What's the matter with him?
He had an accident, he said.
I thought I heard he shot.
Are you his partner?
One of them.
Well, he's hurt bad. But I'm a doctor, and I'll do what I can for him.
I'm Jesse Turnbull. That there's Nate Gillett. I'm partners with him and his brother.
His brother? Where's he at?
I don't know. I'll tell you something, Doc. You better leave Nate alone.
What?
Leave him be, that's all.
Well, now, look here.
He got himself into this. Just leave him be.
Well, Bola, they're here. Where you going, mister? Ah, let him go, Chester. He wouldn't be of any use anyway.
I sure would hate to have him for a partner. He ought to be shot.
Never mind him. We've got work to do.
What's you gonna do, Doc?
Get that bullet out as soon as the water's hot. When Chester gets back here to give me a hand.
Where is he at?
We took the horses over to the other side of the water hole. Who could that be?
Them's my partners.
You that doctor fella?
That's him, Pip.
Any objections?
Well, Nage, I suppose you told him all about me.
I ain't told him nothing.
Nage, here's my brother, Doc. I'm Pit Gillett.
Well, that's fine. Now, if you just let me get to work, maybe I can save his life.
You don't need no help.
Well, this man's dying.
He's my brother, ain't he? He's fool enough to get himself into this. I say let him get himself out.
Now, you listen to me.
I told you you'd have to kill him, Pip.
I guess you're right. Those Gillets take care of ourselves, Doc.
Now, put that knife down.
Hold it right there, mister.
Oh, I plumb forgot about him, Pip.
Drop that knife before I put a bullet in your belly. Drop it!
You always was the biggest fool I ever seen, Jesse.
Go on, get on your horses and ride out of here, both of you. Go on, get! And don't you come back here neither.
That's good work, Chester.
Those are ornest two animals I've ever saw.
They're strange, all right. Come on, Chester. I'm going to need your help.
All right, Doc.
Get down, Doc.
I might have known they'd try something like that. Well, looks like they're gone for now. Doc, what do you want? Doc? He hit you.
Yeah.
Is it bad?
It's bad enough. That bullet's pressing in there.
I'll hitch up the buggy.
No, Chester. I couldn't sit in that buggy an hour, much less all the way to Dodge. It'd kill me, sure. But you go and bring back a wagon.
No, I can't leave you here.
You have
to. Doc, that Pit Gillett, he ain't through. He'll be back here for sure.
Yeah, then he'll kill you, too.
Maybe, but I ain't leaving you. Now, you just tell me what to do, and I'll do it.
Doc, help me.
Doc can't help you nor nobody else right now, Nage. That fool brother of yours seen to that.
I can't last forever this way.
Neither can Doc. Now, you just lay back. I'll take care of you in time.
Doc, I gotta...
See to him, Chester.
Well, he's dead. Guess we can't do nothing for him now. Poor fella. Well, Doc, tell me what I'm supposed to do to get that bullet out of you.
First thing, Chester, you better get some whiskey out of the buggy. You better have some, too. I think you're going to need it before you're through.
No, I ain't. I'll make out.
Chester, I want to thank you for what you're going to have to do.
Now, Doc, you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. Here you go, Doc.
Thank you, Chester. I needed that.
I dug me a hole with that cussed mud puddle out there, and water come up clear and fine. How you feeling, Doc?
This fever is pretty high.
You was kindly restless last night.
I don't remember too much about that. This feels like you dug that bullet out with a shovel, Chester.
Well, Doc, I'm sorry, but I done just like you said. I know it must have hurt you something awful. You passed clean out. But you'll get your strength back now. I'll see you get back to Dodge.
I can't get my strength back without some food.
Well, I can't go hunting for no meat. Ain't no telling when that Pit Gillet's going to try something, him and his fat partner. But at least he can't see Nage is dead. Not from a distance, anyway. I drug him off into the brush and covered him up with rocks.
Chester,
what?
I want you to get out of here. I may not live anyway, and there's no use you sitting around waiting to get shot by those two. Understand?
I understand, but you're wasting your breath.
I was afraid so.
Doc, I think I seen an animal beyond them trees. I'm going over there now. I may fire a shot or two, but don't you fret none. I'll be back directly. Got some good soup here for you, Doc.
Soup?
Best you ever ate.
Well, how'd you ever make soup?
Well, I started out with a hunk of that old renegade steer I seen in them trees out there. I got some more of them roasting on fire, too. I just chunked a piece in this pot, boiled it up good, then I put in some sheep sorrel and wild onions to kindly flavor it a little.
Well, I'll be darned.
Here, now you just try some. Let me help you. Okay. Now, that ain't so bad, is it? That's what you've been needing. It'll give you strength.
That's sure strong tasting.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, I just want to keep a good lookout, Doc.
You're still worried about Pit Gillett, aren't you?
Oh, no, not really. I ain't. I'm just being careful.
Well, you know that he'll be back as well as I do.
Well, don't you fret about it, Doc. He does come back, you're right snug in here with this barricade I got built up by you.
Yes, I know. But what about you?
Well, I'll hide in the grass out there. He won't never see me.
To start shooting, you won't.
Yeah, but then I'll have the drop on him.
Well, there's two of them, Chester.
Well, I got more than one bullet.
Well, you could ride for help. I'll be all right here.
He'd kill you sure, and I ain't leaving you, Doc.
Even though it may cost you your life.
Doc, my life wouldn't be worth much to me if I was to leave. Shh. Listen, somebody's coming out. Lay low, Doc. It's that Jesse Turnbow, Doc. He's riding in with a white flag in his hand. Now, you just keep still. I'll take care of him.
Did I get down?
What are you doing here?
Pit Gillett sent me.
Where's he?
Back there in camp.
All right. Get down.
Where's the doc?
What Pit Gillett send you for?
Oh, I see you got him over there behind them rocks.
It keeps the wolves off him, and the wolfers, too.
Where's Nage? Pit wants to know how he is. I don't even see him.
He's all right. I put him out there in the brush where he can sleep good. But I don't think that's why you're here.
Of course it is. What else should I be doing?
Take that knife out of your belt and drop it on the ground. Now.
I come here in peace, didn't I?
Never mind that. Over there, start walking. And shut up if you don't want a bullet in you. All right, that's far enough. Now lay down. On your back.
But look.
Do it.
Chester!
Doggone you, Jesse, you was lying. That was Pitt out there. I've a mind to kill you right here.
No, he made me do it, honest. I didn't want
You was just a decoy, huh? So he could sneak in and shoot me in the back?
I wouldn't have let him. I'd have hollered or something.
Sure you would. If it wasn't for Doc warning me, we'd both be dead. You're a mighty fat piece of bait, Jesse, but you smell rotten. I'm going to tie you up so you won't never get loose.
Well, you can't take it out on me what Pitt Gillett might do.
If he comes sneaking in here tonight, I'll blow his head off, and if you don't quit whining, I'll club yours off.
That's enough. Thank you, Chester.
There's lots more, Doc.
Oh, I'll have some later. You sure that isn't bear meat that you put in that soup?
There ain't no bears around here, Doc. Your fever's down some, ain't it?
Yes, it broke last night. Chester, you haven't had a wink of sleep for 2 days.
Keeps me from getting fat, Doc.
Yes, and it keeps me from getting killed. But this can't go on. What's the matter?
Well, I don't like sitting here just waiting for that Pitt Gillett to come busting out of the brush. It's a poor way to guard this camp.
Well, how else can you do it?
Well, I got to circle the grove ever so often, Doc. Out there where I can see. I'll be back directly. Well, Jesse, you ain't singing very loud this morning.
I'm hungry.
I gave you a piece of meat. That was more than you deserved.
That was terrible meat. Where'd you get it anyway?
I wouldn't complain if I was you. It might just be the last meal you ever eat.
You gonna keep me tied up like this forever?
I can make you good and comfortable, Jesse. Permanent.
All right. All right. What is it?
Shut up. You seen your partner bob his head up over that knoll yonder?
Pitt?
Yeah. I'm going to call over there, Jesse. And if you make one sound, I'll turn around and blow you in two.
I won't do it.
Just remember what I said. You're covered, Gillett. Drop that rifle. Drop it now.
You got me good.
It's your own fault.
My brother, Nage. He'll like this.
What?
Nage.
Nage's dead, Gillett. He died soon after you shot Doc.
Dead?
Yeah.
You kill him? You kill Pitt?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh. What you gonna do to me now?
I'm gonna cut you loose. Let you move around a little.
Yeah. Say, Chester, that'll be fine.
But first you're gonna do some talking.
I don't understand.
Well, take your time, Jesse.
Was it something about Nage and Pitt you want to know?
Only when you're ready to tell me, Jesse.
Guess it don't matter now. Nage didn't shoot himself by accident. I know that when I first rode in here. Pitt shot him.
So that's it.
They had an argument. Pitt told me about it later. He shot him, and then he seen you all coming. He left. He thought Nage was dead.
Till you went and told him he wasn't.
Yeah. Then he was afraid Nage'd talk.
What about you, Jesse? Pitt wanted me and Doc dead, too, and you was doing your best to help him. Now, why?
I don't know. We was partners.
Even when it come to murdering people?
They was my partners, Chester. I don't know nobody else out here.
That ain't the darnest fool excuse I ever heard in my whole life.
I told you everything. You promised to cut me loose.
All right. But just long enough for you to stretch your legs, and then I'm... Well, I declare Why, that...
What's the matter?
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon, over here! Mr. Dillon!
Chester!
Oh, I sure am glad to see you.
Been looking for you for 2 days. What happened?
Well, we run into some ornery roofers, and Doc got shot.
What?
Yes, sir, but he's doing just fine now. He's right over yonder.
Who's that you got tied up?
He's one of the wolfers. There was 2 more, but they're dead now. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later. Doc's right over there behind that barricade.
Don't be darned.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, I got a surprise for you. Look who's here. Look, Doc, he got worried and come looking for us.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Matt, I'm sure glad to see you.
I hear you ran into a little trouble.
I guess you'd call it that.
You look mighty comfortable to me. Chester been feeding you good?
Food, well, that's been the worst part of it, Matt. Just wait till you taste the meat he's been using.
Huh? Well, where'd you find any meat around here, Chester?
Oh, it was easy. But, Mr. Dillon, what about that wolfer? You think it's worth the trouble of jailing him?
He's your prisoner, Chester. I'll leave that to you.
Well, now there's 2 of us here. I think I'll just run him off.
Good idea. Doc, how long's it going to be before we can get you into Dodge in that buggy?
Oh, a day or so, maybe, Matt. If you drive real slow.
We'll just camp here for a while.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Well, when the time comes, I'll drive the buggy.
Okay. Why not?
Well, because you see, it'll be my horse who will have hitched to it.
You mean, well, what's the matter with my horse? Mean as that beast is.
I'll tell you about your horse. We had him.
Had him?
Had him.
Oh, so that was it. Chester, I'll never trust you. So help me, not as long as
As long as you what, Doc?
As long as I live, Matt. Thanks to Chester.
Do you see speed laws and other regulations as restrictive? Unfortunately, too many drivers on the road subscribe to that kind of outlook. The result is tragic. Almost 85% of all traffic accidents are caused by careless, childish driving. Our traffic laws and the people who enforce them are there to help save your life. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted for radio by Frank Paris. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
The Laughs are on Arthur Godfrey every weekday on the CBS Radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yes. Here it is. Might be important.
Oh, we'll soon see. Well, it's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
Now, that's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
I expect I'll recognize him all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles.
minute, Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler. I'll just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge house. Now, let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now, let's wait here. Let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them...
And I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
When do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester. Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridler start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
Then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
All right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
Two men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
The tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No. What if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they...
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? I'll open it
Griddle.
You can put your gun away, Griddler. I just came for a little talk.
Then make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Griddler. Let him in. Watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Griddle.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, a judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. With men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good, good. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Teeters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is, yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. Oh, there are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Oh, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Griddler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, Buck and Faro at the Alafraganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon. First thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But that won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. The stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see Teeters and Griddler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from them, Mr. Dillon?
No. Let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Well, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
It's cooler in the morning.
Well, for traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, young women are needed to enroll as student nurses and to take their places as graduate nurses in an ever-expanding field where opportunity unlimited awaits. Older women should seek careers as practical nurses where fine living and fine working conditions are in prospect. Ask at any hospital at the nurses' registry desk or at any qualified school of nursing. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I did my best to stay out of Teeter's and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north. And by noon, it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half-circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt! Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
It's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, the man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, I told you have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job, man.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. As a matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming? Those two?
Yeah.
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
They are.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Teeters. Gridler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen.
How are you?
All right, Doc.
How are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You going to tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas. I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because like I told you, you keep out of trouble, and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's two of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
It's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Well, you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh,
Pull up a
hi,
chair.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. We better get right over to the depot.
Oh, why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw them ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, and it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll
how
just face him off, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Teeters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
You know, you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman.
Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it.
There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you.
If we don't?
I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train.
You can die that way, Marshal.
Maybe. But you won't both get on that train.
Gridler.
You know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler.
No. It's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different.
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, and pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, man.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy,
Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal. I was in this stable where I work, over in Abilene, that is, and a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
Sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble. Have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
What's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, Matt.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
It was Teeters and Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw them run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
We shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doc. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognized them all right?
No. No. I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I got killed for nothing.
Trimble. Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find him before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find him even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you they'd follow us, Teeters. Well, we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. They got us to the street on the line.
Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Then you get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Clear that! Hold your hand clear of that door.
Teeters, you shouldn't have...
Don't you try to convince us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick.
No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve. Blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
Well, things don't always work out, Bill.
Well, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie out of right soon, after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dabkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, my goodness. Now, if that sure don't beat all.
What's the matter, Chester?
Odie Perkins, coming down the street there with a mat on so thick you can feel it right through the window.
Oh? Odie's not a man to get tempered easy.
Well, he sure is now, Mr. Dillon. He's so doggone riled he's leaving a blue streak behind him. It's the gospel truth, look.
That can't be anything serious.
Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Odie.
Marshal, I'm here to call on the power and protection of the law in all its majesty and might.
Well, that's a pretty tall order, Odie. You got some reason for needing the law?
Reason? I got reasons that go back as far as 15 years. Marshal, I want to swear out a complaint, an injunction, a bench warrant, whatever it is it takes to get a certain low-life scum evicted from the premises, run out of Dodge, banished from the territory, and horsewhipped to boot if you can work it in somehow.
What's this certain person done, Odie, to deserve that kind of
It ain't what he's done as much as what he is, and I ought to knowed it long before this, but he sure had me fooled.
You're not by any chance talking
I'm talking about Brace McCoy. That's who I'm talking about. And I even hate to let his sneaking name soil my lips.
Yeah, but Odie, you and Brace have been partners as long as I can remember.
Oh, not no more. We ain't, not since this morning. Marshal, I want him throwed clean off the place.
Now, wait a second, Odie. As I recall, you boys took up that homestead as joint tenants, huh? Brace has got as much right there as you have.
Well, Marshal!
Yeah, come in, Brace. We were just talking about it.
I want to get a fella throwed off of my property, Marshal, and that's a fact.
You're referring to Odie Perkins here,
That's
huh?
a fella, Marshal, but him and me ain't speaking, and that's a fact.
You're gall darn tootin' we ain't. Not now nor never.
I'll sign the papers now if you'll just read 'em up.
I'll remind you, Marshal, I come here first.
Fixing papers for Odie wouldn't be no use nohow. Little varmint can't write, and that's a fact.
I can make as good a X as you can. I mean, he can.
Now, wait a minute.
Just look at him, Marshal. He ought to be ashamed of himself. A great, big blubber mouth that outweighs me twice again. And he comes in here sniveling for the law to help him out.
Just a minute.
He's prodding me, and I'm going to whop him good, and that's a fact.
Not while I'm wearing this here 6-gun. You ain't going to whop nobody. I mean, he ain't going to.
Will you shut up, both of you? Now, who started all this ruckus?
It's personal, Marshal.
Me, I'd rather not say.
Uh-huh. Well, that's just fine. For 15 years, you've ridden together, finally took up land together, and all of a sudden you start sidling around with your hackles up, ready to throw lead at one another. And you won't even say why, huh?
Just getting particular who I live with is all.
I want him out of my house,
Now,
Marshal.
get this straight, both of you. You own that farm jointly, and I got no legal reason to throw either one of you off. So until you settle your differences or sell out, you're going to make the best of it.
I already offered to buy him out.
I ain't budging, and that's a fact.
All right. If you can't settle it yourselves, I'll settle it for you. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Will you hand me those cards over there?
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Now, as I recall, you got a fair-to-middling house out there and a mighty good barn. Until you sell, you got to stay on the place to take care of the stock. All right. Now, one of you lives in the house and the other one in the barn, and you'll leave each other alone. Is that completely clear? All right, Brace, you cut first. High card takes his choice.
Well, all right. 10. That's good.
Ain't as good as a queen.
All right, what's your choice, Odie?
The barn. It smells better than McCoy.
Odie, you come around my house, and I'll break you in half. That's a fact.
Step 1 foot in my barn, I'll blast you full of holes.
Now, remember what I told you, both of you. You leave each other alone.
Guess I better get back out to my house. Good day.
I'll be going to my barn now, Marshal. Much obliged.
Why don't you stand in the breeze a little while, Odie? You might cool off a little.
Well, I declare, if that don't beat all. I guess 'tain't nothing serious, so.
It's not like him, Chester. I'm afraid it is serious. I just hope it don't get more so.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white miracle tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
Oh, hello, Kitty.
Well, you're as welcome as a hunter's moon through a tamarack bush.
What? You sound like a singing chief of the Cherokees.
No, Kiowas. That's her tribe.
Whose tribe?
Summer Doves. She spent the afternoon helping me sew costumes.
Summer Dove?
Huh? You remember her, Matt. She's that Indian girl who left the reservation last spring and came into town to work for Ma Smalley at the boarding house.
Oh, yeah, sure, I remember.
She's a good seamstress. A real good cook, too, I hear.
Oh?
Yeah, she's sort of lost since Ma Smalley went back east. Hey, look. She did most of the work on this costume. Do you like it?
Well, it doesn't look like that one took much sewing, Kitty.
This is the kind where the sewing's important.
Yeah. I guess a lot depends on it, huh? How about having a drink with me, huh?
I've tasted the morning wind from the south, and my heart beats the lark song.
What's that?
It means I'll have a drink with you.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute, Kitty.
Matt?
Yeah, what's the matter, Doc?
Well, man, I just drove in from up towards the flat, and I passed the McCoy Perkins farm on the way.
Yeah?
You better get out there, man, before those two kill each other.
What do you mean?
Why, they got a confounded war going on. One of them's barricaded in the barn, the other's holed up in the house. And they're firing bullets back and forth so fast, it sounds like the Battle of Shiloh.
I haven't heard from them for 3 days. I was hoping maybe they'd cooled off by now.
Cooler? They didn't sound very cool when I came by.
Kitty, it looks like you'll have to stretch out that lark song a little, huh?
It's all right, man.
Okay.
Some other time.
By jing, Mr. Dillon, I never realized it was so far out here. Doc wasn't putting on none about it. Doggone if it don't sound like Shiloh.
Blame fools, you'd think they were old enough to have better sense.
Thank goodness Now that's just too doggone close for comfort.
I'll comfort him. Rain up, Chester.
Odie! Brace! Matt Dillon, hold your fire, both of you!
All right, come on, Chester. Let's go over to the barn first. Odie, you in there?
You darn tootin' I am, Marshal. That big hunk of buzzard bait ain't about to dislodge me, neither.
I am, though. I'll give you just 5 seconds to get that door open and come out here.
Now wait, Marshal.
You hurt me, Odie.
Okay.
I wasn't the one that started.
Chester,
Now,
take his gun and keep him covered.
Yes, sir, I sure will, Mr. Dillon. Goodness.
Brace.
What do you want?
You gonna open that door, or you want me to shoot it open?
Now, Marshal, I'll open it. Ain't no call to get all angered up, and that's a fact.
All right, I'll take your gun, Brace, and that's a fact. Here, give it to me. All right, come on out here.
I was only defending myself, Marshal. That scrawny little weasel started it all.
Marshal, don't you believe nothing Brace says. He was born alive.
Shut up, Odie.
Well, I guess the only thing to do is to see if you two can manage to get along in separate jail cells. I'm putting you both under arrest for disturbing the peace.
Oh, now, wait just a minute.
What do you mean? Ain't nobody around here, Marshal. Whose peace we disturbed?
Mine.
Who?
Come on, let's go.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
L&M is the modern cigarette that lets you get all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the flavor that you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
That's Doc's buggy tied up there, Mr. Dillon. Must be waiting for us in the office.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Matt.
Morning, Doc.
Hey, Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Well, I've got an hour to kill, Matt. Just time to beat the socks off of you in a game of chess. Boards all set up and...
Well, good, Doc. Let me take a look at my prisoners first, huh?
Who is it, Matt?
Odie Perkins and Brace McCoy.
Is that so?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, morning, boys.
Marshal.
Well, how about it? You about ready to stop feuding?
Sure. If Brace will get himself off my property, I will.
I ain't even to budge, Marshal, and that's a fact.
You kind of like it here, huh?
Man can't go back on his principles, Marshal.
He ain't got no more principles than a hungry coyote.
All right, that's enough. You act like a couple of wet roosters. You can't even remember what the whole thing started about.
I remember, I.
I'll tell you what it started about, Marshal. It started because Brace didn't figure I was fancying his victuals up enough to suit him.
For a whole week, Marshal, he didn't fix nothing but flapjacks in the morning and how many grits at night?
With side meat in 'em.
Weren't side meat. It was sow belly and it weren't fit to eat.
You know what he done, Marshal, when I put them grits on the table? He throwed 'em on the floor and tromped all over 'em with his boots on.
That's all he was fitting for. I wouldn't throw victuals like that to the hog.
I seen many a day you'd be glad for.
Now, wait a minute. Is this the truth? Is this what this whole thing's all about?
Well, it's what it started about.
But it ain't what it's about now. Not anymore, it ain't, Marshal.
No, sir. It's a lot more than that now.
I come to realize I've been keeping a viper in my bosom.
You can be mighty mistaken about a man, Marshal, and that's a fact.
Yeah. But you two thought well of each other for years. Now, it seems to me a friendship like that ought to last over at least one fool argument.
Brace McCoy ain't no friend of mine, not no more, he ain't.
Once I get out of this cell, I'm going to whop that little gopher to an inch of his life.
Right across the sights of my gun. That's how I want to see it.
All right, boys, all right. Just settle back. Looks like you're going to have plenty of time to think up names to call each other.
Marshal.
Yeah.
How long you aim to keep us in this miserable old jailhouse?
Well, you got some sense. Or die of old age.
How they making out, man?
Oh, like a pair of tomcats, Doc. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I can't keep them locked up forever.
For two nice fellows like them, they sure did turn mean awful sudden.
Yeah, if you ask me, they're both probably aching to make up.
Yeah. I've been thinking along those same lines, Doc. Seems to me they could have killed each other out there on the farm if they'd really been trying to.
Of course they could. Why, they must have fired over 100 rounds at each other.
Yeah, but if I let them out, they'll either kill each other by accident or kill somebody else. Unless they could... Yeah. Chester,
Yes, sir.
There's an Indian woman named Summer Dove somewhere around town. Kitty can tell you where she is. Go find her and get her over here as soon as you can, will you?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Boys, this is Summer Dove. These are the two men I was telling you about. Summer Dove, the short, skinny one is Odie Perkins, and the fat one's Brace McCoy.
How do?
Howdy, Miss Dove.
Glad to know you, man.
Summer Dove's one of the best cooks in Ford County, boys. Smalley taught her how.
So?
Now, she needs a place to live. She'll work for her keep.
What are you getting at, Marshal?
Well, you boys got a place out there that you're not using, that lean-to against the barn. It might be fixed up pretty comfortable. Like I said, Summer Dove's a mighty fine cook.
All right. I'd be proud to hire on Miss Summer Dove, Marshal, providing you fix it to keep that ornery sidewinder away from my property.
Ah, sidewinder, you...
Brace, you come within 20 yards of me, you better come a shooting.
All right, boys, hold it. Well, Summer Dove, these are the two men I thought you might like to work for, or for one of them, more likely.
One man, two men, makes no difference.
All right. You wait out in the office for me, will you?
Me go.
Yeah. Boys, if you can't come to any agreement, it looks like there's only one way to settle this.
What you got there, Marshal?
Your guns. I figure you couldn't kill each other out there at the farm because you had too much cover, but here it's different.
What are you doing, Marshal?
I'm putting your guns on the floor of your cells, but neither one of you touch them now till I'm out of here.
Oh, now, wait just a minute.
I don't like this, Marshal, and that's a fact.
There's nothing between you now but an 8-foot corridor and open bars. Now, you get it settled, boys, one way or the other. I'll be in my office. Yeah, I think that'll do it.
Oh!
Mate, Doc.
Doggone you, Oh, that was a sneaky move. Yes, it was, if I ever saw one.
Yeah, it was.
I swear I can't get over it, Mr. Dillon. Odie and Brace walking out of here that way, arm in arm, like there hadn't never been no crossword between them.
Well, it's like Doc said, Chester. They were anxious enough to make up. All they needed was a push.
Well, you sure did take a big chance, though, giving them their guns back.
Ah, they didn't want to kill each other. Somebody just had to make them realize it, that's all. I wasn't taking much chance.
He sure wasn't, Chester. Not the way he did it.
Chester, you can ride out there tomorrow and take these guns to him, if you will, and see if Summer Dove's got herself settled down, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon. What do you mean, Doc? Not the way he did it.
Just that, Chester. Matt doesn't take any chances.
You don't call that taking a chance when they might have killed each other?
Not with the blanks he made and putting their guns.
He made blanks?
Sure, like those actors use on the stage.
What?
Oh, of course, I figured what he was up to. He didn't fool me any.
Well, you sure fooled me, Mr. Dillon. I was sitting here on pins and needles just waiting for the sound of death.
Oh, you're an easy mark, Chester.
You know, Doc, I was pretty sure about those fellas all the time.
You were?
Yeah. You see that whiskey bottle out there?
Of course I see it. Why?
Blanks, Doc?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. The world may indeed be shrinking, and people abroad are next-door neighbors, but there's still a lot of misconception and confusion on both sides of the ocean between these new neighbors. It's the kind of misconception and confusion that's cleared up best of all by personal contact, the contact of letters, for instance. There are many men and women abroad who realize they get a false impression of our country from local sources. They are eager to be in correspondence with individuals in this country. They're sure that in the easy give and take of letters, they'd find out what Americans are really like, how they really work and live. If you're interested in writing to one of those Europeans, send your name with a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York. That's Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York. Include information about your age, occupation, and interests to help toward the selection of a suitable correspondent for you. And now, William Conrad.
You know, there weren't too many formal burials on the frontier. Usually the dead man was just wrapped in his saddle blanket and laid away on Boot Hill. However, next week, Dodge City watches a formal burial, while the coffin contains nothing but rocks. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, and Peggy Ray. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, ain't this a fine morning, though? A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Yeah, Indian summer hanging on, winter holding off. You know, Chester, this time of year I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in this jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
Chester, you know Caleb Andrews, don't you?
Yes, sir. How are you, Mr. Andrews? Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court.
No?
I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
It is. I don't get them often, though. Now, order of foreclosure and eviction on Ed Blake. Now, Caleb, why are you doing this to Ed?
The man borrowed money from me, gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it.
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
Well, I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Amount of the mortgage, $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County right now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg, and then his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
I didn't come here to listen
Now,
to
if you'd let this ride on through the winter, you'd get your money out of it. But if you go ahead and foreclose now, you're going to wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
Yeah. You'd break a man for $420 that you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve those papers.
All right, I'll serve them.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve them. Now get out.
What, sir?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you've got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Let's see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job I've got.
Sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure was. All right, Chester, let's settle up.
There's one job I sure wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
Chester, we don't have any choice.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, boy. Well, hello, Jimmy.
Look here what I got, Marshal.
Looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn. I got him with one shot, Marshal, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Oh, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Glad to see you. Get down and come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Jimmy, now that you've showed that thing to Marshal Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom.
He's real proud of those chickens of his, and he's done fine with them. Oh, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon's age.
Yeah, I know, but...
And you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was just about to take it out of the oven when you rode up.
Cornbread? Buttermilk cornbread?
Right. Ed's not here, but you will stay, won't you?
Oh, Ed's away, huh?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, Martha, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'd be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
I've got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's an order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. So sure. Oh, Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon? You were right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from me, coming on top of everything else.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you just let me know.
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Come on in now and have some cornbread with us.
Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thanks anyway, Martha, but I'm just not very hungry.
Matt, you've looked low all week.
Well, it's just things in general, Kitty. You know, sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it.
It's the Blakes that's bothering you, isn't it, Matt? Chester was telling me.
Yeah, Chester talks too much.
Well, it's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the orders.
Yeah, and somebody has to be a hangman, too.
Well, life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
And on my job, it's more than a little, Doc.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, when you have to go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you just start wondering what is right and what is wrong.
Well, if you find out, Matt, that's me now.
Oh, here you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
All right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal. They were supposed to vacate today, and they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
Well, according to the court order, they got until sundown.
Now, look, Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this woman.
Just a minute, Caleb.
Matt, I'll go.
No. Caleb. You're going to apologize to Miss Russell right now.
Matt, no.
Apologize? Oh, I'm not going to apologize to any cheap little strumpet.
Matt, you shouldn't have done it.
Sam.
Yeah?
Take him outside and throw some water on him, will you?
Sure, Matt. Come on. Charlie, come here.
He'll do everything he can to harm you now, Matt. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Maybe. Look, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank doesn't always mean he has a free hand in everything he does. Bank has stockholders, board of directors. I have to listen to them.
Well, I think they'd approve the loan, Mr. Bodkin.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. He's out to get that Blake farm. If I crossed him by making this loan you suggest, oh, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Mr. Bodkin, forget it.
Matt, I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact.
That was part of my job. That's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't, don't you see?
Yeah, sure. Forget it.
I've got to think of my wife and the two girls.
Of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to help.
I understand, Mr. Bodkin. Forget it.
That ought to hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. Getting chilly out tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. It'd be mighty rough to...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You reckon they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out. Yeah, come in.
Can we bother you?
Ed, come on in. Martha. Hello, Jimmy. Come on up the stove.
Yeah. Fact is, Matt, that we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. So we don't have any place to go and no money, and, well, wondered we could sleep in the jail.
Well, sure, Ed. Sure. Chester, will you get a fire going back there? Huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
And dig some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy?
Yeah, you going along with Chester, son.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon.
Well, there ain't no wagon, Matt. We walked into town.
What? You walked?
Well...
With that leg?
The wagon, the stock, all the household goods, they're all covered in that mortgage, you see. So we didn't take anything. We just clothes on our backs.
Oh, Ed. So help me,
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. After all, we started with nothing before, and we can do it again.
There's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though, and that's that.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
Where on earth is he going?
I know where he's going, and heaven help him if we don't catch him.
Little Caleb's house here on the corner. Looks dark.
Yeah, he may not be at home.
Ain't no sign of the boy around.
But it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. Chester. There's somebody back of that tree there to the left.
Oh, yeah. Reckon it's him.
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Jimmy? It's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Marshal. You better go away now.
Well, I can't do that, Jimmy. But you're a friend of mine. And I figure you're waiting here to do something you'll be sorry for. And I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I got a gun here and I'm going to kill him. Now, you go away and leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either. But killing him's no answer.
Stop, Marshal. Now, stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going to go through with this, I guess you're going to have to kill me first.
Stay back.
Sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
Marshal?
Now give me the rifle.
I couldn't shoot you, Marshal. You know that.
Sure.
I kept waking up nights and hearing Mom crying. Dad had sit up all night without the lamp lit and no fire and not saying anything. Just sitting.
Take it easy now.
Why is he doing it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, will you do something for a friend?
If you say so.
All right, take that rifle back to the jail. Put it in the rack. And you go to bed. You promise?
I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry. I'll do like you say.
All right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
Told you Mr. Botkin wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said. I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I can think of.
Now, the worst of it is everybody in town is just as scared of Caleb as Mr. Botkin is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across the poker table in one deal. And to think that's all it takes to get... Oh, yeah, Jack.
Jack?
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too. The reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my blackjack table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. But when I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and then gets a raw deal, well, what I'm getting at, here's $50, if that'll help me any.
Well, this is pretty decent of you, Jack. Thanks.
Sure.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb. Well, it looks like there's some who aren't, like Jack and the other dealers and the girls and the bartenders. Matt, I can raise $420 right here in the Long Branch.
I think maybe you could, Kitty.
I can do as well as Jack, too. Here's 50 from me. Boys, everybody, listen to me for a minute. Now, quiet down. Quiet down. I got something to say.
sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
I ought to bring him to the office on a run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or $2, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night, have they?
I guess so. It's quiet back there.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Shut the door, Caleb.
Would you mind telling me why I've been called here at this time of night?
Sure. Here's $420. Blakes want to pay off that mortgage.
Oh, they do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
Well, that's mighty generous of you. Good night, Marshal.
It's a deal, then?
I'm not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now. In 5 years, it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. So I don't want the money, I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. That foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Oh, good night, gentlemen. Well, I guess that's that.
I don't know why I ever thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Mr. Buck, and I got an idea. And if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All right. All of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and the household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor, Caleb Andrews.
All right. Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard.
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now, get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. Now, I won't read through this description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Caleb Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Now, the farm's worth $2,000. You going to let him have it for $450? How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon,
Yes? What is it, Chester?
I've been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000.
I have $1,000 from Chester Proudfoot. Do I hear another bid?
Why, it's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000 going what?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, I think I kind of like this farm. $1,500.
The bid is $1,500. Going once, going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Mr. Proudfoot?
$8,420.
He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? What do you say, Caleb?
Do you think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice, sold to Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Well, now, don't you worry then, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. Now, see, there's 8,000 in $500 bills, and here's the 420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews. And then, of course, I only drink mostly beer. And it adds up after a while.
Well, Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. That takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A whole lot better than I expected, Matt. But I still would rather have the farm than the money.
Ed, I've been sort of thinking it over. Maybe I kind of lost my head. When you come right down to it, I don't know what I would do with a farm. So if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
That's done, and here's the money.
It is unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
And now the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute, you're a trespasser on my property. So, come on now, let's go.
You hear about this, believe you me. And stop pushing me.
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Mr. Bodkin's probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out he let us have it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll see you in town later.
All right.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Long Branch. Now, they're bums and drifters, most of them, but when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but, Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon? I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, I'll ask her, Martha. I think she'll appreciate that even more than you know.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Joseph Kearns, Dick Beals, Jack Moyles, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Musser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
What do you need? You need lots of dollars during sicknesses. You need lots of dollars for an accident. You need the kind of protection that only Mutual of Omaha sells. What do you need?
You need health insurance that offers you maximum benefits at minimum cost. Mutual of Omaha Income Protection Insurance with the unusual lifetime benefits feature. Add this long-term protection to your group coverage and save up to 54%, depending on your age and type of group coverage.
Here's what you need.
You need to get the most for your health insurance dollar by insuring with Mutual Benefit Health and Accident Association. For maximum benefits at minimum cost, call your local Mutual of Omaha agent in the Yellow Pages or write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska.
Write for details on the low-cost, practical protection you need. You can save up to 54% when you add Mutual of Omaha protection to your group coverage. Write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
Take it easy, Chester.
But there's been a train robbery, Mr. Dillon, about 5 miles east. They held up the baggage clerk and got away with $50,000 in Double Eagle.
Well, when did you hear about it?
Just now, when number 7 pulled into the station. You got to get over there right away.
And I guess they'll wait. Dodge City's the end of the line.
Well, yes, sir, I know
Anybody
that.
say how many were in on it?
3, according to the clerk, all wearing masks. They snuck aboard when the train stopped for water at Cottonwood tanks. Made them cut the rest of the train loose and go on with just the engine and the baggage car. Had horses waiting down the track somewhere. You ought to get over at the depot, Mr. Dillon. The baggage clerk shot pretty bad.
Shot? Now, why didn't you say so?
And another thing, they cut the wire so the train crew couldn't telegraph ahead. Same old story, Mr. Dillon. You'd think them bandits would figure out some new way.
Why? This one usually works.
Confound it, I said to keep that mob out of this baggage car.
They're out, Doc.
Huh? Well, who are you? Oh, I didn't know it was you, Matt.
How is he?
He caught one through the lung. I wouldn't give you a plug nickel for that.
Yeah. I want to find out where it happened.
I can tell you exactly, Marshal.
Oh?
About 100 yards east of milepost 314. It's on the curve where the line swings in toward the river bottom.
You one of the passengers?
Oh, I'm a legal agent for the railroad and for the bank that owns that money. My name is Crocker, J.L. Crocker. And I want immediate action on this matter. I want that money back at once. And I want the guilty parties brought to justice.
Are you getting all this, Chester?
Yes, sir, I'm making mental notes.
Well, now, Marshal, I don't believe you quite understand who I am.
Sure, you're the legal something or other for somebody, and you're bothering me. Now, will you stand back? Doc, is there any chance of talking to him?
Well, you can try.
All right. Mister, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you recognize any of them?
No. Wore masks. Only one said anything. Gave all the orders. He's the one who shot me. Man, about 50.
Is that all you can tell me?
I don't feel so good, Marshal. I think I...
That's it, man.
Yeah. Chester, go get our horses saddled up. We'll ride out to milepost 314. With luck, we can get there before dark. Maybe pick up their trail some way.
Aren't you?
Well, now, Marshal, in my opinion, you ought to form a posse and go after these criminals.
Mr. Crocker, I don't care about your opinions.
I think I'll have a little talk with your superiors when I get back to civilization.
Good. Find out what's happened to my checks. I haven't been paid for 2 months.
The following message is brought to you by the Savings and Loan Foundation.
Where you save
does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference. Save more, have more,
and more.
at Savings and Loan.
Yes, your dollars get good earnings at Insured Savings and Loan Associations. People like you are receiving over $700 million right now. It's money their money has earned. You can do it too.
Where you save does make a difference.
Join the millions of thrifty people who make a profit on their savings at Insured Savings and Loan Associations. Now's the time to start an account or add to the one you have at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan. Remember,
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference. Save more, have more,
and more.
at Savings and Loan.
Chester, pull up a second.
mister. Reckon they've heard us yet?
And they don't show it. Both of them are still working around the campfire, paying no attention. Fixing supper, I guess. A man and a young boy.
Must be homesteaders on the move. I've never heard of bandits hightailing it in a covered wagon. Besides, there's only 2 of them. 3 men held up the train.
Yeah, I know. Now let's ride on down to the fire.
Well, now, howdy, strangers.
Evening.
Climb down and sit. Have some supper ready here in a spell, such as this. Keep your eye on that coffee, Jerry.
I'm watching it, Pa.
You men pushing cattle?
No, hunting killers.
What?
Had a train robbery this morning. Now, I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. My name's Dillon.
Proud to know you, Marshal Dillon. I'm Dan Everly. This is my boy, Jerry.
How are you, sir?
Jerry, how are you?
Well, we're heading for Dodge ourselves. How far we got to go yet?
About 9 miles. You planted a homestead?
That's right. Had a place back at Newton, but it didn't do so good. So, somebody robbed a train.
Mm-hmm. 3 of them. Got away with $50,000 in gold. Have you met anybody today?
No, nary a soul. Now, Marshal, you just rest yourself there now, and we'll have some side meat and hominy in a few minutes.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Yeah, you got enough there, Jerry.
This is it, Chester. We found them.
These 2? How do you figure?
They're horses. Saddle stock, never meant to haul a wagon. And the 3rd one's over to the right in that thicket covering us. Saw it glint on his gun barrel.
What do we do?
Move fast. You roll to the left, draw, and cover the 2 by the fire, and I'll take the one in the brush. You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Now.
Don't move, you 2. You're covered.
You there in the brush. Come out with your hands up.
Now, wait, Marshal. Don't shoot.
All right, then. Tell him to get out here with his hands up.
They got us. There's no use fighting. Come out, like he says.
Why didn't you let me fight, Pa? I could have shot them both.
Oh, fellas.
It's a girl.
So it is.
My daughter, Janet, I told her to hide out there till we found out what she wanted. I wanted to keep her out of this.
So you and your 2 kids were the bandits, huh? You're quite a father, Mr. Everly.
You leave him alone. Pa knew what he was doing. He had a right to that money.
I see. How old are you, Janet?
18. It's any of your business.
The young'uns ain't to blame, Marshal. I brought 'em up to do like I told 'em. They didn't know.
Somebody ought to have known. Now, where's the money?
Don't tell him.
Be quiet, Janet. Marshal, we buried that money, and I reckon I'm not going to tell you where it is.
It's ours, and we got a right to it.
Yeah, you said that before.
I had a homestead outside of Newton. My wife died there. The young'uns and me fought the prairie for 4 years. Crop failures, hard times. Then last fall, I finally got a good stand of wheat ripe for the harvest. You know what happened?
Now, what happened?
Sparks from a train set fire to the grain field, burned us out, lost everything. I wrote letters to the railroad office in St. Louis. They said I'd have to come back there and prove my claim. Now, they knew I couldn't do that.
Well, did anybody ever tell you things were easy out here in the West, Mr. Everly? Chester, you and the boy hitch up that wagon and start loading it.
All right, sir. Come on, son.
What are you aiming to do with it?
Take him to Dodge City. To jail.
It happened in Death Valley in the blazing desert sun. No others dared to do it, so there could be only one. Just one that passed the killing grind of sun and wind and sand. The test that proved this new car wax the finest in the land. Turtle wax, turtle wax, turtle wax.
Reader's Digest ad tells the story of the amazing Turtle Wax protective power that kept cars' colors shining bright even in fiery Death Valley sun. Just one waxing of Turtle Wax with new Sun Stop
gives your car a beautiful hard shell finish guaranteed to last up to 1 full year. It's quick and easy to turtle wax your car yourself. Remember, just 1 waxing of turtle wax with Sunstop lasts up to 1 full year.
Turtle wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle wax.
All right, pull up, Everly.
Oh, boy.
All of you get on.
I guess my reasons for robbing that train don't count for much, do they, Marshal?
Judging's not part of my job, Everly.
But not the young'uns. It wasn't their fault.
You killed a man, Everly. What do you expect?
Marshal, I didn't aim to kill him. He went for his gun as we was leaving, but I didn't aim to kill him.
Well, Marshal, I see you brought in the culprits.
Yeah, it looks that way, Mr. Crocker.
Oh, where's the money? I want to get it locked up in the bank right away.
They say they buried it.
What?
Matt? Matt, are you all right? I heard of the balloon that you bought in the Bandit.
That's right.
Is she one of them? That girl?
Yeah.
Well, she's just a kid, Matt. You're not going to lock up a girl.
Kitty, I don't like the idea any better than you do.
That jail wasn't built for women.
I know that.
Matt, let me take her.
What?
She won't try to get away with the others in jail. She can stay in my rooms while I'm working. I'll take care of her, Matt.
Janet, you go with Kitty here.
Yes, sir.
Stay with her and do whatever she says.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks a lot. Come on, honey.
Just so you take these other 2 inside and lock them up.
Yes, sir. Come on. Let's go.
Now, Marshal, pretty or not, that girl is a criminal. Why aren't you locking her up?
Well, we've got a different attitude toward women out here, Mr. Crocker. We never got around to building jails for them.
Well, what about the money? $50,000 missing.
That's right, it is.
Oh. It's a long ride into town, wasn't it, Marshal? Moonlight, pretty girl in a wagon, chance to talk. Maybe
Why,
do a
you...
little...
You there.
Yes, sir.
Drag him over there to the water trough and stick his head under the pump.
Now, here's a lilting little tune sung by a group that really knows how to keep you looking your best dressed best.
There's a difference, see the difference with Stay New.
Stay New. S-T-A-N-U. The quality finishing. Offered only by quality dry cleaners from coast to coast. Stay New costs nothing extra. Restores the like new look to all your clothes. Makes them soil and wrinkle resistant. Brings back original store fresh texture, sparkling color, and cashmere-like feel. Stay New dry cleaners are listed in the yellow pages under the Stay New trademark. Why don't you send your next dry cleaning order to your nearest Stay New dry cleaners? All dry cleaners don't have Stay New, only the best do.
You can see the difference, feel the difference with Stay New, Stay New, Stay New.
How are you and Kitty getting along, Janet?
Oh, just fine. She's been wonderful.
The noise downstairs bother you? Keep you awake at night?
No. No, the only thing that keeps me awake is worrying about Pa and Jerry. What are you going to do with us?
And I got no say about that. There's no proper court here. I'll probably get orders to send you up to Hayes City for trial.
Oh, they won't understand. Maybe Pa was wrong. I guess he was, but he thought he was doing right.
Sure, we all think that.
He was doing it for us, for Jerry and me. And he didn't mean to kill that man, Marshal. Really, he didn't.
Well, I better be going now.
Sure.
Goodbye, Janet. quite taken with you, Kitty.
Stores around town say you're a little taken with her, Matt.
That's Mr. Crocker's doing. He's been shooting his mouth off for a week now.
He's offered a $1,000 reward for the return of that money, no questions asked.
Yeah, I know.
But how much do you know?
What do you mean?
Well, people will know you don't pay any attention, Matt, but some of these hangers-on around the saloon wonder if you did make a deal for that money.
Who cares what they think?
But it's bad, Matt. Crocker keeps prodding them. Some of them are beginning to say that Everleigh might remember where the money is if they had ropes around their necks.
Lynch mob, huh? Yeah, they're going to have to move fast. I got orders about an hour ago to send the 3 up to Hayes City in the morning.
Matt. Does she know about it?
No. Just didn't have the heart to tell her.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me to get you.
Oh?
That fella Crocker's over at the Long Branch. He's got a bunch of the boys all liquored up. They're talking about crashing the jail.
Well, usually the best way to stop that kind of trouble is to break it up before it starts.
Well, that girl's just upstairs right over their head, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. They hadn't bothered her, had they, Chester?
Well, they hadn't when I left.
All right, you let me handle it. You stay clear and cover my back.
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, come on.
A man that pulls a deal like that ought to be run out of town. And you're just the boys to do it. Now, it's about time somebody took the star off of that tin horn marshal and shoved it down his throat. And as far as I'm concerned,
Go on, Mr. Crocker. You're doing real fine. There's quite a crew you picked up. All the bums, bar flyers, swindlers, and bushwhackers in Dart City. Well, your friends don't seem to be as talkative as they were a couple of minutes ago, Mr. Crocker.
Dillon, if I had you in St. Louis for 1 hour, you'd be in jail, not running.
All right, boys, the party's over. Now move on.
Now, you got no right to order those men around, Dillon.
I don't hear any of them objecting.
Matt, she's gone.
What?
Janet's not in the room. She's gone.
Well, where would she go?
I can tell you, Matt. You had a jailbreak. That girl got her dad and brother out, and they just left town on their horses.
Car owners, have you ever heard of K-Site Smooth Seal? Why, no. Why, no. Is it new? What's it do? Well, this is off the record. Just between us boys, your automatic transmission, does it ever make a noise?
You mean a little kind of grinding?
Does that little chatter matter?
I hear a very weird whir sometimes.
It doesn't sound good, boys, but let's be sure. When you're sitting at the light and it goes to green, you put your foot down hard. Have you ever felt a sort of a jerk, a kind of a jar, or heaven help you, a real thud bump?
Oh, I've felt it.
Me too.
I've had it, stranger. What do we do?
Well, don't buy a horse and don't trade your car. Just get yourself some new K-Site Smooth Seal.
New K-Site Smooth Seal? New K-Site Smooth Seal? New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help?
Why, it's made to soften those shrunken seals, which are apt to leak when there's power on the wheels. It stops those thud bumps, jerks, and jars that are apt to creep into these modern cars. Why, this K-Site Smooth Seal in one application can pack them all off on a long vacation. And it's less than $2 at your service station. A little new K-Site Smooth Seal, boy?
Come on. I'll go. And if it doesn't work?
You get double your money back.
We're getting pretty close to the place where they camped that night.
It's right ahead of us there, Chester.
Sure do hope that cussed storm holds off. First, you know, they may not have came back here at all.
Well, then we'll backtrack to Cottonwood Tanks. They'll want that gold. It's got to be somewhere between here and the railroad.
Yonder's where the wagon was standing.
Yeah. All right, pull up, Chester. Let's take a look around.
Mr. Dillon, look there.
What?
A hole dug in the ground. Right where they had their campfire that night.
Yeah. Well, they buried the gold there, Chester, and built their fire right on top of it. Get out! It came from from that thicket over there. I'm going to fire and roll away, maybe draw a shot. Now, you keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir, I will. He came from the left of that big tree off there.
Yeah, I saw it.
You got him.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Everly. Now, you're covered, Everly. One move and you're finished.
I'm finished anyway.
I'm sorry I had to do it.
No matter. Want the young'uns to have a chance.
They rode on with the money, I suppose.
Let them go, Marshal. It's their money. I had a right.
Maybe, but you had no right to kill.
I didn't aim to, Marshal.
The law has to go by acts, Everly, not intentions.
Storm coming up.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Hope the young'uns find shelter. Jerry caught cold there in jail. Used to worry his mother when he coughed. So she's dead now. Died back there. Back. Yeah.
Guess he paid for it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he paid. Well, let's try to pick up the trail of the other two before that storm.
What is it?
Horses. A couple of horses coming in fast. All right, hold it.
It's all right, Marshal. Wait on.
Pa, where is he? We heard the shooting and turned around and rode back.
You better get off your horses, both of you.
Tell me, what happened to...
I'm sorry, Janet.
I knew when he made us right on ahead that we'd never see him again. Alive.
You kids carrying the money?
It's there in my saddlebags.
Get it, will you, Chester?
He thought he was doing the right thing. He thought he was doing it for us.
I know, but he was wrong. And now there's the two of you to decide about.
Here's the money, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, count out $1,000.
Yes, sir.
You know, technically, I guess I ought to take you back to Dodge. But I figure everybody's got certain rights. And it's my job to try to keep all those rights sorted out and evened up. All I can do is call them the way I see them. Chester, give him the $1,000.
There you are.
But I don't understand.
Crocker offered $1,000 and no questions asked for the return of his money. Well, you returned it. And there's the reward.
Yes, but
Now, if you ride north and keep bearing west, you'll eventually hit Wyoming. I hear it's fine country, plenty of range land, homesteads. The two of you ought to do all right. And Jerry,
Yes, sir.
you take care of her.
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon.
I understand what you're doing for us. And
Now, go on, you two. Get out of here before I think it over and change my mind. Now, go on. Ride.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks.
Go on.
Goodbye, Mr. Dillon. And
Go on. Get out of here.
You better get a move on, Mr. Dillon. It's starting to rain.
I hope they find shelter somewhere.
Mr. Dillon, it's starting to rain, Mr. Dillon. You better get a move on. Mr. Dillon?
Service manager. Tell you about Guardian Maintenance? Well, sure, I'll be glad to.
Guardian maintenance is a kind of specialized service your General Motors car gets at a GM dealers like ours. Yeah. Now, it makes good sense, doesn't it, that our mechanics know your GM car best? You see, they specialize in one make of car. And what's more, they've got the right tools and factory-approved parts, too. Yes, sir. That holds true for every Chevy, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, and GMC truck. It's the best kind of service for the best kind of cars. And all GM dealers are offering performance service specials right now. Includes engine tune-up, tire rotation, a front-end adjustment, a wheel check, and a complete, and I mean complete, lubrication. Makes for a worry-free vacation, I'll tell you. Huh? Yeah, good. Good. We'll be looking for you. Bye.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barbara Eiler, Sam Edwards, and Bart Robinson. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey! Over here.
One of the boys said you wanted to see me.
Yeah.
Well, it better be important, mister. I don't make a habit of coming running when some saddle punk whistles.
Now, maybe you hadn't ought to make a habit of calling people saddle punks.
No offense. Just an expression.
Sure. I came up from the Pecos country. Been here in Dodge about a week. Maybe you've seen me around.
I seen you.
I've been talking to people.
Oh?
Everybody tells me you was a big shot back in Abilene. Had all the games sewed up. 3 or 4 saloons paying off. A couple of hotels and so on. Then the boom busted and you come here. Since you've been here, you got nowheres. You know why?
You're talking. You tell me why.
Dillon. A fella named Matt Dillon. You tried to scare him and he wouldn't scare. So you tried to buy him. He wouldn't buy. Tried breaking him and he wouldn't break.
So?
Be worth $1,000 to you if I kill him?
It might.
All right. Get it in gold. Keep it handy. Am I hired?
Yeah? Yeah, you're hired.
You know, Chester, you haven't said 3 words in the last 20 minutes. That's not like you.
Well, Mr. Dillon, did you ever get a funny feeling that somebody was keeping an eye on you?
Yeah, but...
Well, I got one right now.
You know, Chester, I think you got a touch of the heebie-jeebies. As far as I can see, there's nobody in the whole place paying any attention to us.
Somebody is. I had the same feeling the day the Butler brothers come back from Santa Fe.
Yeah?
I didn't even know they was in town, but I knew somebody was getting ready to call us. And about 6 o'clock that evening, they made their play. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I was one of the pallbearers next day. Well, it's the same doggone thing right now.
You know, I think you've got the wind up over nothing, Chester. Town's never been quieter. Jail's been empty for 2 weeks. The only new faces around is that bunch of trail drivers that came up from the Pecos. They're all strangers.
Oh, Marshal. There you be.
What?
Been looking all over for you.
Oh, hiya, Billy.
Waited over at the jail for nigh on to an hour. I got to talk to you, Marshal.
You know, Billy, every time I've given you money, you've bought yourself a bottle and stayed blind drunk for 2 days.
Well, it ain't money this time, Marshal. I got something to tell you.
Oh, what?
Something I heard. There's a couple of fellas talking over by the Lear's table. They didn't see me. I was back of the water trough. Sort of, resting, you might say. Well, you know how it is, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
A man gets dry in this prairie country.
What were they talking about, Billy?
About you. One of them offered to kill you for $1,000 in gold, and the other one took him up on it.
Oh.
You know that's the only thing that you...
Who were they, Billy? Do you know them?
No, sir. It is dark, and I didn't recognize their voices. They was already there when I woke up, and they left right after that.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe it was some kind of a joke.
It didn't sound that way to me.
It ain't no joke, Mr. Dillon. I told you I felt it. There's somebody around who's been hired to kill you. Can you figure who'd want to do such a thing, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I can figure a dozen or two, Chester.
Well, I mean...
Now, here we are. Come on.
Well, good morning, Marshal. I haven't seen you since the robbery last month.
Attempted robbery, Mr. Bodkin.
So it was, thanks to you. Well, Marshal, the bank's at your service. What can I do for you?
Give me some information, if you will.
Well, if it isn't confidential.
It is, but I want it anyway.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Perhaps we'd better step into my office.
All right.
This way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, just what was it you wanted to know?
I want to know whether one of your customers has drawn $1,000 in gold from the bank in the last few days.
Any particular person in mind?
Oh, that's what I want to find out.
Well, I hope this won't go any farther, Marshal.
Who was it, Mr. Bodkin?
I certainly wish to make it clear that I don't approve of this man, but after all, he is a good customer, and it's not my place.
Yeah, I know. Who was it?
Lawson Hale.
Lawson Hale?
He took the gold out just this morning, as a matter of fact. Said he was working on a cattle deal of some sort. I do hope you'll regard this as confidential, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Well, Chester, we know who one of them is now.
But who's the other? The one who's actually going to do it?
Some punk who wants $1,000 bad. Doesn't care much how he gets it.
That sure don't narrow it down any.
No. I know.
Sure is quiet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Ain't many people out.
No, not many.
That moon's throwing quite a bit of light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it is.
Kindly makes a target out of a man.
Yeah, it does, kind of.
If somebody was out to shoot somebody, this would sure be a good night for it.
I suppose so.
Mr. Dillon, would you mind if I make a comment?
I thought that's what you were doing, Chester.
Let's go on back to jail and stay off the streets.
this way, you're just asking for it.
Look, Chester, if it's gonna come, it'll come. I'd rather meet it halfway than to sit and wait for it.
Asking for it, that's what you're doing.
It's been 2 days now, Chester. And it gets on your nerves. When you go out to bring a man in, you know you may have trouble and you're ready for it, but this way, it's... Well...
I understand, Mr. Dillon. It kindly bothers a man.
Yeah. Let's walk on down to the Long Branch. Hello, Kitty.
Oh.
Doc.
Hi, Matt. Oh, it's good to see you, Matt. You've been avoiding us the last couple of days.
Been busy, Kitty.
Want to sit down?
I don't think so. Not right now, anyway.
Something bothering you, Matt?
Huh? Bothering me?
Well, yes, you seem to be on edge about something.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what?
Lost and Hale just come in. Down in the bar there.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to have a talk with him, Chester.
Well, that's one way.
But it's the one I haven't tried yet. Excuse me, Kitty, Doc.
Sure, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, now you be careful.
Good days, all right. Your word. Wide open. And I had it right in the palm of my hand. The minute the trail driver hit that town, the boys grab her pay and they'd head straight for one of these. Something I can do for you.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Hale.
Well, I don't see nothing stopping you.
Let's move down the bar a ways, huh?
Sorry, but I'm fine right here.
Now, why don't we move down the bar a ways?
Well, if it's that important to you, pardon me, boys.
Let's come back and finish that story.
Is this far enough?
Yeah, it's far enough. I understand you hired yourself a gunman. And you sent him out to get me. You've offered him $1,000 in gold.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dillon.
You wouldn't care to tell me his name, would you?
No, I don't think so, because, you see, I don't know nothing about it.
What's he waiting for? He's had 2 days now, and he hasn't made a move.
Well, like I
Why
say,
don't you do the job, Hale? Well, you're wearing a gun. Maybe you can save yourself some money.
I've got no quarrel with you.
You mean you're yellow? Scared to call your own place?
I said I've got...
You're a weaseling, no-good coward, Hale.
I'll let that ride for the time being.
Yeah, I thought you would. Come on, Chester. Let's get some fresh air.
All right, sure.
See you later, Kitty. Doc.
All right, Matt.
Well, I guess he just ain't the kind to take chances, Mr. Dillon.
He doesn't need to, Chester. He's got a hired killer prowling somewhere around. Yeah, if I only knew who he'd hired, I could force the play myself. This business of having to leave it up to the other man.
Over there by the stable.
Yeah, I saw the flash.
Reckon you got him, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Let's move in. Now watch yourself. He may be playing possum.
Yes, sir. The flash was right here by the corner.
Yeah. Well, that's that.
Yeah. Looks like he got away.
He's gone, all right.
Took one shot and run for cover.
But he'll be back.
Jing, that fire feels real good.
Yeah.
old jail seems kindly cozy. Anyway, it's a lot better than prowling them streets waiting for somebody to put a bullet in your back.
Chester, will you stop squeaking that chair?
Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
2 more days gone by and he hasn't made another move.
Yes, sir. That cottonwood sure burns up fast. I guess I better shake down the stove and throw another chunk.
Wait a minute. Might be a way at that, Chester. Lawson Hale. That's the only fact we're sure of. Lawson Hale.
It'd be kind of hard to prove anything, Mr. Dillon.
Who said anything about proving it? I got an idea. Come on.
I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon, you ain't got no evidence to arrest Hale, I mean.
I know, but I can scare him. And if I figure him right, I think he'll scare easy.
Maybe so, but all the same.
There he is now, Chester. Just came out of the Long Branch.
Wonder who them two with him is.
They're hanging around for the free drinks. There's not an ounce of nerve in a dozen like that. Come on. Hale. Hold it, Hale, right where you are.
What seems to be trouble now, Mark?
No trouble unless you want to make some. You're under arrest.
What for?
I'll think of something.
Well, you taking me in without even making a charge? I'll remind you there's witnesses here.
Yeah, so I notice. When they're not hanging around you, they're after somebody else. What have you done, Hale? Hired them, too?
I asked you what the charge was, Marshal.
Vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
As far as I know, you've never had any visible means of support as long as you've been in
I'll
Dodge
match
City.
any dollar of yours with 100 better ones.
Fine. That'll help pass the time.
Now, look at here, Marshal.
Shut up. All right, boys, break it up. The party's over. You had your last free drink out of this pump. Now let's go to jail. Keep walking. It's the last cell on the left.
Oh, Dillon, I'll break you for this, so help me.
You've been trying it for a year, and I'm still around.
You won't be after this.
Chester, unlock the door.
Yes, sir.
All right, get inside. Make yourself at home.
Nothing to hold me on. Nothing at all. I'll be out of here by tomorrow noon.
I doubt that. In fact, there's a pretty good chance you'll never get out of that cell. Not alive, at least.
What are you talking about? According to the law, I've got
the
a
law,
right.
huh? You've broken it every chance you've got. Tried to break the men who serve it, but when your own neck gets caught, you start hiding behind the law.
Nevertheless.
All right,
Dillon.
fine. Right now, the law out here is kind of sketchy. Now, this little affair between you and me is one of the things the law doesn't quite cover. So I'm going to run it my way.
Kind of talk isn't going to help you.
You've hired a man to kill me, offered him $1,000 to get me out of the way.
You can't prove
He's made
that.
one try and missed. He's still around Dodge somewhere waiting. And he'll try again.
Well, that's your problem. That's not mine. I don't know anything about it.
You know what'll happen, though, if he does get me? The first thing Chester's going to do is to come straight back here to the jail and pump a couple of bullets through these bars.
Huh?
Now, your boy may kill me, Hale, but you're not going to live to profit by it.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't do that. Shoot down a helpless prisoner? No, neither one of you would do it.
Chester and I have been friends for a long time. Why don't you ask him whether he'd do it or not?
You bet I'd do it.
No, you wouldn't do it.
You hired somebody to shoot Mr. Dillon in the back? I don't see where you got any kick coming.
Well, there's your answer, Hale.
No, he wouldn't.
Come on, Chester. Let's go look the town over.
No, well, it's tonight that he's going to...
Oh? Tonight, who's going to do what?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know? Well, that's too bad. If I knew his name, I'd have a lot better chance. And so would you. Well, see you later. Or anyway, Chester will.
No, Dillon, you can't do it. Dillon, you can't go out in the street. He'll get you sure. Dillon, no. Wait a minute. I'll tell you his name.
All right.
He's a trail driver. He came up from the Pecos last week. His name is Ed Granger.
Ed Granger?
Yeah, you've seen him around the bars. He's dark-haired, surly-looking fella. He's got a scar across the cheek.
Come on, Chester, let's go get him.
He's here, all right, Mr. Dillon. Over there by the end of the bar.
Yeah. Looks like he's by himself.
What are you going to do? Arrest him?
There's no evidence, Chester. Only one way I see is to make it personal. You stay out of it. Just cover me, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Your name, Ed Granger?
Might be.
You know who I am?
Judging by the star, I reckon you're U.S. Marshal.
Oh, you ought to do better than that. After all, I'm worth $1,000 to you.
Who says so?
Loss on Hale.
Hale?
Your memory's getting better, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Sure you do. That deal you made with Hale. He told me all about it after I threw him in jail and persuaded him a little.
I told you, I don't know anything.
You're wearing a gun there, Granger. Why don't you draw it and go for the $1,000? Why don't you take a chance?
If this fella you're talking about's in jail, I reckon he wouldn't have anybody working for him now, would he?
You tell me.
I got no reason to draw on you, Marshal.
Not unless my back's turned, huh?
I ain't drawing.
Granger, you tried to kill me night before last.
Can you prove that?
If I could, you'd either be in jail or dead right now.
Well, since you can't prove it, what's the argument?
Just that I don't like the idea of somebody trying to shoot me in the back. Now, if you're any man at all, we'll settle this right here and now.
You leave me alone, Marshal.
You still figure you got no reason to draw on me?
I ain't drawing.
All right, Granger, you got 10 minutes to get out of town, and when you're out, stay out. Don't come back now or ever. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You can start right now.
Must be nearly midnight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, about that, I guess.
I declare this is sure one day I'm glad is over.
Yeah, so am I. At least I can breathe a little easier now.
I'll just get the fire built up a little.
No, leave it, Chester. Take care of the prisoner first.
You still ain't got no evidence. What are we going to do about him?
Same as with Granger. Turn him loose, run him out of town. I should have done it months ago. Go on, get him, huh?
Right. Oh, my. Mr. Dillon?
What? Oh. Granger must have stopped by here on his way out of town.
Looks like he got Hale over at the window for a talk and grabbed him and cut his throat right there.
Yeah. Figured Hale had sold him out. Get a bulletin on the wire, Chester. Wanted for murder, Ed Granger.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
I guess Hale got pretty much what he bargained for. He hired himself a killer in order to kill him. He got it.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dodkin, Vic Perrin, Ralph Moody, and Joseph Kearns. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.